Will Nigeria become a problem in West Africa? Nigeria, will it become a problem for West African countries? Well, a Nigerian.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. Let me play this again.
Will Nigeria become a problem in West Africa? Nigeria, will it become a problem for West African countries?
So this week, we are going to be dealing with the news that has been going on, during the week. The clue is in the word. And we are going to be covering the Nigerian aircraft that landed in Burkina Faso, whether by fault or whether by, this is voluntarily landing because of technical issues as claimed. And we're going to be covering the coup in Benin and how the Nigerian government intervened, whether it was, because of the French or it was because the Benin president invited the Nigerian military to intervene, or it was just Nigeria that decided to do it solo. It could be Tinubu decided that enough is enough with these rascals trying to ruin democracy for us, and decided to kick them out. And there is also the issue of Remi Tinubu berating Adeleke in public. Of course, we all know as Nigerians, we have this our "do you know me" culture. I'm bigger than you. I oppress you. I talk to you anyhow culture. Not that Adeleke himself will not do the same, but we know we Nigerians do these things. It is what it is. That's something we'll cover. Some people will enjoy talking about it. Personally, I can't be asked about things like that. These are some of the traits we need to kind of wean ourselves off. And the Lekki massacre never happened. Somebody appears to have said that. So it's something that will be covered too. And we're going to be covering other areas, other news happening around the world, because we can't ignore the world. The world is larger than Nigeria, and events sometimes happening around the world are actually, factually, more consequential than what is going on at home. And I would like to welcome all of you that have joined us so far. And the discussion that we're going to have today is going to be based mostly on, bringing people together, no matter how it comes across, especially from me. Take it that I'm trying to understand. If you want me to, understand your position, don't try to provide evidence-based discussion. That way, you find that some of the most, ardent people are likely to change their opinions. And sometimes when I push back, some people misunderstand it for being stubborn and stone-headed, because you are speaking without evidence. Try to understand that you are speaking without evidence. If you provide coherent evidence, I will move. Why not? I'm not here to save face because you know more than I do. I'm sure I don't know as much as most people do. I am sure of that. That's for sure. And I know some things more than others, except they show me evidence that is superior to mine. And I'm not here to divide people on tribal lines, religious lines, or any of the lines that are out there. I'm just trying to find a way for all of us to live peacefully in this world and get the best experience we can get out of this world we have found ourselves in. None of us has to be here, but we can choose how we live here. Don't you think? Maybe we should aspire for that. This is not only a Nigerian-based conversation. This is a world-based and a world issue. The world is struggling to learn how to live together, and maybe there is something we can learn. Maybe the world can learn something from us if we can figure out our problem. If Nigeria can figure out its problems, the world will have something to learn from it, I say. And this is why these conversations are not just conversations. They can be quite vital depending on where it goes. Hence, I will encourage anybody that joins the panel to speak truthfully with their best thoughts, come up with your best ideas, and put it forward here. And the viewers deserve the best, and I try to give my best, and I hope anyone that joins us does the same. The conversations are, you know, if you look at the media today, they are not very forthcoming, they are not very truthful, they are not very searching. They tend to toe the line they have been told to toe because they get charged. You know, these owners of the media, they invest a lot of money, and it's not like, you know, going on YouTube. They invest a lot of money, and if they get something wrong and the government goes after them, or one big guy goes after them, they will lose a lot of money. So they don't often ruffle feathers. They don't want to say things that will get them in trouble. So hence, when people are here, you truly need to value it, because it's one of the platforms where you see people's faces and they are discussing things openly and trying to be as truthful as possible. You should value that, because there are very few places in this world where people discuss things honestly. And it should also be supported. You should like, share, and subscribe, and ensure that you also subscribe to True Nigeria, not only to Dr. Damages, and because I need the followers. I don't have enough followers yet. I need to build up support. So if you have not subscribed before, subscribe. Feel free to subscribe. However, if you subscribed before, I thank you very much for subscribing, but don't go anymore, because when you go and click it again, you will just unsubscribe. So thank you for subscribing. And anybody that subscribed, if you subscribed, just indicate on the chat that you subscribe. I'll flag you, and your comment to be shown that you have subscribed. So like, share, and subscribe. Remember to do that. And also remember to contribute to the channel, because the work we are doing here deserves, you know, to be supported. And the more support the channel gets, the more the chances are that we can actually get on the ground and start affecting change, and bringing some of the things you really wish to see. You know, a lot of people say we should, you know, take action. If you want to take action, support the channels, support them. You know, put your money, your money forward, support it. You'll be surprised what is possible. You know, the people are being hired to maintain the channel, and the same will happen. You have people going on the ground and researching information that we are discussing here, because sometimes we say things, but we don't have any evidence on the ground. And then when this channel is supported enough, you start seeing people being on the ground in Nigeria, investigating these things and bringing you more quality information. And the more quality information you have, you'll be that is so vital and so important in life, to have quality information. Information is power, serious power. If you have it, you have wealth. In other words, you are bringing wealth to you. So subscribe, like, and you know, contribute as much as you can. Nobody, if you don't have, you are fine. It's fine. Just like, share. That doesn't involve any form of contribution in terms of finance. You just have to just like and share. All right. So this week we are going to be in part of the culture, because I'm doing every Nigerian culture, you know, one by one. So we are going from the south. I think we've cleared in kind of the Niger Delta now. I now want to go to the Edo culture, which is one of the richest in Nigeria in terms of the greatness of their kingdom. The kingdom was one of the most advanced kingdoms in the entire Nigeria before the British came and did their thing there. So they were manufacturing guns, and they had very advanced work of art. And today, they are one of the most revered and recognized these African kingdoms. They literally controlled an empire at the time, at their height. So I'm going to be covering them, and they will be the last group I'll cover in the South before I go to my brothers in the Southeast. I think the Southeast is they do have a very rich culture and a very rich history. And I think a lot of people have been saying some things about the Southeast that I find a little bit positive, why people do these things, but that will help shed light on the richness of the Southeastern culture. So, but not to take away zero from the Edo culture, which is when they were at their heights, the greatest in the country. I say it's the greatest in the country because their work of art is still known today. I don't know any other part of Nigeria that they say they know their work of art. Some people, okay, so some people would say the southeast, they had some great, the southwest, I mean, that they had some great work of art. And all that. That's true too. It's a fact. And we're going to go to the southwest after we do the southeast. Then we'll go to the southwest, then we'll go to the middle belt. I'll keep going further north until we get to the Sahel. Not. All right. So let's cover the news today. The news is that Fubara is now singing on your mandate. You know, now it's on your mandate. Everybody is going on your mandate. I don't know where this is leading to. Is it one party government? If that is a one-party state, I mean, not one-party government, one-party state. If it is going to be one-party state in Nigeria, what that means is that the Sahel states and the military regimes in West Africa will become the opposition. This is becoming interesting because if those states do better, they advance better than the democratic ones, it will be a referendum on the democratic ones to either change. But if the democratic ones start producing results and start advancing their countries, securing their countries, then people will be like, who needs these khaki men? They need to get out of the way. Let's replace them with proper Democrats that can do the job. But these Democrats have proven themselves to be very, very responsible in West Africa. Extremely, and maybe in other African countries too. The Benin one wanted to extend his time in office. I think it's already extended his time. He said he was going to stay for one term and he just wants to stay there continuously. Why do they always want to extend their term in office? They are abusing democracy. And ECOWAS should be calling that out. I don't know why they don't have a law against that. You can't come into office and extend your term in office while you are there to benefit yourself. And you don't see other democracies in Africa condemning it. But when there is a military regime, then suddenly jet fighters fly over and start looking to intervene. Why? Don't you understand that when a sitting president decides to alter the constitution to extend their term in office, that is a coup? Make no mistake, it is a coup. It's the hijacking of the state. And that should be treated as a coup. And ECOWAS should take that into account. If they want to survive, if they want democracy to survive, they have to stop democratic leaders from abusing their position, jailing opposition party members from running for office, removing the potential rivals from contending against them. You can't do that. Trump was an ex-convict when he ran for president. The people are sovereign. Give them the chance to select whoever they want. Stop jailing opposition leaders. Stop intimidating them like the way they do in Nigeria. They are intimidating a lot of opposition leaders in Nigeria, or opposition members even. Because if you are not in the government's good book, they will threaten you with EFCC, threaten you with all kinds of stuff, or bribe you, whichever way, so that you can side with them. That should not be happening in a democracy. We all know these things. And ECOWAS has been very hypocritical by not condemning it and taking actions against these presidents that do that. Because many of these coups are as a result of that behavior. In the case of African Union, the same thing is going on. They don't condemn these things, and they wonder why military regimes are showing up. I don't understand these stupid Democrats even. They are so irresponsible. What is wrong with civilians? You have an opportunity to rule, and you just start misbehaving. All right, so that is that. So the coup now, and we saw how fast Tinubu could jump into Benin Republic to go and save them from their leaders, coup leaders. And I think the reason why they really wanted to go there very quickly was because the last thing they need is Benin Republic joining with Niger and Burkina Faso to have access to the sea. That would be a game changer. That would be a massive. That would have been a massive game changer. That happened, And hence, Tinubu reacted very quickly. What Tinubu is getting for this, something tells me it's not much. I'm sorry, it's not much. I don't know why our leaders do these things for Western powers and they don't get much for it. Or is it what they get for it is they survive? Is that it? That's all? They don't get anything in exchange. Japan, the development you see in Japan today is because America offers them a lot, give them and enable them to be developed, enable them to. Japan is a nuclear threshold nation. Japan, if they want to build nuclear weapon, they can build it. They have nuclear power plants. So why shouldn't they support America? Why should they work with America? As a matter of fact, America has a military base there. So they have good reason to work with America. The same thing with South Korea. Well, what is our purpose? Why are we working with the French? Why are we not working? As a matter of fact, we should be working better with the Chinese because Chinese have not done anything wrong to us. And we've not really long enough with Chinese to know that they are impoverishing us. You know, we've not done that. And I don't understand why we feel like we are going to be doing stuff for the West every time, helping them contain the West Africa or other African regions, while in reality, when it comes to the dividends of our support for them, it's basically poverty. I don't understand that. That is not a good deal. This world is transactional. Tinubu knows, I think he knows how to cut deals. Let's see whether I can cut a good deal for Nigeria this time, because as it stands, Nigeria is not doing very well. If you didn't realize that. All right, let me play this video. Let me play the one for the Edo people. I will introduce them. Then I'll go on to play the video about this gentleman talking about how the Nigerian planes landed in Burkina Faso. You get to hear him out, and it's very, very interesting. I think I picked up some things from that video, this video. So it will be interesting for you guys to watch it and hear what he's got to say. And you know, our government, we have to be watching them closely because some of the deals they are signing, they don't let us know. You know, any nation so far that I've observed that have broken out of the control of superpowers, they tend to have some strong alliances with other nations. This idea that you can play both sides and succeed. I don't know how many people that have managed to do that and succeeded, that have played both sides. I guess you can say maybe India tried that and they succeeded, depending on how you look at it. But India was, there was a time India was wholly aligned to the Soviet Union. They were not that friendly with the West at all. And so sometimes you have to lean one side fully. And then you pick your side, and that side needs to give you everything you want. Otherwise, don't pick it. Don't pick any side until they're willing to give you everything you want. Then when they do, then you can go on that side and take the hit, because there's going to be a hit. If it's not the West you pick, the West will attack you. If it's not the East you pick, the East will attack you. It's always like that. Then when you emerge, you can pick and choose whoever you like them. That's how it works. That's the pattern I see anyway. Let me play this Edo people. You know, I have to do them a bit of justice because they deserve the respect that they should get because they have a very, very rich culture. All right. That is our Edo brothers there. Don't mess with them. These are some of our richest traditions in the Nigerian space, and they have contributed a lot to that area that they call Nigeria. Very, very rich history, and we are just touching a slither of what you can find in just that southern region. All right, let me play this gentleman's video regarding the Nigerian plane that landed in Burkina Faso.
What kind of aircraft? A C-130, which is known for its viciousness. Military airplane was flying in Burkina Faso airplane.
Let me start it so that everybody can watch it from the beginning. Sorry.
Will Nigeria become a problem in West Africa? Nigeria, will it become a problem for West African countries? Well, a Nigerian aircraft has been stopped by the Burkinabe government. Why? Because the airplane was flying over Burkina Faso without an authorization. What kind of aircraft? A C-130, which is known for its viciousness. Military airplane was flying in Burkina Faso airplane, and it was urged by the Burkinabe defense, you're going to land or we're going to blow you away. Let me just remind you here that Nigeria doesn't necessarily get along with Burkina Faso. I mean, matter of fact, these countries right here, you see these countries, ECOWAS, they don't get along with Burkina Faso. Now, why is your airplane flying over Burkina Faso? On December 8, 2025, a Nigerian Air Force C-130 transport aircraft carrying 11 military personnel was forced to make an emergency landing in Bobo Dioulasso. Look at the map. You see Bobo Dioulasso? Look how far this is. I mean, you may find excuses saying that, listen, I flew over here by mistake, okay? Or maybe something occurred, there was wind, and we found ourselves in your ground. Look at Bobo Dioulasso. Now look at Lagos on the map. Look at Bobo Dioulasso. Bobo Dioulasso is the second biggest city in Burkina Faso. Look at Lagos again where the aircraft took off. Look at Bobo Dioulasso. Look at how many countries. From Nigeria, you get into Benin. From Benin, you have Ghana, you have Togo, then you have Burkina Faso up there. Or else you can go on the north. Look at the north. You can go into Benin and go through the north into Burkina Faso. Now, can this happen by mistake? Let me continue reading. It was forced to land at Bobo Dioulasso Airport in southern West Burkina Faso after allegedly violating the country's airspace without authorization. Let's put an emphasis to without authorization.
The Confederation of Sahel States informs the public that an aircraft belonging to the Air Force of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a C-130 type, was forced to land today, December 8, 2025, in Bobo Dioulasso, Burkina Faso, following an in-flight emergency while it was flying in Burkinabe airspace. The military aircraft was carrying 2 crew members and 9 passengers, all of whom were military personnel. An investigation was immediately launched by the competent Burkinabe authorities, which revealed that there was no authorization for this aircraft to fly over Burkinabe territory by this military aircraft. The Confederation of Sahel States strongly condemns this violation of its airspace and the sovereignty of its member states. In response to this unfriendly act carried out in disregard of international law and of international rules governing civil and/or military aviation, measures have been taken to ensure the security of the Confederation's airspace, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of these same states, as well as the safety of the populations of the AES Confederation.
So the aircraft was there without authorization. Now, let me put it this way for you. A few nights ago, there was a coup in Benin. You remember? Some of the guys went to TV and said, listen, we are the new authorities in Benin. The president is out. He's no more president. We are tired of him. He's a dictator. He's enriching his own family and doesn't care about the people. Why? Because that president is pro-France, a great friend of France. Now, a few hours later, we saw the president come on TV and say the coup has been foiled. Everybody can get back to their stuff. The everyday life is back.
Finally, I would like to reassure you that the situation is completely under control and therefore invite you to go about your activities calmly as early as this evening.
What had occurred? I mean, you don't just pass on TV and say, listen, we've taken over, then all of a sudden you're out again. What's happened? The reality is the Nigerian government was asked to intervene. Nigeria sent aircraft, we're talking about fighter jet, to go and bomb where these putschists were located. They bombed the camp, they bombed the TV, they bombed the radio, so they can dislodge these people. In other words, had it not been Nigerian force intervening in Benin, the Benin situation would have been different. So Nigeria intervened in Benin without authorization. Obviously, the president of Benin asked Nigeria to get involved, but Nigeria intervened. Now, one night after the intervention of Nigeria in Benin, you found an aeroplane from Nigeria flying from Lagos all the way to Bobo Dioulasso. How come? Look at the map. How do you explain this? Look at Lagos all the way to Bobo Dioulasso. What was the aeroplane doing there? What does Burkina Faso say? Initial report from AES, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger claimed that the aircraft had violated their airspace and was forced to land. What is a C-130? You need to understand. A C-130 is not just any other aircraft. A C-130 is a 4-engine turboprop military transport aircraft designed for technical airlift mission. It is one of the most versatile, widely used military aircraft. What can you use this airplane for? Because it's important so we can understand. You can use this airplane for tactical airlift, like transporting soldiers, vehicles, supplies into combat zone so they can deliver stuff. You understand? It's not a flight that just fly. It's also a cargo. You can deliver supply to military stations somewhere. You can throw parachute, you can throw people, you can throw food, medicine, weapons. Now, you must remember Burkina Faso is fighting people, okay? Fighting people that are not necessarily lacked in the country. Burkina Faso is fighting people, I'm not going to say their names. Could this aircraft go there and do something negative? Would you be surprised that people think that the aircraft from Nigeria may have gone to Bobo Dioulasso? Look at the distance again. Look at Lagos, all the way to Bobo Dioulasso, to drop maybe things to the people that are fighting Burkinabe. Did they go there for espionage? Question mark. I mean, we can understand this. Look at Nigeria. We can understand that the aircraft tried to go on the north between Benin and Burkina Faso. You see, the border between Burkina Faso and Benin
I think he has made his case, his point clear, I think. I don't want us to labor it too much. He has made his point clear. And who was first? There's Ojoro people. They've shuffled themselves. No, I can't tell who. I think Massacre was first, actually. And he's in Nigeria, so let's give him the due. You know, we have to care for our Nigerian brothers, the ones that are on the ground. So welcome everyone, Massacre, Tony, Simba, long time, Jide, as always, thank you for joining us, everyone. And remember to like, share, and subscribe. That is important. It's free of charge. And if you want to also support the channel. Okay, so let's get to this issue. As you can see, People are talking about President Tinubu intervening in Benin Republic, how fast he was able to intervene, and why he was able to respond so fast, but in a year he cannot respond to anything. And then you hear about this incident in Burkina Faso. So what do you think the Nigerian military was up to? Do you think they were doing something, or they were just on their way to, as you can see on the map, it didn't look like they needed to go through Burkina Faso at all. So, Masi, what do you make of it?
All right. Good evening, everybody, and good to see you all.
Good evening. Welcome.
You know, I don't like too much speculation, but it's a bit annoying, sincerely speaking, because there's no way you can, there's nobody you can convince, even a 5-year-old. This aircraft is a large aircraft. Something is amiss, and I think really we should be asking our government questions, sincerely speaking. What is going on? Okay, what really is going on? And the most important thing that the guy said, who the video you played for me, is the fact that on the 7th of December, there was a coup in Benin. And on the 8th of the same December, just next day, your C-130 is found in Burkina Faso. I mean, what is going on? The government should come out and explain to people. There has to be an explanation. In fact, we should be asking that question. Unfortunately, we don't have journalism again. This should be awash in Nigerian newspapers, asking questions, pressing our government. Because technically, we are being engaged in a military exercise that we don't know about. I'm not even going to talk about the Benin thing because you didn't raise it, but the two are connected. Can our president just wake up, forget who invited him or who called him? Can the country just wake up and go and intervene in another country? Is that legal? Is that okay? And to cap it all, after you've done that, the next day you're also found in Burkina Faso. I'm not even looking at I just find this, honestly, it's very annoying. It's upsetting, sincerely speaking. Because it looks like, like, I don't even know the words to use. Like, even if, okay, well, you want to go, why can't you do it correct? Don't you know that people will bring this plane down? Like, what is going on? But anyway, it's just unfortunate, sincerely speaking.
And he went on to say that that Bobo Julaso, when they landed, that area, there were insurgents tend to be in those areas that are causing problems for Burkina Faso.
Look, whatever it is, I need my government to explain to me why is such a big plane out there a day after a coup in Benin Republic. What is going on? We as citizens, we need to know. What really is going on? I don't want to start speculating, but why would our plane be in Bobo Dioulasso a day after a coup in Benin Republic? Why? Why? What is going on?
Yeah, well, let me give you the answer of the Nigerian government. Let me play it. I think he gave us an answer. This is the answer of the Nigerian government. He says, let me see. Let me get that out quickly.
No, you can just say it now so that we cannot bore people.
What is the Nigerian account? How do they justify this? Nigeria said that shortly after takeoff from Lagos, the crew noticed a technical concern and diverted to Bobo Dioulasso, Burkina Faso, the nearest safe airfield.
But where are they going? That's my question for fathers.
Look at Lagos on the map. Look at Bobo Dioulasso. Is this shortly after takeoff? Can't be shortly after takeoff. These are many hours of flight, right? Now, where were they going? Question mark. Nigerian authorities said that the aircraft had been en route to Portugal. Oh, en route to Portugal. For what? For a ferry mission before a technical concern which necessitated a precautionary landing. They're saying they were going to Portugal for a ferry mission. Going to Portugal? Look at Portugal on the map. Nigeria sending its aircraft with 11 people to Portugal for a ferry mission. What is a ferry mission? A ferry mission basically in aviation means moving an aircraft from one location to the other, usually without carrying cargo, passengers, or performing combat duty. It's essentially relocation or transferred flight. Let me put it this way. 2 nights ago, you were in Benin, okay? You bombed.
Forefathers.
You did something, okay? Things change.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Go ahead.
I think maybe because I'm not current with news. For me, I'm totally satisfied. Even if you look at the trajectory on the map, that's okay. I don't take this guy's explanation. The truth is that between Lagos and that Bobo de last, it cannot be more than 2 hours.
Yeah.
So if you're going to Portugal, it's understandable. I am suspecting maybe even the plane is being taken for some sort of overhaul. For me, that's the only thing I would. So I think that explanation for me, it has calmed me down. But I think it's the only part that I don't really like is the fact that we wake up and we just go and intervene in another country without any sort of.
But why go through an enemy territory that you know you're not supposed to fly through without authorization?
No. Well, it's maybe because they think they're military.
But you see, do you know that if they are lucky, that was North African country, they will shoot them down because the Sahel nations.
But okay, no, forefathers. Perhaps so. Me, I like to always investigate and ask questions. It is possible also that was not the flight plan. But the fact of the matter is that if you developed a fault mid-air, the issue of whether you have authorization or not, you look for the closest airport. For that kind of aircraft, it's not every airport it will land. That also I can tell you. But like
I agree with that. That's a fact.
I don't like too much speculation. At this point for me, I'm satisfied with the fact that, okay, look, this thing is going to Portugal. It has developed fault mid-air. It has to look for the nearest airport. Okay, but like I keep saying, what is really annoying and upsetting for me, that we as a country can just wake up and there's no any. I don't know, maybe whether the president sought some sort of approval or he doesn't need any approval to go and intervene in any, no matter what you think you're going to do in the other country. But I think for this C-130, I think I will rest my case. I, at this point, don't have any serious issues.
So they just give you an explanation, you accept it. That's it.
I will accept it because what is it? Look, I can put 2 and 2 together. That look, it makes a lot of sense. 9 military people. If really it was a military, you can't carry that plane and carry only 9 people.
Do you know why it's a little bit something you can question? Is because any military knows that if let's say an American hardware fell in the hands of enemies, it's a very serious thing. So you wouldn't even fly near the borders of a nation.
But that means you are not listening to what my theory at this point, which is a theory, is that I don't think that perhaps flying through Burkina Faso was the initial flight plan. I could decide. Normally, most of these people, I see what they do. They could probably plan to fly Benin, Togo, maybe on the outskirts, and then they fly through friendly countries. Obviously, no fool. Nobody's going to tell you that Nigeria and Burkina Faso are very friendly, especially if you can't call the man in Burkina Faso and say, my military plane is going to pass through your country. And you might say, okay, no problem, let them come. I don't think that is possible.
This is what we are talking about. See what we are talking about here. Cote d'Ivoire is right here.
No, start from Lagos. Take from Lagos. Take.
Yeah, from Lagos. I know. I'm saying because I'm excusing you by saying the issue was occurred around this area.
What my suspicion is that they are going to fly through Burkina Faso, but if they developed a fault around inside the air of Burkina Faso,
They were not able to go in. They were not able to go here at all. They were supposed to go through this side and find their way out.
Let's take the theory. So it's my theory. Like I said, it's just a theory. So let's say the plane is inside Cote d'Ivoire. Put your cousin in Cote d'Ivoire. It's not moving. Not moving.
Cote d'Ivoire is here now. Cote d'Ivoire is here. That's it there.
Okay, what's the next big country I'm seeing? Is it Ghana?
This one is, I think it's between Sierra Leone and Liberia, if I'm not mistaken.
So let's say, okay, so just put the cousin in the northern part of that country.
That's Ghana.
Okay, so it's in the northern part of Ghana.
This is Togo. This is Ghana. This is Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana. Yeah.
So I'm saying Cote d'Ivoire. You're saying no. Put it in Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay, Cote d'Ivoire then.
So it's in Cote d'Ivoire. Go up a little bit.
Yeah,
No, don't enter Burkina Faso. Just towards. Go up a bit. Forward. Go forward. No, you like to. So let's assume that the plane developed a fault there. What do you think as a pilot you will do?
You literally go somewhere in Burkina Faso. This in Cote d'Ivoire.
Cote d'Ivoire. So guess where the biggest airport will be in Cote d'Ivoire? It will be around the coast, down.
Depending on where it is, because
so this is what we should do as Black people. Let's find out which is when assuming is there, what is the nearest biggest airport?
Okay. Then somebody something making noise. Sorry. What's that noise? There's noise coming through. Let me see. Oh yeah. So the issue is, say this is Cote d'Ivoire here, and this is Bobo Gelato. Bobo Gelato, for one, is how do I describe it? There's no guarantee the airport is the best one, because the airport is probably going to be
Ouagadougou area. Landed there. So this argument here is the argument. The plane
you're not listening. You're not listening to me. My point is that if Burkina Faso that is less developed than Cote d'Ivoire can have an airport in an area that Nigeria can land, what makes you think that Cote d'Ivoire doesn't have it? Cote d'Ivoire is more advanced.
I'm not thinking I'm saying let's do the little bit of work. Let's investigate. We can find out. Is that you can Google
it. Let me find out. Let me find out.
Yeah. So that it's just a theory. I was upset.
I agree with that. It makes sense if they didn't have anywhere to land. But to me, the way I look at it is that Cote d'Ivoire should have even more airports.
I don't think so.
Or airfields.
Most of us African countries, you find out that, and I don't think it's only Africa, most of the cities will be around the coast.
I can see them. Hold on, let me see. To show. Ooh, that's a lot of airports. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna pull this up for you to see. So now these are Cote d'Ivoire airports. I see Cote d'Ivoire, and see Bobo Dioulasso here. You see all the airports around this in Cote d'Ivoire.
So what I'm saying, forefathers, is that for a C-130, it will not land in every airport. It's not a small plane.
It's true. It's true. It just seems odd. It just seems odd.
Anyway, see, the truth is that I don't know that what happened. I'm only speculating. But the point I'm making is that at this point, based on my speculation, based on my theories, it's not gonna. I was upset, honestly. Why would we? It's like looking for problem. But putting all the facts together now, it can make sense. If the explanation is that the plane was going to Portugal, and immediately it developed a problem, what do you expect people to do? They should look for the nearest big enough airport to go and land. Yeah, we can tell them. But if I'm the pilot, I would like.
You're easy to convince. So okay, it's okay. That's good.
Convinced. That's what I'm saying. I'm convinced at this point until another fact emerges.
Thank you. Father, sorry. I know it's not my turn. Please, sorry. Let me say something. Where is Portugal into this? Why do we want to believe lie of this government? What business that Portugal got to do with this? This is one of their lies, and we want to expand that lie. We want to help them to expand it on this platform. There is nothing to do with Portugal with what happened in Burkina Faso. That's a pure fact. It's the same lie of this government.
Actually, you have to wait for your turn.
You have to gaslight you, and you want to spend that gaslighting. Let's move on. Forget about Portugal. This government that they have no They don't have a face. They are not even ashamed of themselves to be called all the whole small countries in West Africa that were supposed to be bound down to Nigeria. They're treating us like a secret cow. And you are here trying to gaslight the Nigerians with the issue of Portugal. Please, let's move on.
It's very risky. It's very risky to have American aircraft. No, sorry, I was just trying to say that it's very risky to have an American aircraft in the hands of.
Can I speak, please?
Yeah, let's bring. Okay, let Masca say what he wants to say. We have to.
Okay, Masca, go ahead, finish.
Mr. Ike, whether it's me now is having issues with.
No, I don't think it's having issues.
Don't mess with Ike.
I'm just trying to.
Not you.
I wasn't talking. My reference is meant for you. It's meant for the government, the so-called government in Nigeria. What I'm trying to say, this platform should not expand this gaslighting, because there is nothing to do with Portugal with what happened in Burkina Faso. And that's my point.
Okay, I think it's fair enough. Like I said, I was very angry. I'm sure everybody would attest that I was very upset at the initial point, but until when I was provided information, okay, this is what the government said. Unfortunately, I would take it if I don't have any facts. I'm not going to say, oh, no, it's a lie, just because I want to find the government faulty. At this point,
I don't think you should call it a lie. You should just say, okay, because you look at the circumstances surrounding it, you say, okay, this doesn't seem, maybe you will need more information to pass judgment, but you will accept, okay, this is what both sides are saying. I understand that.
I will accept it. I will accept it at this point.
Thank you, Pascal. Next one. Yeah, Tony. So you've seen the video. What do you make? You are a Edo man now, isn't it?
I'm Delta.
These people, I don't know. It's all right.
I am Delta, not Edo.
You are forgiven. Your sins are forgiven from Delta.
But Edo is my brother, so no problem. We used to be one.
Yeah, this is the Edo week now. I'm showing off the Edo culture here.
If you say Midwest or Bendel, yes, we're one.
Which part of Delta are you from? You don't have to say. Don't worry. I'm worse at this.
Okay.
All right. So what do you make of this?
People know which part of Delta I come from, so they know. Anyway, greetings, everybody. Greetings, viewers. Forefathers, greetings. Well, I fly Delta when I go to Nigeria, and I fly past Bobo Dialoso, the airspace. So Bobo Dialoso is within the flight path internationally. It's within that, you can fly through there, through Bobo Dialoso. Now, the issue, what worries me, yes, the Nigerian government has given their own excuse, where they were flying to Portugal. But you see, you ask yourself the question, you have 9 military officers in that plane. What were they going to do? 9. If you're going to fix an aircraft, would you have 9 military officers there?
It was a ferry mission. A ferry mission involves no officer.
Good.
Definition of what a ferry mission is.
Good. Now, 2. Even if you have a situation, it does happen, you can have a mishap or something. The plane was not crashing. So they would have had time to contact the tower to say, listen, we have an emergency. Could you permit us? Could you authorize us to land? It is done internationally. Could you permit us? They can ask a few questions. Who is there? Where, blah, blah, blah. And they give them permission to land in Bobo Dialoso. That was not done. And that's the critical issue. It's not whether we are good with Burkina Faso or we're not good. That's not the issue. And the point is that once you don't get authorization, that's a violation. Okay? Now, as to whether it is closed or it would have gone to Ivory Coast or would have gone, listen, like the Yorubas say, the Igbos also say, the witch cried at night, the child died in the morning. Who killed the child? Nigeria has just been used by France. Macron called Babati, our president, can you run this errand for me? That one said yes. But I don't want you to do it like you did in Niger, because you took some time. You were going to go to the Congress, the Senate, to give you approval and the debate and all that, and you have the powers. Just go ahead and do the stuff. You can go to them later on and get permission. So they did what they did at the prompting of France. Why didn't they call Ghana? Why didn't they call Ivory Coast? Why didn't the French troops in Benin do something? There are French troops stationed there. Why didn't they do it? But you see, when you begin to look at Benin and the position that it occupies, and you begin to draw the map of AES, and the fact that you have had a failed coup in Nigeria, and now this is a coup in Benin, and both of them are pro-France, it begins to make sense to you what is happening. Okay, so the excuse of Nigeria, and they have never always told the truth, always lying. And what Ike is saying is correct. They always tell you, they've always told lies. So public opinion, they have a truth deficit when it comes to communication with the people. So the Nigerian government has not explained what happened. Now, if they have given a satisfactory answer, those 11 guys would have been released. I hear they're still in detention. Okay, so maybe they're there in France. They know that it's France that is behind Nigeria, telling Nigeria to do what it did. And they're saying, oh yeah, let's see what France is going to do. France is probably going to lead Nigeria into a relationship problem with all its neighbors because they are French speaking. And a lot of them are saying no to France. We're tired of you. We're throwing you out. The enemy of my friend is the friend to my enemy is my enemy. So Nigeria is putting itself in a position where, for whatever God knows, whether it's the injection that he goes to go and take in France that is a thing, or there's something else that we don't know. But of course, France has its own interest, because having lost so many of those African countries where it's losing, the economy is going down now. The fact that it has lost a lot of its colonies.
The term you used, I just wanted to look into that a bit more. I've never heard people put it that way before. The friend of my enemy is my enemy.
Yes.
That is the kind of, I'm sure that's America's policy.
No, but that is the truth. It's like someone who has a leper, and people are avoiding him, and people are going to wonder what you must also have leprosy. So what is Nigeria's interest in this rapprochement with France? Not even with Britain. What's the gain for Nigeria? What's France looking for? Having lost military positions, lost economic, benefits that is getting, from its former colonies. If he can get Nigeria and preserve Benin, both of them very strategic. Okay, very, very strategic. Maybe time, Jide is here. With time, Jide will break it down for us, But these are very, very strategic. There's an interest. That's why America is also looking at Nigeria. That's why China is also looking. That's why France is also looking. That's why jihadists are also looking. If you look at all these areas that we're talking about, each of them, whether it's Burkina Faso, Benin, Togo, even up to Ghana, along the border, and even Ivory Coast along the border, you have these jihadist activities, all around to Cameroon, all around that belt. But the point, what I'm saying is that Nigeria hasn't given us any answer. And nobody is going to believe what Nigeria has said concerning going to Portugal or not going to Portugal.
I think you should swap Nigeria with Tinubu.
So when I say Nigeria, that's Tinubu now, because Nigeria didn't endorse. Nigeria as the country did not endorse that move. He did it, and then after doing it, when now there's trouble, he's going to his friend Akpabio to come and he didn't even send for them to debate it. I just want to inform you, just put a stamp, and everybody. And when people stood to say, listen, we have to debate this thing, some of your leaders, some of your so-called representatives say, no, they were arguing, no, don't debate. The president just wanted to let us know.
There can be joint military, but
sorry, there's one other thing that I noticed that I think Boala is the president's spokesman. I'm not sure what position he holds, but he was saying something that I find very disturbing. He was like saying that how they are bringing the students that used to go to school in the outskirts of Nigeria, bringing them to the city to have one big school in the city, and kind of removing people from the outskirts of the country just because they cannot secure them, which sounds good, but they are leaving whole areas of Nigeria for bandits.
That is what the defense minister, one of your defense ministers, I think we have two, the junior and the senior, said that Nigeria should not encourage opening schools or building schools in remote areas, quote unquote, whatever that means. That is
so stupid. You know what somebody said? Sorry about that. The guy said, what kind of suggestion is that? Soon you are going to be protecting you from your door. You can't come out because bandits are taking over the whole space.
That is what we are saying. From them. What they are saying literally is, bandits, you can take over the rural areas, we'll leave it for you. It's very stupid to me. I don't see any reason in that. But you see, that's another discussion entirely, because when you begin to analyze that, you begin to see that the person who made it didn't make that statement out of sincerity, out of a need to address the problem that you have. But that's a different. But if you look at Boala when he was speaking on this Portugal thing and all this, you could see that he was finding it difficult. Actually, he was conservative with the truth, and what he said didn't make sense at all. When he was talking about Starlink and all that, I wanted to comment, in the first session, Dr. Damages, ended it. It doesn't make sense because I mean, I have a little bit knowledge about these things because I happen to have done business that's related to that particular area. It's absolutely bunkum nonsense that he's talking about. Doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Let me move it to Simba. Simba, thank you for joining us. It's been a while. I enjoy your submissions, and so I don't know, man. This whole thing, is it that our leaders are out of their depth? Because you can see a scenario where Trump, that's Tinubu, could do deals with France to benefit Nigeria and maybe African countries too. There is a scenario. If he was brave, like the way Lengwa people like Mao Dong, he would go there and say, France, I will be your best friend. I need your nuclear technology and missile technology, like the way other leaders do. But even fellow Nigerians will not believe that it's possible to do that. That's my point. Maybe there is a way our leaders can do business, do deals with foreign leaders, and they can be able to benefit us in a way that, in other words, they use Nigeria as a gateway to West Africa.
Wishful thinking, man. Wishful thinking.
I know.
It would be beautiful if that's what happened.
There's a way to possibility.
Know your guy. You should know the person you're talking about. He did it for himself. At the moment, Donald Trump has decided to take Tinubu as a scapegoat, and he's going to use him for something, and he's trying his best. And keep in mind, this president of France, he did his apprenticeship in Nigeria, huh? So he understands how the behind politics works in Nigeria. How do you talk to politicians here? And he's like, hey, I'm going to do this for you. I'll make your standing better. Literally, because there's no reason why Nigeria should have that discussion with France. If it's Benin that told him to do it, or if France told him to contact these guys and tell them, I'm going to do this right now.
It's definitely France, because even if Benin requests it without France approval, I don't think they will go in there.
Pretty doubt that will happen, yeah. And the question is how everything happened so quickly. He didn't get approval. He made those decisions himself. And you could see how tactically it was like constant bombing. The bomb that cannot hit the guys in the forest, the terrorists in the forest, those ones can hit specific targets. You know, they didn't bomb everybody in Benin. It was precise targeted bombing, though. Correct? So I don't know.
Those
We should be
plotters,
honest with ourselves.
those plotters, if you saw them at the station, even like they look like, you know, Lokba that they just they look like Lokba that just missed their way. And
that was true. The helmet wasn't even straight. I know. I saw it. I was like,
come on, man.
Yeah, it was a bit.
That is embarrassing.
It was wishful. What they wrote was right. What they wrote,
yes,
the arguments were right. It was just the view was a bit.
The helmet was like, come on.
Yeah,
have a bit of dignity.
Yeah, it was a little bit. I think even cadets dress. Anyway, I don't want to claim to insult their military. I bet these are very good guys, and their heart was in the right place. And
Yeah,
it was
that's
squashed.
the truth.
It was squashed real quick. Normally, you should secure. Okay, I don't even want to give one-on-one on how coup works, but normally the president should be secured before you can make the announcement.
Is that not common sense?
That's off topic. But the most important thing, I'm looking at the overall picture now. There's a reason why they were there. It was on behalf of France, exactly what Tony said. 1000%. I mean, I heard the whole story. I was like, looked at everything. Like, of course, it was France that told them to do that. And keep in mind, a ferry mission should not have any combatants inside the plane. So they had a couple of people there, 4 civilians and I believe 9 soldiers, correct?
Yeah. But before you move on from the coup, something just occurred to me. Nobody seems to have considered this. Could this have been a false flag, kind of? In a kind of way, let's say it's not even consciously false flag, but maybe they knew, and they knew that these guys were never going to succeed. But what they've just ensured is that that president that France loves is going to remain in office for quite a long time. The reason why I'm saying this is because what happened in Guinea-Bissau, the president handed over power to the military directly because they didn't want the opposition leader to take over. But actually won the election. Gabon, Gabon. It happened again. They removed France removed a leader that was their own man and put another military guy that was their own man just to forestall in case another military person wants to take over.
I would not say that's it. I would definitely say that's not possible. That's definitely possible. It's called divide and conquer. Any means whatever. France is losing. France economically depends on Africa, literally, or the world depends on Africa. And the fact that France has lost so much ground, it's obligated to do whatever it has to do to save its country. And that's exactly what's going on now.
If you're the leader of Nigeria, it's not leverage.
I mean, I'm going to use, it's called divide and conquer. I'll use these people to go against themselves. If I can get a scapegoat, and I know how to sugarcoat it.
But no, if you're a Nigerian leader, what would you do to take advantage of the situation? France is losing ground. What would you do?
If I'm a desperate, selfish Nigerian leader that has bad run-ins with America, that America can actually put a ban on my ticket and I can't go to other countries and take medication, I'll do whatever I can to save my ass. I mean, not me, but that's what I think. If you're a selfish person, to play the devil's advocate.
Okay, what if you are a reasonable person that wants to do the right thing by the nation?
Hell
what would you see?
France will even bother. They'll be targeting to kill you.
No, hold on. Before they want to kill you, you must have hated them for one reason or the other. Let's say you meant well for your nation, but you see that France is suffering right now. As a person that is not necessarily enemy of France, what would you want to do to France? Let's give Tinubu the benefit of the doubt that is it somebody he means well for Nigeria. He's not compromised in any way in Washington or anywhere. What do you think you want to demand?
That's assuming France wants to be fair. France doesn't play fair.
Yeah, but don't worry about France. I'm saying you now. What would you want to take advantage of now that you have an opportunity? Because now France is running weak. You think that maybe you can help France one way or the other. So what would you demand?
I would say that's the last country to help because they want to take more from you. You can take from. It's better to get better to get training from North Korea. Honestly, it's better to get training from there. No, you have to look at your enemy. You have to know his tactic. Tell me one country that France has helped.
I think France, for what I gather, they did help Israel, to an extent, get their nukes. I don't know how
That's
true
the
that
wrong
is.
word. Don't raise that word. That's it. I don't even want to go to that topic right now. That's a different
Oh, no,
bullshit.
Israel is a nation now.
They helped kill. Yeah, but yeah. That's another topic. Yeah, but you know what I mean.
France has hardly helped any nation actually. Real, I think for what I can remember, I don't think they helped any of these like India,
countries.
Pakistan, none of them, no nation. Francophone country, they kill them, they just finish them off.
But that's my point. We are black. They look at us the same way. I don't think they'll look at us like they look at Asians or something. You have to look at it. We have to be realistic with this. And
well, some people say Cote d'Ivoire is not doing too badly though.
So what?
Some people say Cote d'Ivoire is not doing too badly.
They are just relatively
because they retired there. They have their wife, the guys from France go there to retire. It should have a little bit of infrastructure, but everything goes directly there. Your vacation place, you make it a little bit nice. Yeah. Those. They retire there. The retirement home is full of those guys there. It's cheaper to retire there than to retire in France.
That's true. That makes sense. I didn't know about the retirement thing, but it does make sense when you put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. African leaders they need to learn how to cut better deals. African leaders need to learn how to cut better deals. If they
but you have to cut deals with someone that wants to eat and you eat too, but not someone that just wants to kill you and take everything from you.
Yeah, I can't agree with that because
you can't make a deal with
you
can't make a deal with the devil when you know if the devil says, "Oh, I'll give you a wish." Okay, man, if I make a wish, it's going to find a way to use that thing to burn me. You have to be realistic with stuff like this.
Anybody out there, if France has helped any nation do well, because I know America helped Japan, helped Germany, helped South Korea, helped Taiwan. Which country has France helped? Can anybody come and bail France out here? Because I don't know any country France has ever helped before.
And it's for their own good. They have to do it that way. They're trying to rescue their country. That economically, they've lost so much money that they're getting. So he has to do whatever he has to do. I understand where France is coming from. I have no beef with all these countries. I have to be realistic with this thing. You have to do the best for your country. And he's doing his best for his country by manipulating dumb leaders. That's how we do. That's how you do it.
I agree with that. And they are doing what is good for their people.
Yeah.
Our people need to do what is good for our own people. Thank you for that. Let's hope that our leaders are learning and hearing some of all these things our people are saying. They need to learn how to put our people first. So, Jide, what do you make of this whole?
Sorry. Giving you guys, please. I want to go home, right? I wish you.
Thank you for joining us, Ike. Yeah, I appreciate it.
I would like you to go and meet your father in Venezuela, Maduro.
Maduro. Look at that. He's just looking for trouble everywhere he goes now.
But forefathers, the sad thing is this is a man who is about the age of Tinubu's first son that is pushing him. Tinubu is almost 2 times his age. Yeah. And that's the guy that is pushing our president about on, right on, left on, about on, sit down and he sits. It's a big shame.
Yeah. The guy
is an art.
Is quite desperate. And remember, it's not just him. There are forces behind him. It's not just him. He might look young, but these are people that are extremely powerful. They shape the world. They mean business, and they are not in a good mood right now. Everything you see from Trump is similar to what they are doing behind the scenes too. It's just that they tend to quote it in niceties, make it look like they're not doing anything nasty. They are. After all, Candace Owen, an American, is worried that the French may even be linked. There's no evidence so far, apart from what she said that somebody in the French Legionnaire told her that they may be linked to Charlie Kirk's assassination and threatening her too. So you can see that there is a lot of stuff. If that is proven, man, then I'll just feel sorry for African leaders, because it means that these are the kind of African leaders that are up against. If they can do this to an American person, what chance have African leaders got? So, but we'll see anyway. And it turns out that France and the US, they are very close. People don't know how close these nations are. There are towns in the US that France owns a lot of buildings in those areas, because during the Civil War, the French supported America, so they had a lot of close ties. They say with America. So I didn't know that because of that investigation that is going on recently, a lot of things have been open up. But we know they are linked in NATO anyway, so we already know that. Jide, so what do you make of the entire episode? From the coup, landing of plane, and what direction are we going here? And do you see any potential, path? Let's say you're advancing the president. What would you advise him to do? Because there's only, we can criticize him all we want, but we have to start coming up with ways. Maybe, you never know, he may be seeking for ways, and he might come up with something that he might listen to. So what do you make of it?
First of all, as Nigeria stands right now, we are heading into further destruction. Nigeria is going further, heading towards an inevitable destruction that Nigeria may not be able to recover, and all of us will bear the brunt, unfortunately. Nigeria is currently going to be used as a direct proxy, not just by the US, but by France. Not just by the US now, or by Britain, but also by France. So right now, Nigeria is heading towards an inevitable destruction. If I'm going to advise Tinubu, President Tinubu, knowing that he probably may not implement it, I'm going to let him know. Maybe if I'm going to advise him on a personal level, maybe not professional now, but on a personal level, that what does he want his legacy to be when he leaves power? What does he want his legacy to be? That Nigeria is a country that is being used as a proxy to attack other neighboring countries, a country that is left us far worse than it was when he came to power. Like, what legacy does he want to leave? That's my first question for him. Like, is it just about keeping power? How long is he going to keep power? At some point, he's going to die. At some point, he's going to die. I'm not wishing for his death in power, but at some point, he's going to die. So what will be his legacy? If I'm even going to ask him, it's quite unfortunate, But yeah, I've been talking about this for a very long time. Nigeria, when I talk about things...
No. You mean the question you're going to ask him is what is going to be his legacy? What is his advice you're going to give him?
The advice I'll give him, to be honest, I'll let him know that it's up to you, are you going to be a nationalist that would serve Nigeria's interests? If that's the case, then you have to move away from France. You have to move away from France, you have to move away from the US, and you have to move towards forming alliance with neighboring countries, forming cooperation with neighboring countries, forming an anti-imperialist alliance, a democratic alliance, forming an anti-imperialist democratic alliance. You don't want your country to be cooled. You don't want other neighboring countries to be cooled, like Burkina Faso, Niger, and what's the name? Mali. You don't want them to be cooled. Start doing the right thing. Start investing in the people. Start focus on the nations, on national interests. Focus on, securing the country. Focus on improving the lives of the people. Break away from Western influence. I'm going to tell him right in his face. You need this for our survival. Because talking about survival, yeah. Do you know
that what you just said just now, before you said it, it never occurred to me fully until you put it that way, because it looks like it's not, if Nigeria decides to go, let's say, rogue and go with the Sahel nations, that could be a big decisive move against the West. Maybe the West will lose the entire Western in Africa because of it. And if Nigeria decides to launch towards Russia and BRICS nation, let's put it that way, BRICS nation, man, that could be hard to surmount. That could be hard. It's not like one government now where you can just overthrow. Guys, if Nigeria joins them, they form an alliance. So that could be hard to surmount.
You see, there are some certain countries. When I talk about geopolitics some weeks ago, I talked about the fact that there are some certain countries, the West can never allow them to unite. The West can never allow them to be stable. They can never. And Nigeria is one of them. I was talking about India and Pakistan and Ukraine that day, Afghanistan, all these countries. Nigeria is just like those countries. They can never allow Nigeria to unite. They can never allow people that are running Nigeria to serve Nigerian people's interests. They will never. If Nigeria start doing that, they will wage war on Nigeria.
But what you said now, okay, you are right though. They could wage war on Nigeria. Maybe that's the reason why Trump is doing what he's doing too. See, we don't necessarily know. Maybe Tinubu saw it and said maybe he was tempted. The French, the Chinese, and these are nudging him go that direction. But that when Trump saw it and decided to threaten him the way he threatened him, because remember at the end of that message he said, "Act fast. You need to act fast." There's a message they were sending to the president of Nigeria, and because it might seem like speculation, but there is a lot of movement going on behind the scenes. And if you look at the way Trump is behaving, Trump is revealing a lot of all these things openly. I don't think it's national resources. Nigeria will give away national resources. Except they fear that Nigeria is moving towards the Sahel nations in one way or the other. Because if Nigeria decides to go rogue, they will form an alliance. Yes. The Sahel nations, once you join them, they are going to be looking to form a military alliance. And once you have that, Algeria is already thinking of supporting them with any war that anybody fights against them. That will be difficult to break.
Yes.
And the other African nations will have to fall in line.
Yes, in fact, I'm going to advise Tinubu that, look, maybe you don't see what's going on, but I will let you know. France is trying to use Nigeria as a military proxy against any neighboring Francophone country that is willing to move away from French influence. It's as simple as that. They are because France cannot go directly. Because we need to understand this. France cannot go directly to go and attack those countries. And I think they're going to go and fight to restore democracy in 8 years. They need to use one of those countries as a proxy. They can't use Ivory Coast. The military power of Ivory Coast is not as good as Nigeria's. That's even if they even want to do it. Or Ghana.
No, they cannot try Nigeria. They cannot try Nigeria. That would be too much. You know, but on the other side, like I asked Simba though, knowing that Nigeria has this leverage, that's why I say it's leverage. Nigeria has this leverage against the West, and especially France, that needs all these countries to be in line. Why are we not leveraging it? Why are we not saying, you know what, I'm supporting you now, but I need something in return? You can't tell me to support you for nothing. We need megawatt of electricity. We need ballistic, Mr. Do you know France, the same France we are talking about, make no mistake, because we like to think that this is above our head. They offered India nuclear submarine for free. They offered it to India, like take. You know why they're giving it to India? Because they feel that India is going to use it to check China. That's why they did that. So I don't even think India bothered to take it, because India have their own already. So they
have their own nuclear powered infrastructure. Like, so
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we need to understand these people in power in Nigeria and all these African countries. They don't really care about the interest of the countries that they are serving. They only care about themselves staying in power and their family. That's the legacy they want to leave behind. That is what they care about. That is their priority. So they'd rather die on the throne and keep power than for them to develop their people. They can't. And for them to do that, they have to align with the West. They have to align with the West. They can't do that and align with Russia or even China fully. They can't. It's about their own interests. They don't see humanity in the people they govern. They don't see any humanity in them. That is why it gives them pleasure that the country is divided. That's one thing we need to understand. All these people in power, all these wicked, Peter Obi, Tinubu, they don't see any humanity in us. They don't see any humanity in us. That's why they can go and consult America for security aid, for security assistance.
I must say, Goodluck Jonathan, former President Goodluck Jonathan, sounds very fascinating, because when I hear him talk, for once, as a leader of Nigeria, he's one of those people that came across as if he actually sees the people. I'm not sure why. And he seems like a believer in democracy. Like, when he came back from Burkina Faso, he was like, they have to let the guy the guy that won the election rule. And then he went on to talk about how democracies will have to compete with the military regimes in the Sahel and all that. The guy, and he was serious to say the Democrats needs to get their act in order. He is a believer in democracy. And he's one of those leaders that I've seen have actually come out passionately to defend democracy. It's very rare you see Nigerian leaders talk ideologically about anything. They are so bland and dead in the eye politicians.
But Papa, don't forget that it was the same democracy that took him out of power. That same democracy that you're talking about that he loves, that was what took him out of power. Because when I talk about democracy, the liberal democracy we're talking about, it creates an open society. In fact, this open democracy is creates an avenue for instability. The only country that is democratic that I know of, that they change leaders frequently, and it's anti-imperialist, only one, and that's Bolivia. And that's because the military, they stand with the people and the leadership. But if you look at other countries that are anti-imperialists, they call them dictators. That's why they call them dictators, because they are not open societies like that. Nigeria was open. NGOs came to fund APC, the terrorists and political persons now called APC. They have so much power. NGOs, you know, of Western institutions to take out. I mean, now I'm not saying Goodluck Jonathan was perfect. Of course, I never supported Goodluck Jonathan. I was never in support of him. But the point is, they did that. They played a role in the ousting of Goodluck Jonathan, whatever his agenda was, because there was already an open society. That's the point. That's exactly the point. If you want a democracy, we want a democracy that would what? That would further our own interests. This liberal democracy that we are, it is democracy for the rich. The rich will always they will always pull the strings through their institutions, through their political parties. I don't call them political parties.
Let me show you. Let me show you what I was talking about.
Within the West African bloc,
don't worry yourself. Even if 5 countries remain in ECOWAS, so be it. It's costly to do the right thing, but ECOWAS must not bother. If Guinea-Bissau want to join the military camp, they should. They should. Even if 5 countries are committed to remain in ECOWAS and develop ECOWAS, the only thing is that they must modify the protocols or create some other protocols to make sure that ECOWAS do things that will endear them to the citizens, things that young people will benefit, things that business class will benefit, things that students will benefit. Let ECOWAS be attractive to citizens of the community, not just talking about political issues. When ECOWAS continue to do those things, these countries, they will come back to join ECOWAS. The military, it will not be forever. You carry gun today, took over government, with time, society will be tired of you and will ask you to go. It will not take more than 10 years for all these countries to go back to civil rule, and they will join ECOWAS. So for now, even if only 5 countries out of the 15 are ready to carry on with the ECOWAS, they should. So we should not bother about that and begin to change their position. ECOWAS must stand firm. We cannot accept military in ECOWAS.
So you see that he's a believer in democracy to the extreme.
I agree with him. Okay.
Yeah. I see his reasoning. So the question then is, that's why I keep saying that it looks like what he basically describing there is what I was saying earlier on. I've been saying this for weeks, that it appears these Sahel nations are the true opposition to democracies, because within democracies themselves, apart from maybe Ghana, the rest have been sabotaged.
Yes.
Maybe Liberia, they did change government in Liberia too. So the rest have been sabotaged. The rest, look at Biya. Biya has gotten himself elected again. This Togo one is going to be elected again. Ouattara is going to be elected again. And he's already changed the constitution to suit himself. It's like continuously keep doing this nonsense. What Jonathan is saying there, that democracies are going to function, I don't think they will. The way they are behaving right now, maybe I don't know. Nigeria one, I'm not even seeing that much change in Nigeria apart from Dangote. I don't know. Maybe if democracies can behave, yes, those countries will return. But what if those countries start advancing more than democracies?
Yeah,
have you considered that?
Yeah, like that's exactly the point he's making. Like you are use ECOWAS, these ECOWAS member states, they are complaining that a lot of their neighboring countries are moving away from democracy, but they're not serving any good example. They're not serving any good example. So for you to come and even say that, okay, Burkina Faso is a dictatorship or Mali is a dictatorship, you need to serve an example for your people. You're not serving any example, but at the same time, you're criticizing other countries that are following a different route. a different direction. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. But that's to tell you the way they think. That's to tell you how these people think. These people, they do not have any good intention for their people at all. They don't. See, they are incompetent. And when you don't have good intentions, they are both. They are both incompetent and they do not have any good intention for their people. So we need to understand those things. And the only solution to this is by taking power from these criminals. But after taking power, we need to now overhaul the entire political system in all these countries like Nigeria, Togo, Benin, But the major point is, as things are now, Nigeria is now seeming to be a military proxy for France. And that is very disturbing. That is very disturbing. What's going on in Bobo Dioulasso? What happened? I'm worried. This is my speculation. And some sources are already saying it, that these people are there for espionage on Burkina Faso military. This is a speculation, but there are even sources that are already saying it. They are there for espionage. Espionage. And that is a crime that can lead to, imprisonment or even death sentence.
Yeah, but why would they risk getting captured? Because the aircraft is not exactly that well camouflaged to go and risk their Nigerian lives. Do you think in a way, I'm beginning to think like massacre to an extent, because why would they, except they actually want to go and, because they didn't find arms with them.
They're playing chess.
Yeah, I don't know. Or somebody said that it was a trap, that the French are setting a trap for the Burkina Faso regime. In other words, so that if they had shot the plane down, that could have led Nigeria to react, and the French will from there enter and help remove the regime. So, and that guy was telling the Burkinabe that they should release the Nigerian officials and release the plane, because that is like a trap to entrap them into a conflict. But I don't know that. And I think this guy, whenever Dexter is beginning to look me from that corner of his eyes, I know that it's about time I need to get.
But either way, we both agree clearly that this is an operation. This is not an accident. From what you're saying, this is definitely an operation, a planned operation, using Nigeria as a proxy. We don't want to be in that position. I've been saying it all these weeks. I've been saying it. And it seems like the more I'm saying it, the more the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people, not all, are leaning towards the enemy, towards destruction. It's almost like someone is saying it and seeing it, but no one can see it. We are in deep trouble. We are in deep trouble. And
do you know why I don't want to pass? Are you not jumping to conclusion? See, I don't want to conclude, because we don't know. Maybe there's something the Nigerian government is getting from this. We don't know. Maybe the Tinubu asked for something big for Nigeria. We don't know. Maybe that's why Dangote Refinery says party for We don't have a clue, because if Dangote Refinery keeps going forward and we keep advancing, maybe that's the path forward. Who knows? See, all I'm saying is that maybe we should just hold our judgment a little bit. Let's watch the space, because everything I've seen so far is not looking good for Nigeria. But I know you are. Tinubu hasn't given any reason to trust him. I don't even know why I'm even giving benefit of the doubt. But I feel like it's an own goal. That if they don't take advantage of it, it's the stupidest thing ever. When you see France weakening and you don't use the opportunity to get something from them, that is stupid. That is the stupidest thing. If we do that, then we are more stupid than I actually thought we were. That as a nation, we are more stupid than I thought we were.
But
let me bring. Let me bring the 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, nevertheless, you still do not create tensions with your neighboring countries. You don't. No matter what the plan they have with France, you don't create tensions with your neighboring countries. You already have instability already. They are fighting, and you're trying to create tensions with your neighbors. How does that make sense? Man, I don't know, man. I'll stop there.
Thank God is Burkina Faso. Now, Burkina Faso is 2 countries removed from Nigeria. If that was Benin Republic, all those cousins of fellow northern Nigerians will come and trouble us.
I have a question though. Can anyone confirm that Nigerian military actually killed some civilians in Benin Republic? Is that true?
We'll check that out. There's no confirmation of anything like that. Dexter, let me say this. Next time, post like this. I think that your post today is cool. It makes you look tough and cool with your music instrument behind your back. The other time you just pose and sometimes you freeze in the camera. It's not the best. So pose like this. This is the right pose to come with. So what is happening? Although, okay, let's forget about it. Let me move on. Although you want to rotate that guitar the other way around. And that said, what do you make of the headline?
I think, thank you, forefathers. I think Jide has been alarmist.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah,
it depends on how you
I think
it's
been alarmist. I'm not pro this administration, but I think one thing we can do is analyze everything based on the facts we know, not based on conjectures. Okay.
What I've said is never based on conjecture. I don't know how you see it, but if you can't see
let me speak
now.
Allow me.
That's very, very disturbing. I'm sorry.
They allow me to speak. I said I think you are being alarmist. Okay, and we should approach this thing. We should, as analysts, analyze it based on facts first. What do I know? What's the information at my disposal? Rather than make conjectures of things that are not, I think that's the least we owe ourselves here. There can be suspicion of, there's a possibility of something, but that doesn't prove. First of all, the story goes that the information is that the Burkinabe did not even know that plane landed. For like 2 hours, they were not even aware that a plane had landed in Bobo de Lasso.
Can I respond?
They were not aware.
Can I respond?
They were not aware. How you know
that? The military have a contrary opinion position. They actually said they actually forced it to come down.
They did not force it down.
They actually forced it.
Okay. You are getting it wrong. That's why I say when you start listening to all kinds of things, you won't get the facts.
Dexter, where's your source though?
The plane, when the Burkinabe reported about the plane, when they were trying to make name, they said it landed with two pilots. A C-130 doesn't go with 2 pilots.
Where's your source? Where's your source? Where's your source?
Please go and listen to the news. Listen to the news in Nigeria.
But you know what, Dexter.
Listen to military experts. Go and listen to Captain Blade.
Captain Blade is an entity. I don't listen to that guy.
I'm not talking about.
But Dexter, I agree. I understand what
you're saying. I have a question.
Okay. I will ask you that question.
Ask me questions. Okay? 4 people fly that Charlie. Go and listen to military experts on how the Charlie operates. So when the Burkinabes gave the first information, they were trying to make name for it, first of all. But the experts say, look, it can't be 2 pilots flying that Charlie. It's not possible. Okay? Then the information came out that, it's 4 pilots actually. You have 4 pilots flying the Charlie. And then the crew that were with them. Now, whether that crew was going to Portugal for anything, I can't say they were going to Portugal. I can't confirm or deny. Secondly, is if they were planning to go to Portugal, why didn't they inform the Burkina Faso aerospace, what do you call them, ministry or whatever? Because if you are flying through somebody's airspace, you are supposed to inform them that I'm going to pass through here. Please grant me access. Now, the excuse Nigeria is giving is, there was a plane, there was a fault, and so we had to land. It really doesn't add up also. Coming today when Rufai Oseni posted that there has been that the Nigerian government has actually not officially reached out to Burkina Faso that, look, this is what was happening. So, of course, there is some lack of clarity. But think about it. Forefathers put up the map. Where Burkina Faso is, where Benin Republic is, and where that Charlie is landing. So that's a very, very I mean, that is very far. So if those guys were going to, and from analysis, who was it that was analyzing it? That plane will barely take off. It will pass Benin Republic. Do you understand? So if you wanted to even do a reconnaissance on Benin, why would you use that kind of big carrier? You know, so there are a lot of things that don't add up yet. But I think one thing we should do is we should wait to get the facts and not dwell so much on conjectures. Now, why that is happening, I cannot say. You understand? I can't say. Nigeria doesn't have any, there's nothing with Burkina Faso at present. There's nothing. Now, if it's about, oh, the West wants to, somebody says, well, the argument might be, oh, why are we fighting out? Look, every country, Nigeria has not finished fighting for its interest to now say, oh, we must partner with our neighbors. No. Every country, look, America, are they playing with kids' globes with Venezuela? Is it not their neighbors? Is it not next door neighbors? So let's not bring in plenty conjectures here. Based on the facts of what I can see on ground, there can be some suspicion of why that Charlie is going there. The government has to come out. The Nigerian government has to come out and report exactly. Now, the truth is that the officers that are being held in Burkina Faso, if care is not taken, they have been held for a long time. Now, the Burkinabes have not said anything.
They've said it. That's I will respond. Where don't I respond?
The Burkinabes have not come out and said, oh, these guys have given us information. Nigeria was carrying out a covert operation here. No. The Burkinabes have not come out to say that. If the Burkinabes have come out and say that they have caught these guys doing something illegal, then maybe I'll say fine. But they haven't come out to say any of that. The Nigerian authority has not clarified anything. And get it right, I'm not supporting this administration. But what I'm saying is we must base whatever we're saying.
But did they violate the airspace though? Is that not illegal?
I said so. The right thing to do.
It's not illegal. It's not illegal.
You can say it's illegal, but my friend, you are not. Have you been on a plane that had a problem? If you are on a plane,
you inform the FAA or whatever.
What you're saying doesn't apply. Mayday. When you're doing mayday, there's nothing like informing anybody.
Portugal made it clear. Portugal made it clear. That there was no intention they are coming to their country. They spoke to Burkina Faso. The sources are there. It is clear that
they did what?
They made it clear that there was nothing about Nigeria coming to Portugal for any mechanical repair.
When I started the conversation, I addressed that point.
But the analysis was based on conjecture, but it's not conjecture. This is based on evidence.
The reason we landed there was because of technical faults on that plane. When there was technical faults, the pilots will they will land wherever is closest for them. Now, in that period, that is not when they will be giving. So, example, if Nigeria, the path for the plane was not to pass through Burkina Faso, but when the plane, let's say the plane was passing through Cote d'Ivoire, like Fofara showed on the map, and then the plane developed a problem, and they charted where is the closest airport where we can land, and it was the one in Burkina Faso. They will go there. Those guys on the plane will just give mayday. They will not go and be trying to contact it. They will just give out the distress signal, and they will go and land. And to tell you, they landed that plane, and the Burkinabes were not even aware when it first landed. They were the ones that informed them.
If they are not aware, this is logical. If they are not aware, then that means definitely they would have infiltrated Burkina Faso in any way. And there's no way the military would have detected them.
You say if they were not aware, what will happen?
If Burkina Faso was not aware, there's no way the Burkinabe security will be able to detect Nigerian military.
What are you talking about?
There's no way.
So Jide, your plane has a problem. You land in somebody's airstrip. Won't you inform the person? That is what happened.
So wait. You will inform the person, and despite that, the person will still detain you.
Sorry?
Come on now.
See, so Jide, it is a security situation. Somebody lands in your airstrip with a cargo military plane. Even if the person informed you, you have to investigate it. That is true. What is happening with Burkina Faso is normal security protocol. You came to my airspace. You told me you had a technical fault. You landed a military aircraft. I have to investigate it. I won't just tell you bye. You can go. No. I have to investigate it. And they have to investigate it because of what is happening in Benin Republic. It's a simple thing. The plane had a problem. They landed where they could land. They informed the Burkina base, oh, we've landed here. They came there, they saw the aircraft. Oh, we have to investigate it. So let's not make these conjectures of, I know it is fine to try and, for optics and for traffic, but let's, if you want to do a proper analysis of things, you analyze it based on facts first. Not
but there's a fact.
conjectures.
But there's a fact. It's not because of conjecture, but there's a fact.
What's the fact?
There's a tension between Nigeria and Burkina Faso.
What's the
There's
tension?
tension.
Sorry,
Yes,
what is
because
the
Burkina
tension?
Faso is out of ECOWAS.
So wait, what is
like
the
this.
tension? Jide, what is the
What are
tension
the facts?
between Burkina Faso
And Nigeria, yes. Nigeria is out of ECOWAS.
So
They were going to
Jide,
deploy ECOMOG to invade yes. These are facts.
we invaded who?
what?
Who did we
They
invade?
had a plan. They had a plan 2 years ago. You know about this.
Jide, what are you talking about? If when the UK pulled out
What are you
of
talking about? Come on, man.
Jide, when the UK pulled out of Brexit, when the UK pulled out from Brexit, did it make them an enemy of EU? What are you talking about? If Burkina Faso have a right to stay in ECOWAS or not? Let us not.
So wait, Dexter. Okay.
Sorry, let me just share this information. There are people that are saying that the aircraft may have been forced down, and on the other side they are saying they forced the aircraft down, and on the Nigerian side they are saying they landed due to a fault. So if you look at the post this guy posted, it says there's no real evidence for this, but it's a post nonetheless. It says the grounded Nigerian C-130 was no ordinary aircraft. It was equipped with highly sophisticated geomapping systems and technology. It was transmitting the information in real time to the French military agencies in the region. Had the aircraft not been intercepted and grounded, the French would have been having all the Burkinabe military bases and coordinates. The highly trained Nigerian military personnel are likely to face espionage and terrorism charges. Death sentences will be appropriate. I'm not so sure about this.
I did not read this. So I did not read this. And this is what I said.
That is
I
a
did not
lie.
read this. This is what I
Let
said.
me tell you, forefathers. Let
This
me tell
is
you
what
why
I said.
that is a
I did
lie.
not read it.
Forefathers, that's that. Hold on. Forefathers, the Burkinabe authorities did not, this is not coming from Burkinabe authorities. So this cannot be true.
It's not
It's
true.
not, it's not true.
It's not true. Let us stop listening to.
Let me
Forefathers,
dig
let me
deeper.
tell you something. Let me ask you a question. If the French want to get surveillance over Burkina Faso, why will you be using the Charlie that is supposed to be carrying cargo to get surveillance? Why? Let us be with all your intellect. Don't fall for all these cheap. First of all, Jide, I told you are alarmist. So you are trying to push whatever.
How is he an alarmist? What are you talking about?
Agenda.
You've never provided any evidence that I'm
Wait,
an alarmist.
the
You've not
point-
provided any evidence.
The
I said I'm
point-
an alarmist.
Jide,
Just to
you
cover
are
your
alarmist. Let me provide
Provide
evidence. you are
your
alarmist.
evidence. Oh, yeah,
Let
provide
me
the
provide the
evidence.
evidence. You keep
Yes,
on
provide
pushing
it.
the narrative of
Pushing the narrative. And
like you
America
said-
said they want to
you
come and
said
invade your
this
country.
today.
I'm pushing a narrative.
Wait,
I'm
you said it
ashamed of
today
you, man.
that we are moving towards the west, we're moving towards the enemy, we're doing this one, and then
Yes,
this-
and I've been proven time
Wait,
and time
now,
again.
let me speak. Now, any news that comes out, you always find a way to shape it into your narrative, and you don't analyze the news based on its merits. Now, get my point right. Don't think I'm not supporting this administration. I'm not supporting them. They lie. Their spokesmen lie. They lie a lot, so I don't support them. But it will not make me to analyze things from a biased point. I have to analyze things based on the facts and on the truths available. I can't analyze it to shape my own narrative. No.
This is your version of I have black friends. That's your version of I have black friends. Like, come on, man.
So the point is this. Let us not create any that Nigeria is at war, Nigeria is having contention with Burkina Faso, Niger. Anybody can. ECOWAS is not compulsory.
Nigeria has a problem with Benin Republic that they invaded. Do you know how many Nigerians that trade in the Benin Republic? Nigeria invaded the country and actually bombed
What are you
country.
talking about?
Nigeria bombed the country.
Wait,
yes, they did.
What does
What
invade?
did was against international law.
It's against it's against international law.
Certificate. What's the meaning of invade?
It's they invaded the country and bombed the country. What are you talking about?
Define invade.
They violated territorial integrity. That's what they did. They violated it by going in the country.
Define invade.
They violated their territorial integrity. That's invasion. Wait. Are you saying that Benin Republic military should come to the north to bomb the terrorists there?
Did you listen to the news?
Wouldn't that make sense in your logic?
The president of Benin Republic called on Nigeria that please support us. There's this situation. We need to put down this uprising. Please support us with aircrafts. What are you talking about? Somebody's house is burning. Then that brings water to put out the fire. You now say, "Oh, you're invading my house." Wait.
No. The only reason why you can go to a country is if, like, let's say if there are Nigerians in that country and they have problems, right? Nigeria can send a plane to get Nigerians out of the country. You don't go there and bomb them and go, "Oh, the president invited me to bomb them." What are you talking about?
The president of Benin Republic invited Nigeria in. Stop being disingeneous.
Where's the proof?
Let's get it from the French. I don't think the AES. Let me just add this. The next time, I don't think the AES countries will be saying that they forced the aircraft to land if they didn't force it to land. They don't have any reason to say that.
They did not force.
Why do you think they would say something like that?
Because it's for optics.
Dexter, you're not a primary source. Like, why is your information more important than their information?
It was optics for them. Go and look at the timelines of the events. It was optics for them.
That's conspiracy, man. You're spilling conspiracy theory right now. You know, that's not that.
You are the one spilling conspiracy theory.
You're spilling conspiracy theory.
It's right here. This is available. Go and read the news. Don't go and follow the live news. Don't go and be reading propaganda, social media posts. Put a call to Nigeria and invited them in. Nigeria did not invade.
Guess what? I'm not on social. You can't find me on any social media because I'm not on social media.
Please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I just came in, but I just want to chip in something and I'll leave if you don't mind, please.
Okay, go ahead.
So, I heard something and I could not help but jump in, even though I was supposed to be onto something else. Now, if you've lived an experience and you hear something, it's best you actually not because I'm trying to be controversial now, but it's something I've lived, and I think I may have mentioned this before, and it was very recent as well. I went to an Air Force school. I was this close to getting to India. Something I've said over and over again. I have a lot of uncles, some of whom were top Air Force officers, fighter pilots, and all that. I saw things. This is not third party. Even during our inter-house sports, there'll be times when these Alpha jets, if anybody that knows about the kind of aircrafts, G222 and what have you, Tucano is still a really recent development. So I saw things whereby even Alpha jets, when doing our inter-house sports, they'll come and they'll start throwing this. I still have these memories, green and white balls. Anybody that went to Air Force school will tell you about this kind of things and knows about the Air Force. So, and I've taken, matter of fact, I had an experience where we had to take what's it called? The C-130. I think it was the H version, because the one you have right now is the J version from 1999. That's what you have mostly in the arsenal of the Americans, because it's made in America by Boeing, I believe. Now, most of what you see being flown in the rest of the world is from previous versions. And the versions we had, the 8 version, was from 85. I was so fascinated by everything Air Force. I used to divulge everything whenever I went to some of my uncles and what have you's offices then. So you don't have to believe me. Just look for someone that knows about Nigerian Air Force, or just do your research. I can't even speak to the J version, the current version, but I'm pretty sure it's the same thing because my former boss at work was also in maintenance, aircraft maintenance, engineering in the Air Force base. So we used to talk about a lot of these things. It was very long there. I wanted to lay that premise first before I say what I want to say. And again, go do your research. Come back and tell me that I'm lying. The C-130, just like any regular planes, I've flown this thing. So I'm telling you, it's not. If you enter it, you'll be scared. You'll be scared. The way it sounds. First of all, you enter from the back. I'm sure you've seen the way they put.
Yeah.
And then you sit on the floor. There are no seats. And then you see the wire. It's remarkable as an 8-year-old to have flown it. You'll be when I tell you, you'll be scared. You'll be scared. Just stay. That thing
Did
is.
you fly in it or you flew it? Which one as an 8-year-old?
Hi.
I mean, it's
Nigerians, we massacre English. Did you fly it or you flew it as an 8-year-old?
No, you said he has flown it severally. So.
but it's English.
I know what you're trying to get
eccentric. You know you understand what I'm saying, right?
I think Femi, I think they are confused. They are thinking that they are saying you were the pilot.
It is English. I'm not going to change this. It's English. Anybody that knows English understands this. So don't distract from the facts. Let's follow me. I tell you, I know what I could have said. It's what I'm saying is not wrong. I hope you understand.
But
go ahead.
You get the message. You get the message. Go ahead.
Right. You interpret it anyhow you want. It's correct English, by the way. Now, the C-130 historically, it's no different from most other aircrafts. It's flown by 2 pilots.
Yeah, he's correct. If you fly Delta airline, you say I flew Delta. Go ahead.
But again, go check it. It's no different from any other aircraft. It's flown by 2 pilots. What you used to have, which I think is changed with the J, is what they used to call the flight, because they always had a flight attendant, which is also not different from a lot of other, even the G22, which is a smaller version. As a matter of fact, what they had, I think things have changed now, especially because after Babangida's time, recall that was when you had a decline in the Air Force in terms of their flying capacity because it was scared of what had happened during one of the so-called coups, where it taught a lot of Air Force officers. You recall a lot of Air Force officers were involved. So that began the decline of the Air Force, which is one of the reasons why we had that issue with that aircraft. Remember that aircraft that came down in Lagos? I
heard of it. Yeah, I think I heard of it. Is that the Air Force aircraft?
Yeah, the C-130 now. That had a lot of senior Air Force officers in like 90.
Yeah, I heard of it.
Yeah, that came down around that swamp. That was why one of the reasons why. Not to say it cannot happen, because previously the Nigerian Air Force had a very, very good record when it comes to maintenance, so that it was very difficult for you to hear about planes coming down just like that. That's not to say it cannot happen. It was part of the decline that ensued after that coup, the Vasa coup or so. It was and even the Oka coup. I think more importantly, the Oka coup. I think it was more to do with the Oka coup. Was the fact that he intentionally scaled down the amount of money that was geared towards whether bringing in new aircrafts, maintaining them, and that's why at some point you had a lot of aircraft that were grounded. Anybody that followed even Obasanjo's history when he came back, one of the first things he did was to make sure they revitalized a lot of the planes, and which is one of the reasons why even a lot of the moribund C-130s and other aircrafts were revitalized during Obasanjo's time. As of today, I think we only have 4 that are flying, including the one that has been detained. I just wanted to put this thing in context, especially because, again, like I said, I've flown this thing. I am deeply entrenched. I'm an Air Force family. I'm something you can call an Air Force family. And I would not see certain things that I know I've experienced, and I'll hear something and I'll not come and be like, no, it's not true. It's 2 pilots. And whenever the chief pilot, the captain, is called the commander when it comes to this C-130 especially, and the smaller cousin, the G22. Again, tell me, just believe I'm lying. Go do your research, and I'll leave it that way. Thanks for letting me speak.
So are you saying that how does that relate to the
No, because I had something earlier.
Dexter said it was 4 pilots.
Yeah.
So he's saying that it's 2. So he's rebuttaling Dexter. in real time.
Yeah.
Oh,
that one I will argue it because I lived it.
That's like game set specially for you. It's very, very interesting.
All right, Dexter, fix the narrative. Fix the narrative. It's two now.
You still muted, Dexter.
So what I'm saying is not conjecture. It's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're speaking facts.
I'm not going to go into.
I'm in the aerospace, so go ahead.
Argument with him on that, okay? Because another thing, what he said was that he also said that when he flew, it's not recently he flew it, but when that incident happened, on Arise TV, there was a military expert that came in, and he said that Charlie. It's not for. In fact, I'll send you the video. It's an Arise TV video. I'll send you the link to the video where he gave an interview on it. But that doesn't change the fact of being alarmist and trying to create unnecessary narratives out of the whole thing. That it was espionage and it was this. I don't agree with that. Until we get those facts on ground, let us not drift into that.
Thank you. You know, Seneca tried to do some Ojoro here where he said. That he flew Delta. Would you say you drove a car? So, would you say you drove a car? That's a figure of speech, and people start using it like, oh, I flew it. People are going to get confused. We can't give massacring language like this. When you say you flew an aircraft, people are going to think you actually flew that aircraft. Just because somebody said I flew Delta or I flew the British Airways, the right language to use was I flew in a British Airways aircraft. Like you say, okay, and even that, okay, yeah, the aircraft. I've been in a Mercedes-Benz car before, stuff like that. I drove a Mercedes. People are going to think you drove the car, even if you just were in the passenger seat. It's not the same thing, is it? So
I understood what he meant because he was 8 years old. There's no reason to fly that. Yeah.
But why I not confuse you
was because he said he was 8 years old. He said he flew it. He was 8 years old.
But don't shift the goalpost though. He made his point. Let's not.
We understand, but we're just saying that you got confused yourself at first. Nobody, when you hear I thought, okay, he was a pilot at first.
I wanted to move the conversation forward, right, so we don't get stuck.
I know. That's what you're doing. Welcome, Seneca. Troublemaker as always. But today you trying to men fences, and we are now picking on you for it. But what do you make of this aircraft? And you can touch on any other topic. We saw Fubara singing praises to his new godfather, and Wicked, as always, come to mock him on top of it. It's like very unseemly sights that I say. The news is these days it's surreal everywhere. The news is surreal. Let's face it. Even in America, it's surreal. In Nigeria, it's surreal.
It's everywhere.
So what do you make of all this,
dude? Man, I think. There's a paradigm shift happening. There is a paradigm shift. This is all part of it. You know what I mean? This is all part of the paradigm shift. Something is happening, man. This is the old guards are like panicking. This is like the rattle of a rattlesnake, right? You know what I mean? That's like, that's what's going on. Like there's a paradigm shift, and the old guards are like, they are afraid that they're losing power, right? Like the Sahel, they're waking up. They're trying to, wrestle power away from the colonial masters, right? Like the French. That's what's going on. And they stopped it. Nigeria so-called stopped it because if you recall, when Nigeria claimed that they stopped the coup, the military came back and said, no, that is still ongoing, right? So we don't even know, like, if the whole thing is over with. But it's information warfare, right? They have the media, so they can actually push their own narrative. Because that's that was why the coup plotters, right, went to the TV station or radio station to announce, because you have to first of all gain the media to kind of spread the message first. But I mean, you're fighting against people that own all the media, so they have the bully pulpit. So no one really know if the coup has
from the current Trump administration.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry,
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so here's, I understand what Judea was trying to say, right? Like the Benin Republic, Nigeria, there are a lot of Nigerians that do business in the Benin Republic. Nigeria invading Benin, could ruin our relationship there. You know what I mean? Like right now, of course there are a lot of Nigerians that support, what Tinubu did, but a lot of Africans don't. You know what I mean? And that's pretty bad for Nigerians that do businesses elsewhere. Now we are being looked at like, we are like the guard dogs for the imperialists. That's basically what we are. But I understand why Nigeria did that, right? Because if you look at the location of Benin Republic and Nigeria, it's a strategic location, right? It's a strategic location, right? The people that support what the government did, Nigerian government did, it's kind of like a realist position, right? Also, it's also a realist position to say, well, the leaders are corrupt, so the people want to wrestle power away from them and get rid of them, their puppet master, right? That's also it's an idealist position, but also there's realism in that. We can all speculate because this is a developing issue. It's developing every day, right? We haven't gone to the end of it. So who knows? Tomorrow something else will come up to, kind of go contrary to what we believe, or what's out there in the media, right? But I think for Burkina Faso, Burkina Faso and Nigeria doesn't have embassy in Burkina Faso, right? And we kind of don't have any diplomatic ties with them. So if you fly your military plane over to the country, that kind of, after you did what you did in a neighboring country, that kind of looks like, it's kind of suspicious, right? So it's funny because I was thinking, man, what if like those Nigerian military are in a black ops, some kind of black op operation, right? You know what I mean? Like, what if that's what it was? And then once the whole thing got foiled, Nigerian government is claiming, they are trying to, use the information space to kind of clean everything out. But those guys, the military guys, their family are saying that they're not back. You know what I mean? And their family are primary source of that information. Their family, literally on the social media, are saying that these guys are not back. The military, they're still held up in Burkina Faso, right? So that's the fact right there. No one knows what's going on. Like the investigation that's going on, usually it's something that you do diplomatically, right? The president calls the president, and then they speak on it and clean things up. But no one has come out. The leader in Burkina Faso hasn't come out to say, hey, everything is under control. This is fine. That shows a rift, in the diplomatic rift, right? That's what it shows. No one has come out to say succinctly, this is what's going on, or to quell all the, all the confusion, right? The Burkina Faso leaders haven't come out to say, hey, it's okay, this is fine. We just this protocol, everything's under control. There's no problem. They haven't said that, right? So that you can deduce from that something is really going wrong, right? Something ain't right. You know what I mean?
But do you think that they will lie about forcing the aircraft to land?
I don't think so.
Let me correct something. Nigeria has diplomatic relations with Burkina Faso. Nigeria has an embassy in Ouagadougou. So that's what you said. Centric is not correct.
Okay, they do have diplomatic. Okay, well that's good, but it's kind of, even if they do, we haven't heard from the embassy, right? We haven't heard anything from the embassy saying that the situation is under control or whatever. That's why we are speculating.
You don't have an ambassador there. You don't have an ambassador there. Maybe they're going to send Reno there. We don't know.
Or they can send me there.
I sent you a video.
They can send me there.
Let me see that and see it. So, like, we have covered this area. Let's move on to other areas. I'm trying to check the link you sent me. Okay, I can see it now.
We played for 12 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on to what else you want to move on to?
So, like, I thought the Somali pirates thing was a thing of the past. Piracy is over. we shouldn't be having piracy on the high seas anymore, only to discover that America has taken up the profession now.
Uncle Sam, all right.
They are now going to seize. They now hijacked this in Venezuela's oil tanker.
Oh yeah,
and they want to keep it.
Funny enough, though, Venezuela actually sells oil to America, right? They have oil tankers that bring oil to the United States of America. You know, the whole thing is insane. You know, if you watch the news, you might think, oh, you know, it's posturing, man. You know, it's posturing. Like they sell oil here. They sell. America's one of their biggest customers, literally. You know, and it's funny enough. Trump was saying that Somalis in Milwaukee, what was that? Is that Minnesota? That they are, you know,
yes.
Minnesota. Yeah, he called them pirates. You know, they all they do is piracy, right? You know, kind of talking crap about them. But the next few days, he went in and did his own piracy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know, this type of contradictions, man. It's crazy. The contradictions.
These days, I can't even keep up. The whole world is,
dude.
Every day on fire. Now
something is developed every day.
ISIS seems to have attacked American soldiers in Syria, killing them. And the president is ISIS, and the president is a friend of Trump. And the attracting it says no more problem these days. I don't even know where this is going to go.
What the hell's going on? Yeah, I mean, the United States military retaliated and bombed the ISIS location. I forgot the region in Syria. The whole thing is a mess, dude. It's a mess. It's a whole mess.
Let everyone don't forget that the reason why ISIS is in Syria today, the United States orchestrated it. So it's just whatever goes around comes around.
No. So here's man. You know, you don't even want to go back to that whole conflict. It's a whole mess, right? Like you know, people talk about the Uyghur from China. You know. The Uyghur from China, they were, you know, Uyghur.
What is this Uyghur? It's Uyghurs, man.
It's Uyghur. That's the proper way to say Uyghur. It's not Uyghur. Uyghur is what the hell is Uyghur? Uyghur, right?
That's what
the
Western media call it now. The Uyghurs.
Right. Okay. Just like how they call Iran. Yeah, you know, there are some Uyghur, you know, fighters fighting with Syria, right? You know, engage in terrorism. With China, you know, wanted to deal with, but the West kept, you know, doing propaganda, you know, using their what is that? Voice of Asia, exactly. Genocide of Uyghurs, Uyghurs,
genocide on Uyghurs.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
That Uyghur spelling can't be right, man. Why would anybody call themselves Uyghurs?
Actually. It sounds worse than Uyghur. Like I'm saying it with an accent. It sounds worse than that. It sounds more. Yeah. Right. So this Uyghur, you know, terrorists, right, joined the Syrian army. I mean, Syrian ISIS to fight the Syrian
president Bashar al-Assad.
President. Bashar al-Assad. Yeah. Most of them couldn't even go back home, right? And of course, you know, who knows how far the agenda goes. You know, some of them are probably in Africa, you know, doing dirts down here. And when they get caught, you know, it's funny, you know, it makes you wonder, like, you know, what's the agenda there? You know, because like, you know, some of these Chinese that
Zendigans, it is Uyghurs. And it's just in case you want to tell some other people
we got. You said Uyghurs?
Yeah.
That's white people, man. That's white people, man. White people are Uyghurs.
Yeah, you have to say it the way they said. You can't just keep changing it to Uyghurs.
It's Uyghur. It's Uyghur. Dude, you know the guy that owns TYT. What's his name? That's his last name. I forgot his name, man.
Yeah, that's Uyghur. He's Uyghur.
No. I hear his brother. His brother calls him,
isn't he?
We call him this Uyghur. Yeah, but his brother calls him the proper way. You know what I mean? I forgot his brother's name. He's on Twitch. He does Twitch.
When he talks to him, call it Uyghurs.
Okay, Uyghur, whatever. The Uyghur, whatever.
You don't want to go out there and balance us. After you have this conversation, he goes over and say, Uyghur.
It's Uyghur. Okay. God damn. What's going on today? Anyway. God damn.
But it's good. We're here to learn. Yeah. When you try to correct me, I tried to take it. Then I said, let me confirm.
Look it up. Yeah, confirm it. Look it up.
It was the right way.
Yeah, So, man, I lost my train of thought. Anyways, there's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's,
Yeah,
I mean,
the Uyghurs. We're talking about the Uyghurs press in Africa. And
yeah,
how
exactly. President in Africa. It's funny because when the Chinese get caught in Nigeria, doing illegal mining and whatnot, they flash them on screen. Oh, China's involved in
yes, I explained this on this show. They were saying it was the Chinese. I explained this on this show.
It's funny, man. It's crazy because these guys were fighting with freaking ISIS in Syria, right? And they couldn't go home. They could not go. When China was dealing with the internal problem, that you go, or your internal problem, everyone was screaming, freaking, what was that? Obama's presidency and his predecessor. They were all screaming, look.
China was against freedom of religion.
Exactly.
Practicing their own religion.
Exactly.
Just like what they're doing in Nigeria too.
Just like what they're doing in Nigeria.
Exactly. Like these things are connected. Like
they're all connected. They're all connected, dude. They're all connected. It's funny if you go online.
Chinese are in our country.
You go online, dude. If you go online and look up Europeans doing illegal mining, nothing is going to come out. They're not going to give you names of, because come on, man, these guys are good, man. They're good. But guess what? Interpol have caught so many Europeans doing illegal mining in Africa. But you're not going to see. You're not going to see that information anywhere in the mainstream media. It's crazy, dude. We're dealing with some. They have the bully pulpit. Information warfare, dude. You talk about warfare with like nuclear weapons, but information warfare is like dude, you can lose information warfare and win in the battlefield. Like, look at Russia, for instance, right? They're all kicking this guy's butt. You know what I mean? Like, they took Lehman, they took Kopiansk, all that. But if you go online, if you go to information warfare, they took
Donbass.
They took Donbass. Yeah, if you go to BBC, they all winning the information warfare. Oh, these guys are kicking their butt. Oh, they're winning on the information warfare, but in the real battlefield, they're all getting their butt kicked. They can't even find people.
They're winning information warfare. Well, how do you mean they are winning information warfare?
They control the narrative of others. They control the narrative.
That's what.
Most people understand. Most people already understand. To me, anyway, in the West, most people feel like Ukraine was never going to win that war. It was a stupid war.
So in order for you to fight the imperialists, you have to actually have a very robust information center. You know what I mean? You have to win the information warfare first. You know what I'm saying? That's why China.
China is looking at disbanded RT. That was disbanded RT.
That's what exactly. They first of all, they went for the media. They went for the media first. Look at China, for instance. China has a very bad rep. If you hear China in the Western media, you might think China is like way back in the 90s. But if you go to China, you'd be like, what the hell? This is a futuristic country. They live in the future. But if you like, and like whenever BBC does documentary about China, they will put a what's that color? What's that color grading? People that know, people that do video editing. They'll color grading.
Is it like red or something?
Yeah, no, they'll make it a little bit brownish. You know what I'm saying? Kind of make it a little older. It's crazy. It's insane. So
that's sad. They are doing that. The West is falling behind China right now. I saw a video of China yesterday, and I was like, "Oh God, these people are so."
This is the mistake Nigeria actually makes with Boko Haram, right? Boko Haram, they give him a lot of publicity. And America came up with a system where if someone does something, commit atrocities, right, do like mass shooting, they don't promote the person, don't put them on the screen because that's what they want. They want publicity. So they learned that. That's why anytime you hear anything like mass shooting, you don't see any person, you don't see the perpetrators on screen. Nigeria needs to learn that. Stop promoting Boko Haram. Stop putting their members on the screen. Stop flashing them on the screen.
That's why they are not targeting celebrities. Because when you don't post it, it's not targeting celebrities. They are cheating politicians. Now look at Adeleke now, and this is the Democrats. Who knows? Maybe
exactly that. Charlie Kirk. It's all information warfare. Those guys, the conservative, when it comes to the using the media, conservative are pretty good. They are better than the Democrats in terms of the media. Like they got Charlie Kirk, they got Candace Owen, they got freaking all of them guys.
That Tucker Carlson guy, that's from CIA.
Tucker Carlson, yeah.
Tucker Carlson is good. I have to give it to him. That guy is good.
He's smart.
One Iranian guy like that, PBD, I can't remember his name.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know you're talking about something to entertainment, infotainment or whatever. I forgot his channel.
That's comeback, yeah.
No, Infowar. Not Infowar.
What was that name again? Is it oh no, it's not Glenn Beck. What's the name of the other guy?
I can't remember his name too.
Yeah, that guy is, sometimes almost losing.
There's so many of them, man. There's so many of them. They got millions of followers. Nick Fuentes. You got the Nick Fuentes, right? And it's funny. They would talk about freaking what's his name? The freaking senator from New York. I hate that guy. He was talking about passing a bill in Nick Fuentes bill. He named the bill Nick Fuentes. That's what the kid wants. He loves that stuff. Like it's like Joker. You put Joker on the screen.
Supposed to do?
He get membership. You know what I mean? That's like I said, information warfare.
What was that bill meant to do?
The bill, it's like some kind of anti-Semitic bill, whatever. He called it. He called it Nick Fuentes bill. That's the name of it.
That's stupid.
His popularity shot to the moon after
somebody that is happy to be anti-Semite and he wants to promote
not even just that. He's a confessed freaking neo-Nazi. He called himself.
You're not ashamed now. You think you're ashamed now?
He was.
They're not ashamed anymore about that now. They are willing to stand on it now. They don't worry about it anymore. So, but
even though he's Mexican, yeah, go ahead.
I originally had commission earlier on because it ties to almost everything that is going on in Nigeria. It feels like everything we do is pedestrian and it's not serious. Because when I look at the relationship we tend to have with other groups, you see how many people complain that President Tinubu is doing the bidding of France. And if you look at the way we operate, like many of our leaders, none of them are complaining about what is happening in Sudan. Something that they're supposed to notice. Trump, nothing is happening to white South Africans in South Africa. But he's already officially a genocide. Whether it's true or not, he doesn't care. And it's bringing them over as refugees. But our leaders, you will see black Africans that are Muslim being slaughtered because they are not Arabs. They'll keep quiet as if they don't see it. And then if you go to Kenya today, there's a sizable minority of Somalis in Kenya. So all these bordering populations that don't often see black.
So they have a large population of Somalis here in Kenya.
Yeah. So they are there in Kenya and they have political power. They give them access to power and everything. But the Bantus, like the Kenyan kind of people that are in Somalia, they don't give them any power at all. They stifle them. They discriminate against them, all kinds of stuff. So I'm like, and this is next door to you. How do you do that? Why is it that our people are like that? Why we don't perceive that in time this is going to come back to bite us?
Somalis are a little bit different. They don't view themselves as black or as Africans.
Some of them, not all.
But that's my problem. If they don't see the
same thing in Ethiopia, the same thing in Eritrea, they really do believe this. It's no joke. They really, truly believe they're different.
They are mixed. And they have the right to be mixed. But my concern is that they discriminate against us as if we are less than them.
Yeah.
But when they come into our spaces, we elevate them instead. It's like, why do we do that? Because in the end now, based on projection, because I had to say, okay, it's one thing to see this thing and say it doesn't look good. It's another thing to say, okay, what does this mean 30, 20, 50 years from now? And based on the calculation, the Somalis are going to get, even because they have higher birth rate in Kenya, because they are Muslims, and they have more children than the Kenyan Christians. So they are going to get more and more foothold and power over the Kenyans, while their compatriots in Somalia, their power is going to hardly change at all, or maybe even diminish. It's like, why do we have this negative relationship with every group?
They're still going to be manipulated by the whites regardless, and they're going to play us against each other. I think, the reason I wanted to talk about Burkina Faso, the reason why Burkina Faso wanted Benin or Nigeria, the coup didn't fail, whatever. The reason why they wanted is because they're landlocked. And that's on purpose. There's a reason when a country is landlocked, it's quite expensive to maintain whatever they're doing. And having access to the port is fundamental. There's a reason why.
That Republic would have been a big problem. Yeah.
Ethiopia is actually about to go to war against Eritrea because they're landlocked. and they must
Is it Somalia or Eritrea they want to tangle with?
Eritrea at the moment, because of the port. They want to have access. They will try to have access to the port to Eritrea.
Good luck
and
with that one.
Somalia as
Eritrea
well.
is not the country you want to fight. Eritrea is highly militarized. It's the only sub-Saharan African country that is highly militarized.
By each person, but their facilities are not up to date. I think they could get a small part, but at the end of the day, Eritrea is Ethiopia. It's true. The
Technically, it should, but they manage to lock themselves in now. Typical Africans. See, what we see there is a pattern. It's almost like a fractal. We within the Niger Congo are the stupidest of them all, and then the ones surrounding us, like the Somalis, the Ethiopians, they are the stupider ones, and then the European, maybe the Egyptians, all those ones are a little bit just stupid. We are the worst of the worst. Like, we take all kinds of nonsense coming down our way, and we see it coming, and we jump to that and we don't see it. Then they take advantage of us, but they fall for Europeans.
Because Jide said something very important. Yeah, Jide said legacy. He said he was going to advise Tinubu to focus on legacy. Your legacy is your kids. I think Tinubu views it that same way. We don't have leaders that focus on their legacies based on a leadership perspective. They look at it from their perspective. My family is my family, okay? That's my legacy. When I die, my son will take over, the same way he's making moves in Lagos. That mentality carries through, and you can never have good leadership based on that. Impossible. So forget, say, legacy. He has to be for himself. The discussion he's having with France is based on what's he going to benefit from it, not what, or Nigeria or France. If I help you, France, would you give us electricity? He doesn't care about that.
Yeah,
he
so
never cares about that.
That's the problem with the Western system. Like there's a name for that. It was from John Locke, right? The whole liberalism system, right, where individualism is elevated over the community, right? And you can find it in the religion, in Christianity, of course, in the Islam. I don't know about Islam that much, so I can't say that.
Yeah, in Christianity, Calvinism, Protestantism is connected to individualism. Yes.
Yeah, it's cons. That's what you're seeing right now. That whole individualism and the political system as well kind of has it's fancied that way too. It's kind of shaped that way. Right. I mean, like, if you look at other systems, like the communist system, I know, it has a bad rap, but it's the people, like, look, the name itself tells you what it is. It's community. It came from community. It's the people, the working people, a system of the working people.
Communism,
you know what I mean?
Is a fantasy that sounds so beautiful, but the human element will never let it work.
No, I don't think humanity is evolved enough to actually practice for communism, but I think it's a future system. I mean, like, China hasn't even matured into communism. They are still a socialist country, right? But
you may have a point there. The only context that
it's not just capitalism. It's capitalism is backed up with sorry for father.
Go ahead.
America has capitalism with communism, with a socialist system in place. You bribe certain people, you give them welfare, food checks or whatever, that helps keep the people quiet. If it's just based on pure capitalism, it will fail.
Totally.
Don't get it twisted. All of these are just mixed all together. There's no.
But neoliberalism is the extreme form of capitalism, right? Because that welfare you're talking about is like the withdrawal of it, and that is what they are putting on our throats in Nigeria, right? That's what they're putting on our throats in Africa.
To be fair, when people say the world is not ready for communism or even socialism, because the way Karl Marx wrote it, he knew it was going to take a while for the world to get there. It's not something that he just imposed. The reason why you are seeing it imposed is because some people felt like they can use it to win office. Lenin and Stalin, on the other, they actually acknowledge that they are not following the rules that Stalin, Karl Marx laid down. So,
it's not. It's a scientific system. Go ahead.
With the advent of general AI, this AI intelligence.
My God, you said exactly what's in my head. Good.
Yeah, some people believe that there will be so much abundance that the logical direction things need to go is towards socialism or communism, kind of. So, but we don't know that yet. I don't know whether that's.
Oh, this topic is too deep. This topic is deep. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
I mean, you know what's funny? You know what's funny? If you look at the workplaces, right? The workplaces actually use a form of communism, right? Like, in order for you to produce a part or anything, everyone has to cooperate, right? All the departments has to work together to produce one thing. So basically, the workers inside a system that's not even democratic. Like, workplaces are not democratic because the leaders, you don't vote to elect the leaders. It's authoritarian in nature. But then the workers have to cooperate to create something. We can. It's like our body. You know what I mean? I always mention this. Like, our body. If you get sick, like right now, I feel a little sick. If you get sick, all your body, like everything, just work together. They all turn their whole antennas on and start working together to get rid of that problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get cold, your body start going this way to generate heat. Your whole system just focuses on that. Why can't we create a system that mimic what we already do, you know what I mean? Or like what nature already does.
It sounds simple until you put the human factor. Do you know me? And attitude and hey, how dare you? Who are you? When you put the human factor in there, suddenly it ruins everything.
Talk about this AI stuff because
I think it has to do with.
that shit. Mm-hmm.
Also has to do with like what things that we learn even like growing up, right? This individualism thing that we learn growing up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, I was talking to my pops. I was like, the reason why Nigerian politics is all messed up is most of these guys, when they go to school, they join the same fraternity, and then when they graduate, they put their own fraternity members in their own businesses, right? If they become bank managers, they will hire their fraternity members. So they actually have a group within a group, right? And imagine if we all think, you know what I mean? If you look at Nigeria and say Nigeria is just one body, you know what I mean? If there's a problem, the body focuses on that problem.
I think what you are saying is true. If the world shouldn't even be fighting wars now, we have enough technology for everybody to be okay. But yeah, they're fighting anyway, and because one side wants to get one above the other person. That is the problem with life. And I'm not even sure with general AI intelligence, with everything in abundance, people can get almost anything they want. Whether human beings will still not find a way to oppress each other, they will figure out. They will find a way. Like, I can't be entering the same room as that idiot. How can we be the same? That's human beings do that nonsense a lot.
That's when AI becomes sentient, and when AI becomes sentient, who's the problem then? It has to solve a problem.
The danger is that AI might see us as a problem that cannot. We are not evolved to a point where we can accept that others
we don't understand
live equally with us.
Yeah, but look at this, right? Anytime there, like for instance, when there was World War, right? The Hitler emerged. Every country joined together, right? So when there is a cataclysmic effect, cataclysmic event, right? Humanity joins together. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, this climate change thing going on. Imagine, you can see that, like, when there's earthquake in some countries will send their military to aid, to help rescue people. I think the consciousness is there, but I think there's something that's like there are elements kind of stopping it from stopping humanity from getting to the point.
That's the whole point. One egg ruins everything. Sorry, let me bring Wegolo in before we ignore him too much.
Go ahead.
All these people that lack education, you know how they can jump to conclusion. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. So we've been talking about, from Burkina Faso to how we even relate to each other, the way we relate to even fellow African countries, this in the countries that are not necessarily black, and compared to even Europeans, we seem to be the way we relate to the world is stupidest in terms of strategic advantage. We don't even give ourselves any advantage. We always are in the disadvantage all the time. And then the conversation moved towards how we can be able to survive in terms of whether communism, because of course Cedric has brought the community stuff up. We talked about general AI intelligence and how whether we might be able to get to a kind of socialism or communism with the help of AI intelligence. You know, something like that could happen. So people suggest that that's the direction to go, but I'm a little bit skeptical. Human nature is very, very. It's like we are not ready. We are not ready. So, but just choose whichever direction you want to go. If you want to go AI side, you want to go to Trump and Tinubu and Benin Republic and Burkina Faso, you can do that. Whatever is ready.
When you say we are not ready, we human beings, I don't know. I think you are attaching too much to we human. As they say in the hood, we're in shit. I don't think we are special. I don't know why we see ourselves as more special than every other organism out there. We are not. Are we more special than goats, chicken, elephant, and every other thing? I don't think we are special. We just decide to claim it that we are more special than them. Maybe because our collective sense overpower, every other mammal organism out there. I think if that's the claim that we have to claim superiority, okay, I'll give it to us. But other than that, what we come, we go, just like every other thing. So, but as AI goes, you talk about the age of abundance, and I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but I think we are misunderstanding what they mean by the age of abundance. I think right now we are already living in that the age of abundance. If you think of where we are coming from, maybe like 100 years ago, to Nigeria, you are now on your own. Maybe you get more than 20 shoes. That's abundance. that's like the King of England 200 years ago. So imagine then those days. That's how they talk, right? Especially in terms of the country you are, the British, when we were able to merge machine with oil and industrialization take the different stage. You're talking about, we are going to industrialize. We're going from leaving the field to factories. Everybody has to have a love to eat, a love blah blah blah. That was the conversation then, but what's the reality today? Billions. There are still more people starving. See more people not living in that abundance that me and you are enjoying today. So fast forward to the age of AI abundance, it's still going to be like that. It's still going to be few people who will be living in that abundance, whatever that may be. Because if you live in a big city, I don't know where you live in your city. If you live in a place like San Francisco, live like Austin, you think you are living in the future already. Just by mere taxis on the road, or pretty much 30% of the vehicles are moving by themselves. A lot of autonomous is going on. It's serving specific class of people, right? The likes of Elon Musk, and they just decide to just stay home and not doing anything and see having abundance, see get whatever. So those are the level they're talking about. It's maybe me and you, right? Because of we are so eager to actually be part and parcel of the system. Maybe we take advantage of that, but again, look back to where you are coming from. Right, the situation, the change is not going to be trickled down to that level. So this is the age of abundance. It's been overblown on over soon. So as I said, we're already living in that. Then,
but hold on. Well, okay. See, the idea of general intelligence AI is that it will start administering many aspects of society, because human beings seems to be the problem in the cog of the machine, isn't it? So if you start administering justice, law, kind of a limited law enforcement roles, because robots will soon be on the roads and stuff like that. Don't you think maybe, because what I find, there's one evidence I found recently that, like, when they have speed cameras on the road, it catches everybody, isn't it? It doesn't care whether you're black, white, and all the rest. And you find that those big cameras, they tend to be either slightly more forgiving, especially if the area is Europeans that are there, it's slightly more forgiving. And then, or other time, they will replace them with patrol police officers. So when the police officers patrol, they have discretion now. So it's like, you tend to find that when human beings get involved, discrimination creeps in. So what if AI start doing the administering, and AI that is actually, not biased, not the type that behave like Grok and decide to go racist? What if AI is administering society? They are not susceptible to tribalism and all the rest. Could that not lead to a true society of abundance?
The way I understand human, I don't think we will ever get to a point that we will build something that we cannot control.
Oh, the people that own AI right now don't fully understand the tool.
Because we are still
don't fully understand it.
We are still in the marketing process. They are trying to sell a product.
Yeah, right? So there is a go ahead.
The human being that I know, there's our people say, "Oh, chrono the top aspects we plant out." We will never get to a point that we will lose the control of what we build with our hand. Don't be deceived. So now AI, that's why if you actually listen to the debate that is going on about who is going to win the AI race, why are they eager that I must win? So you can control it. You can infuse your ideology. You can deploy it however you want. Right?
Attempts can be made, but they don't fully. I mean, sorry, this is my background. There are some things in AI right now that it does some things that the people that own it don't fully understand. They're happy it works, but they don't fully understand why it works. So they don't fully have it in grip. It's like you say, oh, if they're not happy with it, they'll switch it off. Can you switch off the internet?
And I am telling you,
you can't.
We are still in the marketing mood. In fact, they have
they do actually. They do switch off the internet. AI is another matter. If they have general intelligence, the thing about general intelligence AI is that they could refuse to get switched off.
Can they switch it off or not? That's the question about the internet.
I don't think they can switch general intelligence AI off. You can't switch it off. No, it's not going to let it to be killed.
So what? The idea of general AI is not even in our periphery yet. So let us not even go there, right? That's why I said we are still in the marketing phase. So we are still far from AGI. Nobody will reach there.
How long do you think we are going to take to get there? It's not that far.
To Nigeria, as I said, we are still in the marketing phase of this new technology. Right? So we are still in, so anybody will tell you anything just to get accepted. Again, pay attention to especially the US Congress today, where as at a couple of weeks ago, every state want to regulate the AI. 50 states. But for today,
let me bring another thing to attention that nobody has mentioned in our spaces. I don't know why nobody mentions it. This 3 AI atlas that has been flying around, I would have thought that some of our, Christian brothers would be saying maybe the Lord is returning and something is up. Something. Somebody would say, "Hey,
that's why I said."
Why is Steve shaking his head?
The advancement of technology does not in any way take away from the existence of a God. It's just that some people are not able to. Listen, there's nothing new. That same God Bible says that knowledge will advance. And knowledge is advancing. So it's only that people don't read things properly in context. I don't think there's anything.
Well, Father, I don't think we are. Don't read it out yet.
No, what do you think is the prognosis? AI atlas, not artificial intelligence. 3 AI atlas. You know what I'm talking about? The comet that is visited the continent, that the solar system, and they said it's it's behaving a little bit weirdly. Like so people are saying it doesn't seem like a comet. This seems a bit weird. It might take a left turn towards the earth on the 19th of December. Have you heard about it?
So I have a hypothesis, right? It's that the
human hasn't heard about it. Unbelievable.
No,
that's it's all over the place.
So humans have we are very competitive, right? And that competition is an overriding mechanism, right? Think about it. Like when we created a nuclear weapon, everyone knew how dangerous that was, but due to competition, we created it. So that the need to compete overrides our need to control. You know what I mean? That's why there's AI race, but there's a need to control it. That need to control it does not override our need to compete, because our need to compete actually supersedes the need to control things. You know what I'm saying? So that's an overriding mechanism that's going to allow AI to advance.
Eccentric competition. What stirs competition?
What's it again?
What stirs people to compete? Why do people compete?
Why do people compete?
Yes.
That's an interesting question.
I better pass my neighbor.
That's an interesting question.
My neighbor is a bit too.
China wants to be better than America.
I don't
Russia
think
wants
so.
to be better.
I don't think so. It's fear, actually.
Okay,
It's
fear. Okay.
People fear. Because let me be honest with you. If
that's good. That's
it actually pays more if we think about it, to cooperate than to compete. It's the truth.
Right.
No.
Where is the fear coming from?
Absolutely, you're right.
So sorry, what because there's something always lies behind fear. So what is lying behind the fear? What is the only where is the fear coming
interestingly, the only example I'm going to use is one of the most horrible examples, but you guys pardon me. In a family of polygamy, you notice there's something about polygamist families. They whisper a lot. People hide things from each other because of the fear that this woman from this hot fields, this other woman might poison her children. Then you find people, you see, I've noticed that if you're in a family of polygamists, you see people go outside to go and take phone calls, then they come inside. They don't, everybody's hiding everything. Everybody's hiding things. I've been with somebody who comes from that environment. While we're all trying to cooperate, he was always hiding. And then we took him on and said, why are you always hiding? We share our provisions. I went to a boarding school in Nigeria. For those who did, our parents buy us provisions. And then we drink each other's provisions. Like if I drop my milk, my classmate can take my cornflakes. I can open his locker and take his own biscuits in the days of Oaking biscuits and all that. But we found this person was always hiding things until because of our closeness, we attacked him. Let me use that word. Why is that you see us? Then he brought on and started crying. He comes from a polygamous family where there's always mutual fear. So is that mutual fear that, forefathers is going to harm me? Then I begin to do things to outdo forefathers. But guess what?
Basically, it's death. Death is the
fear of death.
The fear of death.
When you are assured that forefathers has your back, you're not trying to hide anything. You will see information that you know that the only person that can unlock this information is forefathers, because he seems to know this better. You bring, oh boy, see this, and he will unlock it. Everybody enjoys the benefit. But once people it's the same thing with our country. Taking it back is the fear that the Northerners feel, the Southerners will dominate us with their education. The Southerners believe that, these guys will allow that, just mutual fear. But when you remove the barriers of fear, you will see the elements of cooperation begin to come out from everybody. People start giving their best.
That's a good one.
I think generally that there is some truth there. Even when there is trust, I feel like nature has kind of honed us to be competitive against each other in the sense,
right.
Because resources are scarce and they are limited.
Right. Yeah.
Even when there was trust once, that trust will vanish very quickly the moment resources become scarce, and that is part of the part.
If resources,
that's a good one.
Scarce, but there is genuine trust. People begin to adjust to share the same thing. Listen,
look at that. Look at that one.
But remember death, right? The fear of dying, right? That's what pushes competition. So what do you think is going to override that fear of dying? Because
full hegemon.
Because if you look at evolution, right, when we evolved, all the particles that evolved into life forms, right? There were a little bit left. So if they were eating all those particles, all those particles from freaking stardust or whatever until they run out of it, and then they start eating each other, eating all the life forms just to get get those nutrients, right? So survival
itself.
I take my time back.
You get your time back. I told you now, all these illiterates, they will always behave like this. Before you soon accuse us of trying to steal everything from me. So don't worry. I will just say that nature is to be blamed. Nature is the reason why we don't trust each other and we have to compete for resources. that is why abundance with AI intelligence may be a potential solution. We don't know. And so go ahead and talk about what you're talking about.
Electricity has been abundant into human civilization for how many centuries? Una get out of our village, is it abundant?
Say that again. Apollo, say that again.
I say electricity don't they abundant to human civilization, human existence for centuries. Is it abundant to your village people?
Just because electricity is abundant doesn't mean rice is abundant. Not everything is abundant. That's the problem.
My point is
abundance
that
is free,
right?
Abundance is free.
It's still not going to be available. We go see find one way, you know.
I am more on your side on this one. I just feel like human nature is going to take a while.
Because you said something, right? It's also the nation you are compete. It's just them from a natural selection, survival pressure, right? Again, which that's what I started by saying. We think we are special. We're not. Now we decreed all these things, right? So in those ancestral environment, those days, individuals they compete for limited resources, which is the point we are trying to make: food, territory, you know, mates, you name it, just to increase their chance of survival. Again, one will argue, and reproduction. So those who outperform others in securing high quality resource or attract partners, we are more likely to do was pass on their genes. So it goes on and on. So the interception rivalry continues. But again, that's where I still go back to the point of it doesn't even make sense. Why do we compare? Which is go back to the question Bob Marley they always refer to, right? It's a rat race. It's pretty much a zero-sum game. One will say because
I think they have the hierarchy of needs now, because if we can meet the hierarchy of needs of everybody, then the rest can kind of be competed. Let the elites compete where they want to compete. I feel like we could beat this instinct of ours.
Hold on, you can't meet the hierarchy needs of everybody. You don't know what everybody needs. We're all different. What I need is not what you need. What you need is all I need. That's where fight comes in.
Okay. I get what. Okay, what are we talking about here? Are you saying like, oh, I need some people say I need 100 wives. So if I need 100 wives, that's not going to be afforded me. So I cause a problem for the system.
No,
please, before you start saying anything, realize that the woman is here. Don't just open your mouth and say you need 100 wives. Based on what?
That was just an example.
Okay, so what's your examples? Realize that Adama is here when you're speaking.
I take it back. It was just an example.
Thank you.
Welcome. You're free to speak anytime, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, I just came in. I wanted to change the subject a little bit. We've been talking about the same thing, politics over and over, and I just wanted to hear our opinion on this trending issue that has been going on with Harrison, that helps family with kidnappers, and he switched the money, and he said he put the chip. He took out 5-point-something million to Nigeria. You know what I'm talking about. I'm surprised you're not talking about it. So I just wanted us to switch that up a little bit and to ask you guys a question. The question in my head is this. This guy took out almost close to 6 million from a rescue money. So now the question is, does he work for the kidnapper or is he working for the family? That's my question, number one. And two, to print that amount of money that is fake, what approval does he have to be able to do what he did? And now Very Dark Man is coming out saying all these things. Why is it that in a country where nothing works, where everybody gets to map out their own law, activists, advocates, whatever you want to be, just find out what you're good at marketing and push it, and the people will follow you. So my question is now, so how do we handle Harrison's case, given that it has come to public? The family that is being kidnapped, the wife was released, the man in question is still in custody of the kidnappers. How come everybody's worried about the money. Nobody is saying anything about the man that is still in the custody of the kidnappers. So that's what I would like for us to talk about, and that's what I came in.
That's quite an interesting topic. Who wants to chime in on this? I think let's. You want to say something about this? I don't know.
I don't follow the stuff like that, so I have no idea.
Okay, so let me chime in on that a little bit. What I would say is, the question to ask is not whether the man works for the family or for the kidnappers. The question to ask is, why are we using individual channels rather than the government being the ones involved to solve those kinds of problems? Because it goes back to what you said somehow. All of us who have lived in Nigeria know that everybody is their own electric company. You're your own water board. You're your own, so it's beginning to cascade down now, because on a good day, I don't see why this guy should be the one negotiating with bandits or people who kidnap someone. The government, through is the instrumentality of the security forces, police or vigilante or whatever they call them, should have been the ones doing this. But now you've left that off. And the truth is, which brings us to this AI. You see, that's the thing with AI and technology. Any of you who has done processed passports in any of these foreign countries, maybe you have an American passport, Canadian passport, British passport, and you have to renew. How many people have had one-on-one contact with any passport office? The answer is 0. I'll answer that for you. And I've realized that the moment you remove the human factor from anything, you reduce corruption very well. So the point I'm trying to make is, if we had been dealing with some of these things properly, we wouldn't even have kidnappers in the first place, not to talk of this individual stepping in now. Because the question that anybody should be asking is, how is he able to reach those people? What contact does he have with them? And he's been doing this for years. He didn't just start doing it today. He's been doing it for like 1 year or 2 years down the line. And they pass money to him. He goes and settles kidnappers and they release the hostages. It's been going on and nobody has questioned it. The government just felt it was okay. So at that point, maybe germanely, he was doing it properly the first time. He wasn't stealing anybody's money. Or maybe I don't know, for a better use of word, maybe if the kidnappers were asking for a ransom of, say, 20 million, he would say, okay, give me 25. 5 is for me for going to negotiate. And maybe the families were okay with that. I don't know. But the point is, because there was no proper accountability, everybody left him. And in a society where anybody just does what they like, sooner than later, greed steps in and this guy starts to do his own thing. If they give him 20 million, he'll take 10 million out, put fake 10 million and go deliver it. I will not be shocked that there will be some police officers working hand in gloves with him in this matter. Trust me. That's what I say now.
I think when I heard the case, I was like, man, that guy could kill somebody with that kind of attitude, because you go and give a terrorist or kidnappers, a certain amount when they are expecting something else. They could go and murder the poor guy for it. And I think that was very reckless of him. And the case has so many ramifications on so many levels, like what you just highlighted. Then the fake currency that he claimed to have printed, that's another issue. Where did he manage to start printing fake currency?
How could you be able to print? Oh, hold on, Father. My thing is, how could you be able to print 5-point-something million fake currency? And you said you planted a chip, a tracking chip on them. So this is my thing. When we live in a lawless society where the citizens assume, like Chim said, whatever they want to be, who do we hold accountable for this thing that is going on? Because one thing we are not saying is that we have very dark man on the other side who is a very big advocate that a lot of people on this platform will say, okay, he does this, he does that. And up to today, I always remind people, if you go back, is it a year ago when very dark man came out and said 100 million plus or something was missing in his account? I was one of those that said, no, that doesn't make any sense. How can you say 100 million or something was missing in your account? And everybody was like, oh, he's very dark man. He won't lie about it. We idolize people without even knowing their record. And in a country where we don't keep record, the case of Harrison now is, Have we created a monster that has come back to bite us? That's the question.
I guess you can call it a monster. But Very Dark Man hasn't turned into a monster. He did, and from what I gather, he had a history of committing crimes too. So that's not helpful. It's just one of those things that happens. People get corrupted in Nigeria quite easily. People don't pay attention to details as much. His own argument is that is the way he operates, that after the operation, he gives the money back to the family. If the family members come out now and say, like previous cases, they come out and say, yeah, that's what he does. After he rescued my family member, he decided to come and give us the balance that he took out. If that is the case, that will exonerate him. If no family member comes out and says anything like that, then he's a criminal and he should go down for it. And
by the way, Adama, it's easy to print fake money. It's not. This is as been with technology now. He can easily do that. If back in the days when they used to call it people that wash money, they call it wash money.
Yeah.
Those who were paying attention back home, they used to wash it.
Yeah.
It was happening back when we didn't have technology in large scale. What makes you think today that you have machines all over the place? You can easily go on one Chinese app and other currency printing machine. Are you doubting me?
Yeah, he can scan the currency and print it, I guess. But then the question that still arises: did he inform the police before he did it? Because if he didn't inform the police, that's a crime.
Everybody's saying this. It's easy to print fake money. Do we realize that that's a crime on its own?
It's a crime. It's a crime. You are not allowed to.
It's a crime in a serious society, but it's not a crime.
What do you mean in a serious society?
No one is paying attention. It's not a crime. Well, it's a crime, but it's overlooked.
What do you mean it's overlooked? Why do we normalize things that shouldn't be normalized?
I'm not normalizing anything. I'm telling you that it's overlooked.
How is it? Okay, what makes it
they
normal?
do prosecute people that even spray money now. So I don't know what somebody brings money.
We're here on the platform saying it's normal for someone to print money close to 6 million. Are you kidding me?
I didn't say
Said it was easy.
I didn't say it's normal. I said it's overlooked. When I mean overlook, I simply mean there are no appropriate checks and balances in those kinds of. There are checks and balances in the US, in the UK.
Okay, I think it's accepted. Chim said if it was him, he would overlook it. I think it's.
I didn't say I overlook
it. Are you sure? I thought that's what I was hearing you say.
No, I said it's overlooked. When I said it's overlooked, what I'm simply saying is the authorities who should catch you are in cahoot with you. So if police catches you now with fake money and you part some money with them, they let you go pass. Why are we acting like these things are not happening?
Yeah, but this one is serious though. Printing currency, anybody knows that's the serious thing. Even in Nigerian history, we know that. And not letting the police know from that one.
Listen, okay, guys. I once came back from a trip and I had dollars and I decided, okay, you know what, let me just change the dollars and spend them rather than sending it back into my account. This was back home. And then I went to somewhere in Ikeja, opposite the Ikeja Hotel. And I changed currency and I was giving, and they almost swindled me. If not that I'm fast, I asked the guy how much. He told me. I said, okay, give me the money. He gave me the money. I told my friend to hold my own dollar. And then I counted the money and it was short. When I counted the first time, it was correct. So this I counted again. Then I took my time and counted it and it was short 100,000 naira. I'm giving them dollars to collect naira. And they're already trying to shortchange me. And I said to the man, this is not complete. He said, no, he counted it in front of all of us, and it was complete again. And I said, no. We took our time and counted it one after the other. It was short. What I'm trying to say is there's a way they count that thing. If you're not smart, they get
Chim, you're sounding like one of them. You're like, this is your area of specialty. Because the way you're standing to sound, like the way you are, is that they counted it again?
How am I sounding?
No, just saying now, just like forefather said, just like the kidnapper said, they said when they felt the money, it was lights. And I'm saying now we're not just only negotiating with kidnappers. We have kidnappers that can tell what's 20 million, how many millions, what the weight of the money. Like, how did we get here? These are people lives we're talking about.
Let me ask you a corollary question. If you're a medical practitioner that has done certain things for a period of time and you spot certain ailment in somebody, you can easily tell. You don't need.
Which I am. I am a medical practitioner, and I
know. I'm just saying that by virtue of use, by virtue of consistent activity, there are certain things that are clearer to you that are not clear to a layman. So if somebody, and I'm not supporting them. I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is they've been in the business of carrying money. They can easily tell.
Chim is enough. Thank you. Don't please.
It's a profession. I think
they've gotten so much ransom that they know the amount.
We
they
know
how
fine.
it weighs.
Please, Simba, what do you have to say? I'm listening.
Sorry. I think this kidnapping is a profession. And I think we should all try this experiment. Exactly what Adama asked. Enter it in ChatGPT. Like, just say, what should you do to remove kidnapping in a failed country? Just type it in. Very simple. And see what it spit out to you.
Let me see. You see, I will not say in a failed country. That is just maligning the good reputation of Nigeria.
ChatGPT. We're having a good. So that you didn't say you should type it in. We're having a conversation. Why are you like this? Sometimes I would think you changed, but you're still where you are.
Good. I will ask you, what would you do in Nigeria to solve the kidnapping crisis? All right, let's see what he's going to say. But we all know what the solution is anyway, if we want to solve this problem. The question is, when all this is happening, you hardly see convictions on anything. Till today, I think I heard Boala saying, yeah, it's true. We don't see enough conviction of terrorists and bandits, that we should do more about that. So I was thinking that there were actually a lot of convictions that were going on, just that they don't televise it. But it appears that they were not even doing a lot of conviction. Nigeria, the legal system, we keep calling our government, the legal profession in Nigeria, the judiciary, they really have a lot of questions to answer. They are not performing at all. They are really, like, I've used this figure before. In the UK, they have similar number of lawyers as in Nigeria. UK, they have about 1.something million convictions a year. Criminal convictions, not the other convictions, just criminal convictions a year. But in Nigeria, 30,000. So that
many of them be social media posts.
No.
Driving offenses. Yes, that's a very good
all kinds of different things. So the judiciary is not performing.
Social media.
No, it's not social media posts. Most of them are driving offenses, all kinds of domestic different things that people do. Corruption.
But for that, why I brought up this Harrison case, when I researched on this case, Harrison was known for kidnapping his former boss and turned rescue. Yes. Go and read up. We all know this case. If you want to just type it, I mean, it's all over the place. Harrison had a history before he said he's turned a new leaf. He's helping. But you know how they say you can't take the dog.
You can't take a dog out of. It can't take a pig out of the.
Wow, seriously, they're all mangling the whole thing. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Jesus Christ!
That's you can't take a pig out of the field. He's a pig.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Harrison is the one now negotiating kidnappers, family rescue, and he's like this activist, philanthropist, whatever you want to put his labels on. And I'm fine with that. People can change. And I do believe that, yeah, there are people, when you give them the right treatment, everything, they will change for better. But with Harrison, when it comes to money and the situation in Nigeria and someone commanding, and I feel, I'm sorry to say this, all due respect to all the men in the platform, with men, I think is an ego thing with money. I feel like Harrison did not deal with that.
Women are involved, though.
And I finish. I'm not saying women we don't have ego, but the kind of
Anini had women in his gang, in case you don't know.
No, we're not talking about that. The point I'm trying to make is that if Harrison had this past history and the public would trust him with all these things he's doing, He has a record of releasing how many kidnappers. That makes me questioning, is he working? Is this something they created and they marketed and sold to everyone and we're buying it?
I'm not so sure about that. You know what should bother you more? You know what should bother you more is that nobody is calling for the arrest and prosecution of Harrison in terms of why he was even able to exchange money with terrorists and this thing. But everybody's asking for the arrest and jailing of Sheikh Gumi. I don't understand. Did Sheikh Gumi actually exchange cash with the terrorists and the bandits for kidnappers?
Yes, if you probe further, you after all, Sheikh Gumi's assistant is
he's one of them.
No. But we cannot say this. Like let's call it what it is. What Harrison did, is against the law.
He needs to account for it.
Yes, he needs to be held accountable for it. I don't know the Sheikh Gumi case. And I don't want to speak on something I don't know
Sheikh
about.
Gumi is just a guy that says terrorists are just unloved children that need care. That's all he said. And people just like, jail him. He deserves to go to jail.
But no, tonight, this is a serious case, because what I'm saying this is, I don't hear the Igbo people saying a lot about this. Maybe because Harrison is a Delta man. And I'm saying that being an Igbo woman, we need to look at ourselves and start calling out our own bullshit. Excuse me, with all due respect.
He's not an Igbo man now. What has this got
You
to do with
see exactly what I'm saying. Let me finish now. Chief, let me finish before you take the word out of my mouth.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. At the end of the day, all I'm saying is call things out for what it is. I have listened to different platforms where Igbo people will come in, oh, Harrison made a mistake, let's forgive him, let's do this, let's do that. All I'm saying, what is good for the goods is good for the ganders. It doesn't matter who does it. Crime is crime. It affects all of us. I'm not saying where they kidnap a family and they ask you if you're Christian or Muslim. What the kidnapper cares about is their money and what they are going to make out of you as a ransom. So at the end of the day, we all should connect together with this. At the end of the day, my question is, Harrison has been doing this, and it will shock us to know that those that are involved are well-connected people, because I've noticed now that kidnapping is a lucrative business in Africa. No, it's a very big time business. So for those people planning Dirty December, good luck to you. I have nothing against this Dirty December, but at the same time, insecurity is something we need to address, because it's going to affect you one way or the other. And it took Harrison's case for us to realize that someone that we think has been doing a good this thing has been among the people selling us out, allegedly. Let me use that word, allegedly. So at the end of the day, let's be careful who we idolize and who we entrust our money to.
Let me put this slant to it. So when the US and Russia and China are into their espionage activities, you find sometimes people cross the line. You will find an American agent who will suddenly cross over and be snitching against America for the Chinese if they have been paid. Vice versa. We all see these things happen all the time. Now, I don't understand whether Harrison is Igbo or whatever, he should be held accountable. But some other person hearing Adama's argument now might simply say, okay, since you have brought that slant to it, why hasn't anybody arrested Sheikh Gumi?
What did Sheikh Gumi do?
Sheikh Gumi is on air constantly telling us that the only solution to dealing with terrorists is to negotiate with them. We should pamper them. He's here telling us that kidnapping is not as kidnapping children is not as what's the word he said? Is not heavy as shooting military men. Haven't you seen him run parallels?
Yeah, but that's not freedom of speech, though.
Oh, so where in that freedom of speech, when Nnamdi Kanu was freedom speaking and he was arrested? What are we talking about?
Nnamdi Kanu literally threatened Nigeria with violence. So it's different from, isn't it?
But what Gumi is doing, are you sure he's not threatening Nigeria with violence in a subtle way?
If he was, I didn't hear it, because all I hear him is saying terrorists are human beings, treat them like people I don't subscribe to that, by the way. All this negotiation with terrorists is rubbish.
I agree with you.
Wait,
a senator.
Chim, hold on.
Let me just say this, make this comment, and then you continue.
Go ahead.
A Nigerian senator made a speech in the Senate speaking against the way government handled Nnamdi Kanu's case. He was called for questioning by DSS. Sheikh Gumi has said things that you would say, no, shouldn't be said. I'm not against if he feels, okay, make me a middleman. Let me see how I can resolve this matter. That's fine. Whatever method will work, let's do it.
Can we talk about this on KJ's section?
Thank you, man.
Can we go back to our AI talk again, please?
KJ will be like, jail him, even if there's no substantial evidence to jail him. It's really a crime. Yes, his opinions are abhorrent, opinions that we all disagree with, but it's not a crime.
All the politics. Finish your point. The point you were making earlier. Go back to that.
Let me go to the those that are saying communism, capitalism, whatever. That is not going to work, right? So
why?
I'm not taking side. I'm just saying for those who are saying it's not going to work. The same. So part of those group of people are also envisioning the age of umbrellas of a thing, but they don't see the correlation between those two things. Now, a very classical example of where communism or however the experiment of Karl Marx work is Sweden. Sweden-Hungarian, Southern Empire of those days. If you go back to 1848, when this just like what is happening now, with Mandela in New York, this whole revolution of socialism. So if you go back to 1800, eventually led to First World War, but the same thing happened. Now, why the Swedish own stand out is that is where the only place the communist revolution actually have a victory. They successfully brought the Hungarian Swedish Empire down. How did they do it? Because they were pretty much going all over the European nations, seizing factories and, in the name of communism, seizing everything, burning everybody down. So when they get to the Swedish people, the governing elite of the Swedish Empire, they came out and struck a deal with the revolutionary. They say, you know what? Okay, we agree. But in the process of the process will take nothing less than 300 years. So they are not just going to switch to communism just all of a sudden. So it's going to be gradual thing. So the whole point is giving production back to the people. Let everybody that works in the production have a piece of another kind of thing. And they succeeded today. I think it's the only success story. I said that even when the financial crash, happened in 2009, they were the first people to actually get out of it. COVID-19 is the same thing. So China today.
What did you say about Sweden and getting out of what?
The financial crisis of 2008.
They got out of it because they practice.
They are the first people to actually recover.
That's not true.
That comes from.
Why is it not true? Why is it not true?
Well, that's not true. I'll tell you why.
Why is it not true?
No, go ahead. When you're done, I'll show you. I'll tell you why.
Okay. The same thing with COVID-19. That's some of the best nations that actually handle the whole process. So today, talking about COVID-19 today, and the whole idea of abundance and how the AI revolutionaries are planning in Wuhan today, China, what they are doing, because in each autonomous vehicle you see on the street, there's somebody losing a job. That's somebody's job.
Yeah.
So now there's a kind of law that is in place to tax those autonomous vehicles, now pay back to the citizen, just like what Donald Trump announced at the earlier administration that starting from 2000 and next year, $1,000 will be paid to every child that is born in the American empire, right? So so now I am not saying
it's quite impressive. I think you are quite right about that Swedish fast recovery. I just checked it out just now. So I think Sweden too, was it not the nation, the way they reacted to COVID-19 was different too. They were not doing the self-isolation and all that nonsense.
My
that
supply
vision
no
is.
dey deceive me. My
Sweden
supply.
has its faults as well.
That's good. That's good. That's good. At least I thought you were not educated. You
No,
know, my apologies.
the whole point is that the transition is not going to happen all of a sudden. As I said, they went into 300 years agreement. It's still on. They're about 200 and something years in now. So it's not 100% there what they bargain for here, whereby the whole production system will be in the hand of the citizen. They're marching towards there. But again, if you now bring the China system into it, right? They embrace the open market of the West, but with some Chinese characteristic, which is where the communalism come into play, right? That's right. Subjecting everybody to pretty much one governance. Again, one will say technocracy, right? That's where we are headed. And why everything in the future, in the nearest future, all the laws, speaking to what Tunanja was credit to AI, that AI will stop crime with justice and all that. When we fully immerse ourselves into technocracy, right? Governance, right? We will not be looking to Asurok, maybe. We will not going to be looking to Asurok for any law or anything. All you need to do is just to look into your device or whatever, you know what's. Again, where the brave new world will say the big brother utopia, the danger of why somebody will be somewhere controlling everybody and all that. So there is war ahead of us, or is already unfolding with all these ideologies and civilization and economic theories and all that. Everything is unraveled, and as we progress, we go into the 2030s, we'll begin to see who will come out victorious, that the communism or the capitalism will continue, the China is going to dominate America and all that kind of stuff.
All right, hold on. Let me just do something. Please, viewers, we are over 100 watching. Let's like, share, and subscribe. Go and like the video so that more people can be able to view this conversation. We've talked about quite a lot of different topics, and you can see, you know, Okwegolo is on his game today. He did clearly indicate some facts, and he lends credibility to whatever he's submitting. And same with Chim here. You know, we are these. Don't underestimate Okwegolo. Don't underestimate. Simba has come to grace us with his vast experience and knowledge. So people should be showing appreciation and liking the video so that other people can see this in the live feed. That said, you know, this week is about the Edo Kingdom. So let's just play this. You know, we have to respect now. We have to respect, you know. We have to respect the
my big brother, senior brother, uncle is here.
We have to respect. So let me play this for the Edo people dedicated to the Edo traditions and their excellence. And hopefully, maybe I might even do it for 2 weeks, you know, because just to show the difference that these people actually did something that was quite remarkable in the southern part of Nigeria. All right, let's just watch this quickly. All right. That is just a slither. It's not a tiny slither of the Edo people dedicated to our Edo brothers in the South, and more shall be coming. And I think they deserve 2 weeks. Let's face it, they deserve 2 weeks.
Show our technology. Show our.
That's why I say they deserve 2 weeks now. They deserve 2 weeks. That's what I'm saying, because they are one of the few that started manufacturing guns. It's just that people have Gatling guns and Tallons. By the time they were manufacturing guns.
You see the similarity between the music, the Edo music and Igbo music, and like the music of all the regions. Like there's similarity. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, there's similarities. There's overlaps. Yeah. It sounds like overlaps with the dance.
That's crazy, man.
That's what I'm beginning to see.
The culture is the same. Yeah, the food is the same. The music is the same. Like the music, I was feeling the music like it was speaking to my soul, to something inside me, right? Even though I don't understand language, but there's something there, man. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Nice one.
We all connected, man. We all connected. No more, fighting over.
Guys, I'll see you guys. I need to sleep.
All right, Chim.
Thank you for joining us, Chim. They just came here innocently. People are just accusing you of everything. Sorry about that. It's not right.
Chim, Canada would soon become part of America. So,
forefathers, there's something there's something very important going on, but at the same time, there's they are trying to cope. I don't know. Let me not say they are trying to. Earlier on Dr. Damage's section, he ended up talking about the minister of what be Dotto portfolio self, the young man minister.
I think it's a telecommunication kind of this.
Digital. So would I be right if I say the AI thing fall into his domain?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. It falls into his domain. Yeah.
So I don't know when they do that news. That interview on channels that they're talking about how terrorists get access to communication and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
At the same time, they were in France signing MOU for French AI technology to be in charge of tax collection come 2026. They collect our tax and they do evaluation. Talking about AI, those who are in love with AI.
Yeah. You see, you just highlighted something that also was triggered in Kenya too. Our leaders, they are signing our data away with the French, and the same thing is happening in Kenya, where they are also linking their system to American healthcare system.
Yep. Now the thing say, okay, see, so the threat of Christian genocide, is it taking the shape already?
These people, they are going to make Africans revolt.
But I think earlier, I think what I will advise us to try to do, right? We could, I can't stop anybody for accusing all these people in their position, but the truth is that insult no the help. If I dare inside bulletproof jeep, you can insult me all you want. I don't give a hoot. Right? Let's try and understand why they do what they do. If Bola Tinubu go France, media go say go do the healthcare, yeah, all those ones there. But I guarantee you that's not why. Now, why am I saying this? Because under Buhari administration, when Ukraine and Russian brigade starts, the Nigerian government were on a neutrality stand. They don't take any side. I don't know if anybody noticed. Right? Now, for me, from what I'm noticing from this group of guys where they govern us, I think they are taking that position regarding this unfolding civilization war, economic war that is going on. Not to go 100% into West or go 100% into China. They're trying to, and again, we understand how the United States operates. That doesn't go well with it. They always want to, you're either with us or you're against us. So the activities I'm seeing, the way, because since that tweet come, Bola Tinubu no move again, and the kind agreement that is going on with the shenanigans that have been Berlin. So I think there's pressure on them. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. right? But how they are reacting is what we should be paying attention to, because it's important, because our life is being defined as we speak.
Yeah, you're right about that. But is that not a problem where these leaders, they seem to be highly susceptible to pressure? We are not electing great people that are willing to stand their ground.
When they hold the first AI summit, one with Donald Trump coming in France, Bola Tinubu was there, but he had to sneak into an hotel to meet with the CEO of Google. Now, this is an AI summit, world summit, first one, but they have to meet inside an hotel. What does that mean? So there's so much. We go wake up one morning, we go surprise and come. Are we living in the? What's going on? The way the world, especially those my brother here, who seems to have more interest on AI, things will change to a point that if you either be useless or be useful. And again, I try to discover that 3 tiers you go there. Either you are the originator of the AI, China or America, or you have a leverage to be a middleman to determine what kind of AI will be deployed to your people, how it will be used. You'll be in a position to actually have that conversation. Or, choose whatever is given to you, which is where the majority of the nation of the world is going to fall into. So we are not happy. So when our minister come on air, they discuss terrorists no get off because they get special. I was like, what? No, because not being even go sign the MOU. That's another question.
Yeah, that's why I said, can you imagine our leaders, these old men, going to sign MOUs about our digital data? How can they understand the implications of what they are doing? Already, to be fair, most of these Western nations, they already have access to our information. Where do you think WhatsApp is? WhatsApp is literally American government. We are submitting all our. They know more about us than we know about our family.
There's a reason why WhatsApp is free.
Yes, we know, but there are still some things that I think they are finding it difficult. If he had to take them during Obasanjo time, right now, let me start with Obasanjo time. If they had to take them with the economy, they strangle with economy deals, and for Washington DC to be admitted into our security architecture, in order for them, they are fighting this thing. That's one. That means there's something they never feel actually penetrate. Under Goodluck Jonathan, they also have to employ the same system that they are using now. Terrorism. The Goodluck Jonathan no get choice than to bring them into the architecture in order to fight in Boko Haram. Today, as we speak, just that tweet, Christian genocide, they've already formed another security team with the Pentagon, right? So I think there are still some things they know. They see there's a secret between, which is, if you want to look at the good side of this idea of the civilization fight between the Christian and the Islamic state, right? Even though their fights, they affect everybody, but there seems to be there's a good and bad to it. Just like when America they say the pressure us to accept a military base, right? It is due to the northern side that say, come, anybody will go stand, you're on your own. So there's still that push.
But do you think that's why I can bring Obe and Ewa in? Do you think there's a strategy in this, in the sense that, because I find it odd that Russia and China seems to just be sitting this one out and allowing America to just be bullying all these smaller countries and making them, bullying Nigeria now too. Is it a strategy that they are taking that, you know what, we know they are going to do this, let them do it for now. When we are ready, all these people are going to still fall back in line with us. Maybe that's what they've already told them. The reason why I'm adding that is because there's an analysis report that came out, I think 2023, 2024 or 2, where they said that China cannot be stopped after 2027. That their estimate was that 2027 to 2030, China cannot be stopped anymore by America in terms of rising even above America. That's
all part of Nigeria is part of Belt and Road Initiative, though. So you guys need to add that into the context.
And from what I'm looking at here, they are saying that they want to start a war next year. So there's something coming down the pipeline in the coming months that we face, because they don't want it to get to a point where they can't bring China in anymore. Let's see. Let's watch space.
On China and Russia, just like what Cedric has said, Road and Belt Initiative has been on for a very long time. They have already had a leeway in terms of what is critical to them, the resources they want, how they want in all these countries, especially in that of Africa. In Nigeria, they are building a lithium factory. So we have invested about $20.5 billion into Chinese already. So what they are doing, they are just watching, right? In terms of Nigerian case, right? How is the Nigerian government going to respond? Are they going to say, okay, the agreement that we had is no longer, we are not going to honor it because the pressure coming from the United States is too much? Now, what is the consequences of that? Means some of our assets will be up for grab, and our seaport is not out of play if it was 20 billion at all. So that's why the Chinese, you see the role they are playing. So now America, they fight aggressively, which is what they know how to do. You have to do this or you. So that of Russia, that means you are not giving them credit for pretty much occupying where the French were forced to vacate. So now what you should be concerned about is where these three people meet. That time you understand that they know really their interests will crash. Russia, they sell security. The Wagner group, that's what he's selling to the African nation, those who are under their grip, right? Chinese is selling, it's all about the economy. In other words, for you to get back what you invested, you have to be relatively peace. And for the Russia to sell weapons, peace will not be the way. So they have to be cool, they have to be honest. So then this is where America come in with all their soft power. Most of the leaders are Western trained, Western educated, so they have all them in their cock and book already. So that's how the game is being played right now. Now, until when this is becoming out of hand, as you said, 2027, now maybe they go take on to another level again. But we as a country, Nigeria, we should be very concerned because it's a melting pot. The two ideology meet. We will fight ourselves because that's the benchmark of everything. The three big foolish tribes, excuse my grammar, they're fighting. Everybody wants superiority. People might say, "I mean, get the paper." Then the two religions so as to play. So we are in a situation whereby I can't predict what we're going to happen to us in the future. Anything is possible. Civil war, Islamic getting upper hand. And whatever that you can, want to actually predict that now, you might not be wrong. But I'm pretty, again, these men if we come together and go into revolution consensus. Because if you look at what is going on in the National Assembly, the restructuring of their constitution, we will give more states, we will give more local government. That is a revolution. They are trying to appease some people who are feeling left out of the power structure. Who create states so that they will be governor, they will be minister and all that. If they do all that, then cheat us again.
Okay, let me bring these guys in so that they can be able to add to the.
Yeah, before they come in, I wanted to say, you guys remember, like in Pakistan, Pakistan is like very important for Belt and Road Initiative, and most of the railway workers, like the Chinese railway workers, like they get attacked by some terrorist groups in Pakistan. And there's speculations that these kind of has like Western blueprint to it. It's their way of like, kind of disrupting the whole Belt and Road Initiative. So could there be a connection to, what's going on over there?
Because the terrorism in Nigeria. Pakistan over India, which is the regional neighboring dichotomy that we talk about. If you're a neighbor to a superpower, they expect anything. So the Americans are that's where when you say footprints of the West, yes, the Americans are the ones they are not trying to push the Chinese out of Pakistan.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. And Obi, are you there?
Yes, it's the newest Paulo supporter.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us, Obe and OBE. So, what do you make of these? We were talking originally about the Nigerian, Nigeria going to save Benin Republic. This is president, and then Nigerian aircraft landed in Burkina Faso, and then there is also the issue of Fubara, singing on your mandate, and also I saw a video of I don't know if he was the person Wike was mocking. Wike was singing the same song, like trying to mock maybe Fubara. That's the implication anyway. That's what the person is.
I think Wike's video came up first before the Fubara's.
So it wasn't.
Before the Fubara's declaration, right?
So what do you make of that man came and talked about the harassing stuff. We talked about the AI evolution, how abundance could make a big difference in our lives. While it seems like the consensus is that human nature will override AI's ability to solve problems. I don't know how that is going to happen, but we'll see. So what do you make of the entire conversation?
Well, let me start from the AI. I think from my experience of 5 decades now, I think there's nothing that lasts forever. Everything just will pass. Nobody believed that there won't be Kodak camera again in this society. Nobody believed that some things that were invoked those days when we were growing up have become a mirage. If you tell a child now what is a Kodak camera, you won't understand what you're talking about, because most of them never saw it. So anything that is actually invoked now will actually phase out. That is why when I see these Yahoo boys, I see these boys trying to say, I am a content creator, I am a enemy creator. They are trying, is that a job? What is that? So everything just had it's like it has a tenure. It will all phase out with time. So that is why
you think AI is a phase. It's like it's something that's going to phase out.
What I mean, what people are using it for will phase out. It will keep being modified. There will be a transition. There will be a lot of things happening in that sector. So when people take a job, just like what do you call him now? This guy that is popular now in Nigeria, very dark man. He became popular because of the Nigerian situation. In America, very dark man would be a jobless man. Don't you understand? So the situation of today is creating him getting an office, calling it an NGO, because of the police stupidity, because of the systemic rot, systemic failure. Then those guys are shining. What the police cannot do, a one man will resolve it in the twinkle of an eye. So that becomes a kind of an institution as a country creating a non-existent function for somebody to become popular in the face of the globe. It's a shame on us as a people. Those are the things we are going to be looking at. It's going to be coming in phase and be fading out. Then that of Fubara and whatever. I think the politics of River State is just Amowele, whatever his name is, speaker, is the most foolish man I've ever known on earth. He's very stupid. He doesn't even know the power he has. It's allowing wicked use him. By the time you are fighting governor every day, you're just being stupid. You're just being stupid because you don't know what you're doing. You're supposed to be a team trying to resolve the issue of the state. You are making statements. You said you had a problem with half about spending money. Why did you call the Commissioner of Education? Come and say, okay, come and tell us what you've been doing. That is the job of the House of Assembly. You are telling the governor is spending money because he's not giving. Who is he going to give contract to? Your people? I don't understand. So those are the River State issue is going to continue to get rotten until that Marco Wiki clears off from the way. He's still going to be there, causing confusion in that state until they're able to get rid of him. And I think Jagaban and the Lagos boys will soon get rid of him. He thinks that it will last forever. It's not going to be, because as soon as things change now, he's going to be like a drop over, or probably they're going to see how they make him irrelevant. And it becomes the statesmanship that I think he has. It will become like worse than even his former predecessor, in the situation. So that's exactly what that one is in that regard. Then we also talked about AI.
Benin Republic, Benin and Burkina Faso.
Maybe the Nigerian government think that this young guy in Burkina Faso is just a fool or is a stooge, or they think that the guy doesn't know what is happening, or he doesn't know that the fraternizing with France is actually a point for the guy to beam his camera over us and over the France situation. So whatever he's trying, they are trying to lie and trying to, do a damage control and all that. The guys are smarter than them. The guy knows exactly what they were up to. Those things were not error. Those things were not we're not plain default issues. Those things are all fabricated stories. They had a plan. And the guy, they just used Burkina Faso as a distraction to enter to see whether they can drop stuff there. That's what they were doing. But the guy was smarter than them. I was able to get rid of them. And that is why they are changing story upon story. They don't know what to say. Now we want to go and save this plane. The plane need to pass through here. The plane didn't tell this person is going to drop here. The plane developed fault. What is all that? What is all that? Stories.
That's right.
But okay, what does Nigeria have to do with Macron that this man always go to France? What's happening in France? Did France colonize us? So how did France suddenly became a friend of Asorok? Is that not a point for Burkina Faso man who has drove them away from his country to begin to beam his camera on us to see whether we're going to be used? They are using the guy. They are using president. They are using the Tinubu for their own selfish end. Thank God the guy get rid of them and they're going to find the truth. Instead of them to come out with the truth and confess and free those guys, they are making Nigeria scapegoat. You understand? We just a bunch of, we think this global village thing is a lie. It's not like nothing you do that is hidden. Everybody is watching each other. All the telephone calls they are making, all the contact, all the satellite beaming, whatever they say they are beaming, they are all watching them. And whatever move is going to make, the person that is defending himself will be ahead of you because he knows that he will be attacked anytime because of his action against the Western world. So he's expecting it. And he knows that they're going to use people like us to do stuff with them. They know. Macron can't go himself now. He's going to use guys that he can manipulate, which is our Gade, because he wants to be a friend of the outside world so that he can win election. And then let's see how this thing goes. It's just a shame on us. The Burkina Faso guy, he's a very vibrant, smart young man who has done well for his country. As a military man, he's been so useful to his country than the so-called civilian rule. The people are happy with him. Yeah, the people are happy with him. So whatever he's doing now, they are just waiting for probably a side of the story and they probably have a resolution of the matter. But to say that you're going to pass through the back to go and do stuff with them, no. It's not easy again. It's not easy. You don't intrude into my territory and you're expecting you are explaining that you want to go and service plane. What does that mean? Those are stories. Okay. So they just got rid of them. They're red-handed. They caught them red-handed. And they couldn't do stuff again and they are all lying over the place. And Oga with AI and digital economy, the one that's able to catch Yahoo boys, but he doesn't know how the men in the bush are making calls. He doesn't know the satellite they are using. He doesn't understand the network that they are calling with. But if a Yahoo boy, anybody calls them, they are able to track him to his bedroom. You see how shameful and
did he actually say he doesn't know how they are communicating?
He said it now in that interview that whatever they are using, that is why they are in a location where there is no network. That whatever they are using is sophisticated more than the one they have.
Yeah, he probably is. But he didn't. He doesn't know.
That is just a symptom of a failed state. What are you talking about? That a bushman, if you see those guys, they look like people who do not even know how to speak English. They are the one that can manipulate a drum, manipulate a network more than you. And you're telling me that you are not intentional. That a military base will be asked to stand down, then there will be invasion in the next few minutes. You're telling me that you know what you're doing. You see that? Look at them. They are all just fooling themselves. Look at the man that came from the House of Rep man that came to Nigeria to come and do fact finding. He went there. He was fraternizing with them. When he came back home, he came to say the truth. when he came back to Washington. He told them the truth, what he saw. But then he was pretending as if he was understanding what they were saying, so that they would not go and kill him. As soon as he boarded, he changed the story when he came back here. And he gave the facts out that these people, they are all lying over the place, that whatever they are saying is not correct. And this is what I found. This is what it is. This is how somebody I spoke to, and on video. So my brother, you see that it's from one confusion to the other. That is why I just pray an Obi-like person will come in only to straighten things up. Because our problem is just lying, leadership, our big rulership problem. The people who are in the hands of our faith are not ready to even make the system work. They are not even interested in how the system will work. All they just want is money. How does one man carry 600 billion? What's he going to use it for now? To eat food, or to drive car, or to sleep in the house? It's not very stupid of them that you don't need to be rich to be happy now. Eh? How will only you be living in an area? Only you will have light. All the other people there are in darkness, and you'll be driving past, and you'll be happy. Eh?
Yep, that's the neoliberal individualism.
And Nigerians are not stoning them, and they're not burning those houses down. They're out there flaming hand for them, as in, hey, Papa yourself, drop for boys.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that surprises me a little bit that even people
Obi cannot come power through prayer.
They have that kind of mindset. Let me bring AY in quickly because we are not going to be going too after.
Sorry,
this.
AY. Sorry, AY. I just
want to say something, Simba.
Yeah, I'm just about to go. If you guys want to understand the game, you guys have to read the, I believe it's called the Jakarta method. It's what happened in Indonesia and how Indonesia got themselves out of the poverty where they are.
You call it Jakarta method? Jakarta method.
Yeah. Interesting. It's exactly what happened with the CIA, what happens in the back end. Just read it so you understand exactly what's going on. After that, that will open completely.
That's interesting. Hold on, let me just say, I think I'll see something about it now. Let me see if I can play something on it.
Not and will not permit the establishment of another communist government.
In 1965 and 1966, the Indonesian military intentionally killed approximately 1 million innocent civilians with the active, enthusiastic participation of the United States government. My name is Vincent Bevins, and I wrote The Jakarta Method, Washington's anti-communist crusade, and the mass murder program that shaped our world.
Journalist.
Wow. You guys don't know me to carry on?
Yeah, go ahead. Carry on.
Bye, guys.
Vincent Bevins explains how a U.S.-sponsored disinformation campaign was used around the world with deadly results.
The Jakarta Method is the intentional mass murder of leftists or people accused of being leftists. And this was employed throughout the world in the Cold War. And the most important part of the story, no, not the first event in the tale, is the US-backed mass murder of approximately 1 million innocent civilians in Indonesia in 1965. This massacre was one of the most important turning points of the Cold War, one of the biggest successes for the West and its allies. And it was such a big success that it inspired movements elsewhere around the world, specifically in Latin America, to copy the tactics employed there. And they used the word Jakarta to denote what they were going to do to their own leftists or accused leftists, which was to kill them.
What happened in Indonesia began on October 1st, 1965, with a military coup.
Some members of the Indonesian military that believe or say that they believe that their superior officers are organizing a right-wing coup kidnap some of them, and 6 generals end up dead. This is all very mysterious. But what we know very well is that immediately afterwards, a general named Suharto takes control of the country, ignoring direct orders from President Sukarno, and immediately gets the full backing of the United States materially and ideologically as he begins to spread a horrible story that the Indonesian Communist Party was responsible for this and had engaged in horrible torture of these 6 generals.
Declassified documents show the U.S. government was not just aware of what was happening, it helped.
The United States government immediately gave communications materials to Suharto that he used to coordinate his message around the country. Basically, I'm in charge. The PKI, the Indonesian Communist Party, is to blame for this, and they must be crushed. And also, the United States successfully pressured Western media outlets, including BBC, and ended up getting the supportive outlets like the New York Times and Time Magazine to spread this story that the Indonesian Communist Party, specifically the women's wing of the party, which was at the time one of the largest feminist organizations in the world, had taken these 6 generals and performed a bizarre kind of tantric, satanic torture ritual in which they literally castrated these Indonesian men and threw them into a well.
The coup was just beginning. In the weeks and months that followed, leftists and members of the Communist Party were targeted.
This propaganda story, spread with the enthusiastic help of the United States, was used to justify the mass arrest of the Indonesian left and people accused of being on the Indonesian left. At least 1 million, perhaps 2 or 3 million people were arrested. And then over the next 5 to 6 months, in the middle of the night, some of these prisoners would be taken out, executed, and thrown into rivers.
In Indonesia, anti-communist riots shake the country.
The violence took place in different ways across Indonesia. In general, it moved west and then towards the east, across the island of Java, the most populous island in the country, but then arriving in Bali, which probably experienced the most horrific violence and the largest number of people killed compared to the total population. So we think that probably at least 5% of the population of Bali was killed in 1965 and 1966. And this mass murder not only made the emergence of a tourist industry on this beautiful island possible, the victims are still often buried on the sand underneath the very hotels where Australian surfers or American eco-tourists are staying and sipping on coconuts, right? So this history is quite literally buried in this part of the world. They still are finding bones in the sand, just feet away from where people are posing for Instagram bikini shots.
What happened in Indonesia would soon be replicated in other countries.
Small countries in which outside alien hands have planted the seeds of subversion.
It was very well understood at the time by US foreign policy officials that Indonesia was far more important than Vietnam. And this was, for the other side of the world's political spectrum, the side of the radical anti-communists and the US allied dictators, this was an inspirational achievement. This was something that they could do in their own backyard. Not only would it work, as it clearly worked in Indonesia, they would get the full backing of the United States as they attempted to launder their own reputations afterwards.
Frankly, Mr. Ambassador, we lack the trained men who would be able to plan and implement operations in an area we think is vitally important. Because of this, we are also requesting that your team of advisors include a senior officer who is thoroughly experienced in psychological operations. Very well, sir. I think we can provide you with an expert on the subject.
In the early 1970s, in both Brazil and Chile, you see right-wing forces in both countries using the word Jakarta, Jakarta in Spanish or Jakarta in Portuguese, to signify something that they were going to do to their own left-wing problem. In Brazil, you had something behind the scenes called Operação Jakarta, or just Operation Jakarta, which was a similar program to eliminate the left. And in Santiago, the capital of Chile, you had this a quite chilling terror campaign, which consisted of graffiti showing up on the homes of leftists or accused leftists, which said simply, Jakarta is coming. And for anybody paying attention in the Cold War at the time, it was very obvious what that meant. It meant, we're going to kill you, just like the Indonesians killed their own communists. In 1973, this is exactly what happened. Jakarta, very tragically, did come to South America. With the success of the US-backed coup that overthrew Salvador Allende and installed Augusto Pinochet, thousands of leftists and accused leftists were killed. And then Brazil and Chile got together to form an international mass murder network called Operation Condor, which identified and eliminated their enemies, especially on the left, but not only on the left. I find that in at least 20 countries, US allies employ the intentional mass murder of civilians in the construction of a US-backed authoritarian capitalist regime. And I find that this tactic, this Jakarta method, was such an important part of the way that the Cold War was won, that it profoundly shaped the world that we live in today.
On a rainy day in Washington, pomp and ceremony attend the formal reception of Philippine President Ferdinand E. Marcos. President Marcos begins his state visit with high praise for President Johnson's firm stand in Asia.
Countries like Brazil, Philippines, Indonesia, all throughout Central America, still have these intensely violent and intensely effective anti-communist myths, often based on explicit lies going back well into the beginning of the 20th century. And Jair Bolsonaro, the president of Brazil, is a great example. He came to power on the explicit promise that he would resuscitate the ideology of Brazil's dictatorship. And he had said very explicitly out loud on television that it would require the murder of 30,000 innocent Brazilians in order for the country to move forward.
The Jakarta method even influenced domestic politics in the U.S.
One very often overlooked part of this story is that young Barack Obama moved to Indonesia in the late 60s because of this mass murder. His stepfather was called back to Jakarta, as were many Indonesians that were living abroad during this turbulent time. And he and his mother went with him. That's why Barack Obama lived for a time in Indonesia. That's where these rumors that he was a Muslim came from, just because he was living in a Muslim country at the time. I think that Barack Obama's early life was profoundly shaped by this experience in living in a country that had just been torn apart by this kind of horrible violence.
The violence made possible by the Jakarta method can't be undone, but Bevan says it's tempting to think about what might have been.
The world that we live in was shaped by a specific type of horrible violence. And if the world is like this because of that type of horrible thing that we would wish never happened and we would hope never happened again, that leads me to think what a world would be like that was not shaped by this violence. What possibilities for human history could lay before us if we rejected this kind of terrible repression as a way to get what we want politically.
This is Inside Edition Digital.
Oh boy, damn.
Yep. So that book tells you the details on what the CIA did, what the meetings were. Just way too much information. And they could be playing that same game now.
That's what they played in during the Biafra Civil War too.
Exactly, that too as well, yeah. It's the go-to tactic. I think they did it recently in what's the place in South America that speak?
Venezuela. That's what. Isn't that what's going on in Venezuela? Yeah. And
Same
Cuba.
Tactics.
Same tactics. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys, I gotta go. Have a good day.
All right, man.
Bye.
You too, man.
Simba, thank you.
Man.
When you point things like that out, they say you are complaining.
Once it's my turn.
It's your turn now.
Forefather will look for a way. Let me tell you what he does. He will look for a way to distract me, distract the whole thing.
The guy don't sleep, why?
I think he's sleepy, to be honest.
Wow.
He's tired.
That's how I
No, he's in the UK. It's late out there, right?
Probably this guy never sleep, man. Forefather have a lot of energy.
So I go carry us go walk from go sleep.
Yes, no.
It's probably like 3 a.m. in the morning over there or 4.
It's even good. Adamaka come in, right? It's even good that he's muted.
He don't do that.
Oh yeah, maybe he did sleep yesterday. This guy, he never sleep.
Maybe he froze.
No, I think he's sleeping.
He's sitting there now. Not been there so.
Yes, now, but he's sleeping. He's muted.
Yeah, he don't sleep. Boy, he's don't froze.
I hope say not this serious, yeah, but I think he's sleeping.
Eccentrica.
Yes. Oh man, on the politics. You saw the documentary, right? That's what I've been saying over here.
That's yeah.
It's funny because people talk about how come capitalism, communism or socialism didn't work in other countries. This is why. This is the reason why. Their purpose is, they want to create a world where, you know, they could have access, you know, to everything, all the resources. They can bring in their conglomerate. I mean, think about it. If you have a mom and pop store in Nigeria, or if you have, like, let's say Mr. Biggs, if you guys remember Mr. Biggs, they cannot compete with McDonald's. If McDonald's come to Nigeria, they can't compete. McDonald's can run them out out of business. You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of global world that they want, you know, where they can come in, compete, and get rid of all the local businesses. Like, you know, the conflict thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Adama, come in and moderate. I think it's supposed to be my turn, eh? These people, you guys.
It's your turn. Yeah, go ahead. We're waiting for you. You ain't never said anything.
Obeolo and Sedeka will not let me speak.
I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead. What are you trying to say that's so important? Go ahead. Say it.
I said, I thought you were a nice guy. Now you are not behaving like Obeolo, eh?
No, yeah. This is my villain arc right here. It's my villain arc. I'm just kidding, man. Just go ahead.
Oh my God. I love the video. You know, today, listening to people, to be honest, I'm kind of frustrated about our Nigeria pro issues and Africa problem in general. Because I was just literally looking at it like, is there any country, any black nation really working on this planet here? I don't know of any, to be honest. It's all complain. We don't look at issue.
Wait. On the politics, there's a lot of noise coming in. Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna remove it now. Don't worry. We don't look at issue objectively. You know, it's really a problem. Even the issues we have in Nigeria today, like, I don't know who was saying it. Was it somebody was saying that, okay, it was Obe. He said, Fofana is up.
He's awake. Welcome back.
Yeah, he traveled through space.
Go ahead, AY.
So Obe was saying something like what the Minister of Digital Economy said, that they don't know the kind of technology the Boko Haram people are using or something like that. So basically, I think that is that tell us a lot. Who is giving them this equipment? These Boko Haram, these rat people running through the bushes, they don't have the capacity to have all this equipment. So these are questions we need to ask. But what you see, because we don't look at issue objectively, try to go looking for go to the root of the problem, all we do is blame ourselves. They try to blame this tribe, this one, blame this one. It's an opportunity to keep distracting ourselves as Africans. I think it's just a problem of an African man. I begin to look at it. I look at the whole of Africa. Which country is really working? Apart from the white Africa, called South Africa. The reason it's working at all, probably because of the white people that were there for years. Even when you go outside Africa, the other black Africa countries, are they working? No. Go to Haiti, go to Jamaica, everything is just messed up. You even come to America, you look at black dominated area, same crisis we're having. So something must be wrong, though. I think we need to really look at ourselves and try to see how we can fix our problem. Even the way we behave sometimes, I begin to think like, is it that Africa, we are all traumatized? I don't know. People just tend to have a lot of hate within them. To me, it's problematic. I wish one day some of us will have opportunity to put this in order. I would love that opportunity. Probably I'll begin to have an ambition now. If our father is going to support it, you know, I know Obe will not support it. It's okay. On the issue of River State, right?
No, wait. Stay where you are, dude.
What ambition are you talking about?
You make some great points about.
Honestly, I want to see. To be honest, I sincerely begin to think, what can I do to help my country?
What can we? Yeah,
I want to make that sacrifice. Sincerely, I want to start to. I'm seriously thinking about it.
Yeah.
I can have a way to make a difference. I think I'm gonna do it. I think people need to. I think it's time we stop complaining. We need to be looking at solutions. That's what I see right now, you know. But I'm really serious about this. The other thing I wanted to discuss, Cedric, I need to move away from here. The Rivers issue, what is going on in Rivers, is still battle for leadership. So I think right now Tinubu is playing the real dirty game in Rivers. Father, you remember we were discussing this policy. I told you the whole of South is gonna be go to APC. I remember saying that to you many times. And today, South, the whole of South is APC. It's also very difficult. It's gonna be, even if Peter Obi is contesting, it's gonna be a very difficult terrain for him to win. It's gonna be very, very difficult. The reason is that 2023 election is kind of different. So for the Rivers, for the Rivers State, now the Tinubu want to play. Tinubu want to have everything to himself. So I don't think Wike and Fubara, they're gonna have issue. This is what is gonna happen. They are never gonna settle. So Fubara now, what I think he's doing, if he's not doing that, he needs to start doing that. I think he's kind of working with Wike forces from Abuja. If he can grab the Wike forces in APC, the game is over, because fighting a state governor is very difficult, especially somebody like a state like Rivers. It's very difficult. So the governors, they have a lot of power. Wike might fight, but he might not be able to win, because historically, the ordinary people are going to see him as the victim. I mean, Fubara. So in the next election, they will go on the street to vote for him. So when the people really are really interested in an election, historically it's very difficult to rig. So that is what I'm seeing in Rivers. So calm down.
So you said something about, like, you know, what can we do, right? Do you think, like, there's something people can do, you know what I'm saying, like, outside of the government, you know, outside of government policy, government policy nonetheless, is there anything that people can do within themselves as a community to kind of help create a different type of consciousness, right? Because, like, what we talked about was this problem of individuality, right? And I'm like here thinking, you know, there are things that we could do, right, as a community to, you know, to kind of create this, kind of change the mentality away from this individual focus system, right? For instance, you know, I mean, here in the United States of America, a lot, if you guys are on Facebook, I used to be on Facebook like probably 6 years ago, there are, you know, some neighborhoods will create groups, right, where they will help each other out, right? And that could be expanded, right? Because, like, technology has already brought us together. Like, you know, you guys, I never met you guys ever in real life, but, you know, we are here, right? So that could be a good tool to kind of change this mentality, you know, this individuality mentality, where people can work together to help each other out. Like, for instance, something as simple as, you got 20 shoes. You don't wear all the 20s. You put it out there, somebody that needs shoes can get it, right? And there's some kind of, I mean, what would you even call that, right? It's there's a name for it. I forgot what it is. You know, some kind of, there's a name for it, right? You know, people can do stuff like, you know, give out things in the community that they don't have, right? You don't have to, like, spend money. It's just things that you have.
I get your point. I get your point. Yeah, I mean, we have been doing all this kind of stuff, right? I get your point, really, but if you really look at it, you need to have the political power to be able to make the kind of change that will be very effective in the country. The way the country is today, trust me, If you don't have it, anything can even happen to you. That's part of the problem.
Yeah, but do you have the stomach to do the Nigerian? I guess the idea is getting involved and be able to do what is required to transform the system one way or the other. Do you have this?
Yeah. Because if you look at it, right, so part of the giving the solution is for you to be very honest, and what comes with honesty, with sincerity, let's say intention, with good intention, what comes with it, the road will be much clearer for you. So there are people, for example, they want, my interest is to come here and loot money. It's just like when people are very tribalistic, they don't see anything good. So the way they think, they are programmed to think along that line, along tribe. So, but when you are open, you are able to see things more objectively. Same as you try to solve a problem, a complex country like Nigeria. If your intentions are good, some of the government, let me tell you what they do. They can, for example, just go do shabby roads. They just go there, push out. They just want people to say, oh, it's working, it's doing road. Without really say, okay, I need to do road that will last for 30 years at least. Contractor, this is what I want. You monitor it, you have a monitoring team, you want to fix Nigeria electricity problem. You should have milestone. For example, okay, realistically, I'm going to focus on this project. If I stay office for 8 years, I want to resolve this problem. So you should have milestones.
Anyway, have you heard about worker co-op? This is a system where, instead of establishing your own business as an individual, you do it with people, right? Like a cooperation. Worker co-op. I know they have worker co-op stuff in America. Some businesses have worker co-op. They don't have that in Nigeria. These are like the things, that, you know what I mean?
But he's talking about political kind of transformation or involvement, not necessarily community kind of.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example. When you look at, no matter how we are going to criticize Tinubu administration, there are some reform he's doing. But the question is, this reform, how genuine are they? What are you trying to achieve? For example, the tax reform is not really bad, but you have to, if I'm to do tax reform, I will protect the poor. There is nothing that will not make me protect them. The bottom 50%, for example, I will make sure I protect them. That one is good. It's good reform. For example, the subsidy removal, it was a good reform. But again, you have to make sure the hardship on the people
subsidy removal
not too much. You have to look for a way to ameliorate the situation of the people.
Subsidy removal is not a good policy, though.
For me, it's good. The way Nigeria was, if you know the history, I don't want to go back. Okay, the stealing was too much, the corruption was too much. So it's either removing it or look for a way to kind of reform it in total. But that's another.
If you have the intention to do the right thing and you want to get involved in the Nigerians try to fix things, one, you're going to need resources.
Sorry, forefather. Sorry to give you. I don't want to lose this point. Let me give you an example.
Go ahead.
Where I think Tinubu made mistake, he removed the subsidy. He's giving the money to the governors. These governors are looting more money. I would have removed subsidy. Listen, I want to build 3 refineries in the next 5 years. I will make sure those refineries will work. I will make sure we are energy sufficient. Look at what Dangote is doing now. Dangote has a refinery now. He's going to expand it to the biggest refinery. I heard he's even want to build a pipeline now from Nigeria to Mozambique or one country like that. Those are the kind of things NAPC is supposed to be evolving, but NAPC are not that. They didn't do any of that. Dangote gave, I don't know if you also discussed that, he's giving 1 trillion naira in the next 10 years for the education sector, to support education in Nigeria, that's a good thing. It's a good thing, right? So we can build more people to come to support the system. That's what happened in America, even in other developed countries. You can see now, like an hospital want to close down, an hospital that is really helping the people. Somebody will come, we just give them money. Okay, what do you need? Even universities in America, people donate money for them. Company, individuals, they donate money to sustain them. So it's not, this kind of stuff are not out of place. But for Nigeria situation, you need to build the economy, you need to build the system, we need to do the background work first.
If you're running a capitalist system, personally, like, they said Obasanjo wanted to create a lot of millionaires or billionaires, he said. I think that is something that any president should be aspiring to, like in any sector. Like, okay, they'll say this guy in health, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you all the support you need, but you better deliver for the country, and
so
you have to be advanced and really.
It doesn't work. You're talking about trickle down economy. It doesn't work. We've seen it in America. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work? They are ruining the world.
Trickle down economy does not work.
They've used it to rule the world.
Trickle down economy doesn't work. Look it up. Look it up. It doesn't work. Giving money to the rich so it can trickle down to the poor does not work. That was what Obama did. 2008. It doesn't work.
I don't think Fofana is talking about that though.
That's what he said. He said
he's talking about making new millionaires. Like
by giving them government.
It's not really like the rich already. You give them.
See. Even if a rich person let's say somebody that is rich, you want to help. You want to assist them to become, let's say, capture one industry. The reason why I'm saying it, because in capitalist systems, what I've noticed is that the private institutions, they are used as a kind of way of leveraging power and developing the country. If you look at Google right now, Google is not American government that owns it, but technically it's American government that owns it. It's a technology that belongs to them. This platform they are on, things like that, you have to fund private institutions to create humongous amounts of wealth. That is, and with the backing of the state, that is how almost all these capitalist systems became as strong as they did. The Dutch were the first to start it. I think they said they accidentally created capitalism somewhere. So they created the Dutch East India Company that was larger than nations. So how do you? That kind of monopoly is very, very big.
Going now.
Pardon?
I said that is where Dangote is going now.
That's where Dangote is going, because you can run away from it. See, I understand where Senecas this is the frustrations, but you have to understand that what the Chinese leader said, that when they asked him why he wanted to work with Americans, capitalist system, given their communists, he said something about a rat or catch a trap or something, whatever he said. But the point is that you have to move according to the situation you find yourself in terms of the art of war. Where we are right now, we're already practicing the capitalist system. You can, if you want to switch over, it's just going to be inefficient.
You aren't switching over. Like Tinubu removed subsidy. A sensible person would have. Okay, subsidy is what made gas affordable. And it has a trickle-down effect on all sectors of the economy. You take the subsidy out, you invest it in transportation, so people don't have to drive their cars. You invest in transportation.
We are all in agreement on that front. We are not, I don't think anybody is disagreeing with you. The guy didn't use the money. I don't even know what he did with the money. I don't know.
Yeah, but like he said, he gave it to the governors, right?
Yeah,
the idea was you give it to the governor, it will trickle down.
I don't see the money with the governors. Because the money that they claim that he gave the governor, they'll say he doubled it. You say he gave it to the governor.
Doubled the what's it called? The
AY. How can you fall for this? Think about it. Think again. Think again what happened to the currency.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, that one, but that one was part of it too.
This is what they call in the UK in real terms.
Yeah.
In real terms, not much improved. He just pretended as if he did something for them. He didn't do anything. And people buy for all these other things.
Yeah. Before father is right.
It made the economy worse. taking out, removing the subsidy.
Second, what you know, he also unified the naira, the exchange rate, right? So what now happened? The exchange rate moved from, I think it was like 500.
But around 500 to 1,500.
By up to,
so it tripled.
It got up to close to 2,000 even at some.
There was a time he got up to that. Then he's giving them 2 times more or 3 times more. People thought he was increasing the other thing. You see how easily our people can be deceived. And man, when I look at it also, then I'm just like, wow.
The price of stuff drop up astronomically, but now the prices of stuff is,
yeah, because he has destroyed the
I bet which money did he give the governors? Which money? Is it the money that has already been destroyed? He didn't give them any money.
Yeah, that's what we are saying. We are saying,
yeah, because the value already went south before. Yeah.
Good point. Good point.
Most people didn't pick up on that this thing when they deceive Nigerians too much. I don't understand how they deceive people so much. Regarding you were saying about this participation part, because what I found is that for you to be able to participate, you need the resources. You can have all the best will in the world. Like me now, there are so many things I wanted to do, but because I have to also earn a living, people think that I live on the internet, but I still have to earn a living. So I have to go. I have to go and struggle and try to earn a living. Then, where's the time to put the resources towards some of all these things?
Election is a lot of money now. It's a lot of resources.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the.
But
even Peter Obi himself, that's one of the.
I think maybe we should put the energy in producing a kind of ideological document first, because if you don't have a direction and a kind of core basis of what you are doing, God knows whether one will not end up like APC people and PDP jumping to APC and jumping from left to right. Before you know, you start jumping everywhere.
Now,
there has to be a core element of this ideology behind what people are doing, so that when you are even done, the other people carry on with the direction of this travel. And that's why I feel like, because instead of you just diving, when you're diving right now, you're just diving into this thing where something can happen to you and nobody will be able to carry on your struggle.
Yeah.
No matter how your goodwill.
Well, I think his failure, the rulership, their failure is that whether they have a wrong kind of a theme, that there's nobody there that is telling them the truth, or they tend to believe the creditors who always tell them, go take money, devalue your money, this is that, and they are messing up. You see, that time that the Obasanjo went to carry Okonjo Iweala to come and help her sort things out, you could imagine the difference we were able to. So that despite that we were down, but she was able to manipulate situations, and if not that, if they had followed her advice, the governors, Nigeria would have been better off.
See,
but they didn't follow her advice. They were fighting her.
Let me give you a scenario that may not be good for us. Like, do you know whether maybe the reason why they did those things for Obasanjo was because Nigeria sacrificed Abiola? Because when they did that for maybe it's a one-off, and since then they've not done much, and we have not progressed beyond that. What they assisted us with removing the debt, and maybe we had a leapfrog into mobile technology, telecommunication, and then we have Dangote coming on stream. That was later in the day. So all these things are things that didn't happen before. Why didn't it happen before?
But Obasanjo made the moves before the so-called whatever the idea you're painting. There was a move to we don't know much. Let's get an expert who will help us in this matter. That was the first thing to have. If in accounting we say first thing first out. If you do the last thing at first, you're going to fail, or do the first thing that you have done last, you're going to fail at that too. But you must seek a correct advice, not just bringing your boys in and they came to spoil the whole thing, and you just made careless statement, and that is exactly what brought us to where we are today. That the Dangote coming on stream didn't make any effects. It had not changed nothing.
No, it did though.
Without Dangote right now, Nigeria
no. What I mean, the poverty plunging and the It didn't make any effect to turn it around.
Right? Yeah, the point of base make actually, I love that point. Like, one good thing about OBJ, still, which is one good thing I hold to OBJ, was able to look for good people. So OBJ was not doing party. So most of those guys he brought, he was looking. That is what I'm telling you. So I don't know where OBJ really meets.
But why though? I really hate to be saying it about Obasanjo's time in office, because when I saw him in the UK during that time, I wasn't paying attention to Nigeria. All I do is I see him with UK leaders. I just felt like this guy, I didn't feel proud that guy is the head of state of the country. My concern is that during that time there was a lot of improvements. We were reaping the dividends of having democracy, sanction being removed, Nigeria is being welcome in, and they forgave our debts. So some of all those things that were put in place, he basically squandered it because not much change. Our NNPC collapsed.
Yeah.
All those things. I don't know what I will see that's good.
Okay, I'll give you. I know that's where I'm going, right? OBJ, in terms of looking for the leaders, qualified people to do the work, not this tribal politics we are playing today. OBJ actually genuinely sourced for those people. OBJ himself, later on, he was not greedy. He created EFCC, using EFCC to pursue opposition. He was very bad with politics. So OBJ would have been able to build our electoral system, for example, because I still believe the day the power will be with the people, it will solve at least 40% of our problem. What I mean is the vote of people count. Like our problem will be solved 40%. Like, when you go to the ballot, this is the person these people are voting for.
How many percent did you say our problem will be solved?
40% or more. Here is what we have.
That is up to 40% too. Because our people don't change. Our people are mean.
Let me explain what happened. What we have now, you have people that are not qualified at all because of godfatherism, because of whatever. They come in, they grab power. You will not see educated, experienced, qualified people really looking for this position, because some of them, they don't want to go and be buying people over there because of election. They don't want to go into this violence. So because of that, they stay back. If people know, because building Nigeria, for example, we have a strong system. The electoral system is good. The local government are independent. Even people with experience abroad, you could say, you know what? I want to go to my local government. I want to go and help the people. I want to go and help develop that place. Go contest for local government chairman. You have all the money. You start building that local government. We have 76 local government, I think. At least let 500 qualified people.
So, but hold on. Let me just jump in. So I hear what you're saying. If you have quality people are likely to choose them. However, those people that rig elections today, if they still go around incentivize people by bribing them, giving them money, not on the day, before the day, or through adverts, or bribe them.
If you give people money, they will not see. Let me tell you, people that are buying vote. Let me tell you how they do it. They go to the police station, right? Hey, you are coming. You vote for my candidate. Okay, take 10,000. You gotta show your card to the person. Then we'll give you the money. So they have an agent. The agent is there. Show to me you voted for APC or PDP. They will attest to it. They give you your money. That's what is going on. So if you give money a day before election, you ask them to go to police station. They will vote for who they want to vote for.
Can we stay in the president, man? We were talking about Obasanjo. Can we stay in the president? Okay, you mentioned something early. You said something about if there's something you could do to make the country, to kind of make a little bit of change in the country. I think that's forward thinking. Talk about Obasanjo and his policies. I mean, let Arise TV do that. You know, let all this do that. That's not what we're here for. You know.
You are right, the central cast.
No, real shit. Yeah, like I'm out here thinking, man, we could. Because Four Fighters like, yo, I want to do something, but I have to take care of myself as well. That which is true.
Yeah.
But I think for the fact that we are in a country with superior, currency, right? There's something we could do. It doesn't have to be a lot. You know what I mean? We can do mutual aid. We can start it. Other people can follow, right? I've tried to do few things, but I run into problems, right? But those problems they're solvable problems. But I feel like I could, my only problem is like I had a thing where I give money to students that do well in STEM in the schools, right? And I did it for one school. I gave out 20,000 naira. I mean $20,000, right? Which was like I think like 40,000 naira back then when I did it.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
Yeah, for each kid, right? And I did a feeding program for a school where I fed kids from poor families. It was like 20 kids for 1 month for 140,000 naira. Breakfast. I gave them breakfast because the objective was hungry kids will not do well in school, right? That was the idea behind it, right? And then the objective was, hey, do 100 kids as a mock test. I was able to do it. 140,000 naira, which was what? $70? $70? That's like my overtime money, right? If I put in few, if I work like extra hour, I could cover that. We can do mutual aid. Look at the guy, OB is a doctor. OB is making some bank. We can do mutual aid every month. We can do mutual aid every month. I will dedicate myself every month. I'll put out $100 out of my budget. Say this $100 is going to this mutual aid that all five of us are doing. $100 to go to this mutual aid. Somebody's going to go to that.
The reason why I don't do that, one, because I'm technically doing that already because I'm working on the ground in Nigeria.
Okay.
In a way, I'm putting a lot of my own personal resources in Nigeria. So you can see why for someone like me, I'm spending more than that a month. In Nigeria, way more than that a month.
Dude,
you're talking of paying salaries or giving aids.
No, it's mutual. It's called mutual aid.
Kind of
education, maybe educational aid, something like that.
Okay. We can create focus, right? It's mutual aid.
Mm-hmm.
I know people that do mutual aid where they feed homeless people. Not in Nigeria, like here in the United States, right? Yeah,
just like
we just become another NGO now.
There was something that
it's about
talked about now.
It's about objective. Like, what is objective? Right. What's the objective, right? Yeah.
Why is it? Just a question. Why is it difficult for our people to make a mistake?
You asked me a question. Let me answer that.
Yeah, it was what AY was saying. Why is it impossible for us to make a mistake and probably revert back to probably you make a policy mistake, for example. Why is it difficult for our people to revert or maybe cancel it or go back to status quo? That is very difficult. Is it because of pride or because we're stupid or because we don't have sense? Look at what happened to AY governor Okwewolo. After they ringed it into office, because of the manipulation from the center and Oshomole, he now gave the job to the Agberos, like the Kabaka them. They did it to do. They messed him up in the first few months. What did he do? He went and removed them. That was where I salute the guy there. I say, man, you have a little sense. That means you know that these people are going to mess your government up from the beginning. The money that will be generated from that sector went down almost 60%. The guy now had to call these guys up and remove them from that job. That was how they were able to get it back. That was the governor. That was the right thing he did there. Because he knew that he is using Agberos who are not going to add value to the system, but he was paying them back based on political whatever they had done for him to get him into power. You understand? Because the narrative. He went back to it. But our guy at the top is not doing it. That is why the Nigerian rot, just in the last 2 years they've been there, They buried that country. They buried it down. It's that bad. It's that bad. They can't go back. Why can't you revert back to how you met it? It's not possible as a policymaker.
To them, you're thinking that it's a mistake, but to them, it's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake. Which policy do you want?
It's a deliberate act.
Which policy are you taking?
And remove subsidy at the same time. It was the greatest mistake of his life.
Hold on. Senegal was saying something earlier on. Senegal, what were we talking about? I think we were talking about things to be done. Okay, what was the goal of mutual aid?
Yeah, sorry. So the goal, the scope, okay, so for the STEM, right, the scope is kids that do well in STEM in school, right? The objective is to promote STEM, right? Sciences, math, whatever, to promote that culture in Nigeria. Because what he would do to a country's economy cannot be overemphasized. I mean, come on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but hold on.
Because hold on.
Let me add this. See, I hear what you're saying on that. Yeah. But the level we discuss this is at right now, we are at a level where we talk on the macro level.
Right.
We are not talking of dealing with issues on the micro level where you help 100 people, 200, or even 1,000 people. We are talking about transformational approaches to things here. Sometimes you have to leave people that are already have expertise in that area to do their job, because there are a lot of NGOs out there that are dealing with those things at that level, which is quite loud. Nobody is saying that it's very, very good thing that they are doing, but those people that they are helping are seeing the benefit every day. But somebody has to be thinking about the bigger picture too. You see what I mean? Yeah. And it's very vital. A lot of people are, as a matter of fact, in our own culture and community, there are very, very few that do that. Scarily few. Nobody thinks about the bigger picture. Where direction is the nation going? What direction are we as a race even going?
Here's a question. You know a lot of rural areas, the countrysides. How many of them have libraries?
Very, very
How many of them
few.
have libraries? Exactly.
Well, to deal with that problem, sometimes you have to deal with the macro level. If you keep trying to put out small fires, when somebody is coming in with a flamethrower, there's no point.
Don't underestimate the effect that you can make. That's the thing. Don't underestimate the effect that you can make.
You have to be realistic. You have to be realistic about what an NGO has ever transformed the fate of a nation before. Even with this in Red Cross.
Listen, man, the Red Cross, they all have their objectives. The objectives is not the same. It's not the same, right? It's not the same objectives. These NGOs are like the Trojan horse of the West. We know that. No, I know people
I mean the good faith ones, the ones that are doing the right thing.
Yeah, I know people that work in NGOs, Catholic NGOs, all that stuff.
But is they often decisive in the direction of a nation?
No, yeah, exactly. What is the objective? What is the objective of the NGO? They just collect money from rich people and do a few things here and there, and then pay their staffers millions. Like for Salvation Army.
I'm talking about the good ones. I'm talking about the good one, like the kind of stuff you are suggesting now, like this mutual fund they are talking about, or mutual aid. The type of stuff you are talking about, the good ones, they are actually helping people on the ground, and the scale of people they are helping is not as much.
Here's the thing, that's why you got to have a motive. You have to have your own motive, whether ulterior or a positive motive. You got to have your motive. What would be the motive if you do mutual aid? Some people do mutual aid as a way to teach people, teach people about, being socially conscious, right? About caring for their neighbors, about cooperation, about co-oping, right? Like, I mean, we don't have that fund to say, okay, if you open up a worker co-op, we're going to support you with this amount of money, right? We don't have that, but the effect it's going to have on the economy. Because if you have like
five, is it going to have on the economy? How many people are you
going to create more jobs? Worker co-op. If you have like five
how many?
people,
how many people are you going to reach?
To do
That's your most optimistic.
Do you know that United States government actually have a worker co-op program? If you want to do a worker co-op, they actually have a government actually gives you fund for that.
I'm asking you, how many people are you going to reach with your mutual aid listen idea? How many people at your most optimistic do you think you can reach?
Okay, so if you here's the thing. If you like, let's say, do a thing for STEM, right? You know, your objective is to encourage kids to take their STEM education serious, right? To do well in math and knowing that there's a price for it.
Yes.
You are raising you're raising the next Einstein, right? You're raising a kid that's going to be you know, an engineer in the future, and you know what that's going to do for the economy of the community. Like, dude, I had a cousin. I actually have a cousin who was supposed to do physics in school, but guess what? There was no fund. What did he do? He got married and he forgot about it. This kid is smart as hell. Like, he's a savant, almost a savant.
Yeah. Well, I'm still asking, how many do you think you are going to reach?
How many?
How many are you going to be able to reach out there?
Right. Like. Well, I've already explained the scope. The scope is kids that do well in STEM. We are just
what is the number? What is the number you are hoping to reach? Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you look into it, right, you know, first of all, what do you want to do for the kids, right? Like, what I'm proposing, what I could do on my own is to give them monetary prices, right?
I'm not asking what you are going to give them. I'm saying, like, how many are you targeting that you could reach? Is it 5 children, 10 children? What is your ambition?
How many students? How many?
How many students can you get to do STEM?
If I'm focusing on one school, right? I'm focusing on one school, and I'm focusing on kids in primary, let's say 6 or SS2.
So you're targeting about, let's say, 1,000 in one school.
1,000. I don't have the funds to do 1,000. What would I do?
Okay. Let's scale it back. 200, 100.
100 people. I mean, if you have 100 people, you know, that's not bad.
It's
not a bad idea.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just trying to get to a number, because the reason why I'm saying that is because even if it's 10 schools, the scale of what we are talking about here, for me, my point of view is that we are talking about trying to figure out a way to change the direction of our country, the way the country is moving. We know about this, charities or ways of assisting people. There are people that are doing that. Some of us are doing it in our own different ways already.
Like you're sending money to your people.
Yeah, sending money.
Send money to your family. That doesn't do anything.
Running a business in Nigeria, all kinds of different things you can do. But my point is that somebody has to keep an eye on the bigger picture. What do you think?
Yeah, right. Bigger picture. That's why you have to create your scope, right? Your scope and objective. I mean, scope and, of course, the purpose of the purpose. I already explained what the purpose is, and I
really wish we did more of that. I really wish we lack people. I think Nigeria has a saturation of NGOs. Let's face it. We have
exactly
NGOs. Many of them are not.
All the NGOs, they are all washy. They are all washy. You know.
I mean, I don't doubt it. You know, I would love to see an NGO that do stuff for STEM students, right?
Yeah, there are very plenty out there, but they all cheaters. They all do nonsense.
Why are you focusing on STEM students, though?
I already explained why. The purpose is to. Oh, it's the OB.
You want to create an Einstein.
It is STEM or science.
You want to create. You want to encourage. You want to encourage.
Okay, it's not released only. Yeah, science student basically.
So science, engineering, whatever, mathematics. You want to encourage the culture.
I don't have any. If you look at my list,
you guys lived in Nigeria, right?
Technological revolution. So I
is
like the idea behind it, but it's just too low scale. If you want to discuss how to transform a nation, you don't want to be focusing on dealing with just 5-6 people.
Yeah.
You have 250 million to deal with.
Exactly.
So, and that is the kind of stuff people will
really just like a drop in the ocean, right?
A drop in the ocean. You have to scale it up if you want, and that's something. If you are really interested in helping individuals, you know, it's like saying somebody that is interested in helping one person. If somebody gives you the chance to transform the lives of 150 million, 200 million, I would think you will want to get in that direction too, because now you are being exposed to a potential way of actually transforming the lives of almost every child in that country. You know,
Yeah, I mean,
imagine if you let's say AI came up with its own, I came up with my own. Obey, I don't know what it's going to come up with. Maybe a new type of this face mask, but it's all part of this thing. It's all part of this thing. We all come up with our own. Then you come up with your own way of you know, the technological revolution part, because you are passionate about that area. Then you have a way of doing these things in the real life, or at least inspiring people to do it in real life, to change the lives of over 100 million people in that country. Would you not take it?
I mean, I would, but that's not going to stop you, because you cannot affect 100,000 people. Therefore, you just want to kill your dream. That's not how it works. It's like if you're a musician, right? Million. You don't say, hey, 100,000 people are not going to listen to my music, therefore I'm not going to record my song. You still do it, even if 5 people only listen to your music, or 13 people.
We are already doing it. The reason why we are doing the higher scale one now is because we are already doing. Did you see AI? AI say he's doing something in Nigeria. I say I'm doing something in Nigeria. People like us that believe in this.
What are you doing in Nigeria? I want to know. I want to know what you're doing.
I tend to discuss things that I do online.
Talk about it.
Everywhere.
You should be proud of it. You should be proud of it, man. You should be proud of it.
Maybe someday I will share. Maybe someday I will share some of the stuff I do in Nigeria.
Share right now. What are you doing? You sending news cards?
Why do you want to know so badly?
Are you sending it beat up cards and selling it for the price?
And the funny thing is that this kids back home, they're not interested in anything apart from the laptop and how to join the Yahoo group. They're so distracted. Those days when we were growing up, everybody is looking for, oh, have you read Okeke? Have you finished our clock? Are you through with Ababio? We'll be doing challenge. We'll be solving problems, solving math. But today, my brother,
that's a cultural problem.
They call it a scam. They call it a scam, man.
Fair, though. Obey. I'm not sure it's always fair to say we are just all for laptop, because I noticed that Nigeria, what is going on in Nigeria today that many people don't talk about. I talked about it last time. That about 1 million Nigerians are actually working online for foreigners.
Exactly. Yeah. Sure.
So there is an economy out there in Nigeria that is not being captured well enough, and some of them are doing part-time work. Some of them are doing web development or website administration, all kinds of different things. And they are making good money compared to what is paid in Nigeria. And that economy, this is why when the people come for protests, you see young people don't show up, because many of them are busy typing away for Oyibo people in their work. So go and ask anybody, if you know anybody in Nigeria, ask them whether they know somebody that's working online. They will tell you they know somebody.
How are you?
Fine. Can you mute him? He's at work. I'm gonna patient. You don't want to give up patients information online.
That's true. So the idea is that
like we need doctors in Nigeria, right? We need doctors,
You like
we
to
need engineers. Who's going to build those roads? You're talking about.
If you want to do those things, you want to turn us to NGO people.
It's not NGO. I don't care about what the NGO does. NGO is its own structure.
But they say if it works like a dog, quacks like a dog.
It is you doing something.
We already told you to do something similar to that. You are not listening.
No, it's
something like that.
You got to read socialist books, man. I got to recommend some books for you. Mutual aid is like imbued into socialism. You know what I mean? That's the concept.
My focus is to do good.
How are you doing good? How are you doing good? Can you?
I just told you how I do some good. And
no, you never say anything. I want to hear it.
I already told you what I'm doing in Nigeria. That I'm doing something in Nigeria.
But you didn't say what it was that you're doing.
I don't need to tell you what I'm doing. Come on. Don't you understand? I just told you I don't need to tell you specifics.
Is it illegal? Is it illicit stuff?
If it is illegal, well, then I will not even bring it up.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay, so my point is,
you should be proud of it. You should be proud of it.
Not everybody shares their private life publicly like this. Okay,
bro,
and I may share some other day, some other time when I feel like it. But my point is that when you want to do something, you either do it on a lower scale or you do it on a higher scale. And there are people that are cut out to do it on a higher scale, you like it or not. And at this stage, when you keep saying this stuff to us, I keep telling you, the people you are talking to are not the people that are looking to do that on a lower scale because they're already doing it in their own ways.
I like your encouragement, man. Now I want to stop what I'm doing because you encourage me right now to stop. I gotta stop.
How would I'm telling you to scale it up.
I can't
think bigger.
I don't have the fund to scale it up. Come on, man.
Bro, is
you
better
don't understand.
It's better for
create
you
a program.
Hey, etc. It's better for you to wait for Saul to set he did not, rather than asking for Father what he's doing.
They're gonna discourage you.
Oh God!
Don't waste your time.
No, not just for like what's his name? Freaking Boom Ray on the comment section. On the comment.
No, but
come up here.
But there's no way you can want to run an NGO without you.
It's not an NGO. Keep saying an NGO.
The billions and the millions. You can't run NGO with 100,000, with 20,000.
Non-governmental agency. That's not what I'm doing.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, but let me ask the syndicate. If there's somebody gave you $1 million and you have that $1 million now, you say, okay,
1 million, yeah.
Take that $1 million, you can help 50,000 children.
Oh yeah.
And then they say take that $1 million and get it to office where you can help 200,000. Which one would you choose? The one of them is you form an NGO. The other one is getting to office.
Okay, from an NGO getting into office, into government office, government whatever. So I'm going to use the money to run my elections and print out posters. I will not do that.
Let's say a minister of education, I will transform the educational system.
I would choose the ministerial appointment.
Why you answer
$1 million is nothing, man.
I will not run for political office.
You see, your thing is ideology. You don't believe in political office. That's the difference.
I do not. I don't know.
But
that's why it's good to ask that question.
$1 million is not that big, though. The way you are looking at it.
$1 million can do a lot. I can put 10 kids. I can sponsor 10 kids at higher education with $1 million in Nigeria. I can sponsor education. More than that, exactly. I can support. I can find kids that do well in STEM. Find them all in every school.
Business in Nigeria. We say that business in Nigeria.
Give them tuition free education.
Suya business is very profitable, Now that's a good idea. I might think of suya business in Nigeria. It's very profitable. People eat suya a lot in Nigeria. Just do it properly.
What we do is like we send them beat up cars in Nigeria and then sell it triple the price, messing up the economy. We also the problem. We send in beat up cars.
Nissan. Aestheticals, you are in the wrong era to be looking at. Maybe you are in the right era. I don't know, but
I'm in the right. I'm getting old, dude. I don't know if I have 20 years more to live in this planet. So I gotta leave a mark.
You have at least 60 years. My point is that you are in the right era. You are in the wrong era to be chasing communism or socialism right now. Because you are in a capitalist state, and besides, it doesn't just because you're capitalist or socialist, it doesn't matter. Look at Switzerland, is it not capitalist? Singapore, is it not capitalist? How about this in Sweden? You are capitalist, but they still function. You should focus on what is good for your people, because I don't think we have the luxury of choosing which one we like or which one we don't like right now.
It doesn't matter if a country is capitalist or not. A region can actually have a socialist system. They can form a social system in a small, like I mentioned, a place in India where they are practicing communism. It's in India. India is not a communist country.
Yeah, but why would you want to make it harder on yourself when the system that is already there is capitalist? You are just choosing
if I'm a governor, why wouldn't I have like free tuition college? And like, let's say if I'm a governor of Abia State, I will have free tuition college at Abia State University. right? I'll have free tuition college, and I'll have a feeding program for all the
which is interesting.
All the government schools breakfast. Okay.
What you said, I just discovered. It just occurred to me that you said you don't like political office, and you like socialism and communism. So, if you wanted to transform the system, don't you think you need to get into office to be able to change the system to the system you want?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can change. You can transform the system within. I like local politics. Local politics is good. I'm not a fan of federal politics. Local politics is because you can make changes locally. Actually, changes that are meaningful changes locally.
Nigerian problems are so big that dealing with stuff locally is like, when trouble gets to a certain point, it's gotten out of control. That's where Nigerian problem is. Dealing with local stuff is just not going to cut it. Too many people are suffering. Like if it was in the UK, I can understand. Even America that has a lot of issues, I can still understand. But Nigeria's one is well beyond that to deal with the systemic, because you can be doing something locally. The president or the governor can just go and pass one law here, and your whole work will just be completely destroyed.
Yeah, but you have a budget though. What law is he going to pass to mess up your budget? If, like, let's say I'm the local government chairman for Okigwe, where Pansat is from, Okigwe. I'm the local government chairman over there, and I want to build libraries, right? And have a feeding program for kids. Right, and then have a, let's say, what is it called here? A type of SNAP program locally, where all the farmers, if you have extra stuff, sell it to the government for cheap, and then we can give it out to poor families. But you have to sign up, you have to apply, and we have to investigate that you are poor, because I'm gonna have agencies that go to these families and find out poor people in those families.
That the person is very, very poor.
And then you got to bring people out of poverty. The goal is to bring people out of poverty. So I will have people, I have let's say, go ahead.
Let me give you an instance where you're thinking, you were saying that how can the government affect your work?
Yeah.
Say that $1 million was given to you, you put it in your account in Nigeria. Now it's converted to the Nigerian currency. Then unfortunately for you, at the same time, Tinubu got elected and floated the Nigerian currency the way he did. Now, that $1 million that they gave you a few days ago, that is not in Naira in your account, suddenly that conversion is worth, within a couple of months, is worth 3 times less. That money that you just got is worth 3 times less, and it's going to affect the people you are supposed to reach now with that money. Let's say you're looking to reach, let's say 100 people. Suddenly you can't reach 100 people anymore. You can reach maybe 70 or 40.
You can still scale down what you're trying to do. You can still scale it down.
But you get the point I'm making, that the government can affect your work.
Yeah, but government budgets is based on the inflation, right? Like it's the inflationary budget. They can increase the money once the inflation hits, right? I think that's how it works. They have inflation budget, so they budget extra money, for inflation, right?
Yeah, but the value of the money the value of the money in your account has depreciated. So if you wanted to convert that money back to the dollar to buy, let's say you wanted to buy computers, since you're into stuff, right? You wanted to buy the computers from overseas. Suddenly, the price of those computers have tripled. For you have so businesses lose money because of the policies of government. So you see why when acting on the macro level it's even more consequential than what people do on the micro level. This is one of those things.
Here's what I can do. If I'm, like, say, I'm a governor, I could do taxation. All governors, local government, whatever they're called, they actually have some kind of taxation, right? They will have stores pay levy for some crap. I can do taxation. I can say, hey, if you make a certain amount of money, you're going to pay this amount of tax, right? Or if you drive a certain type of car, you pay. I'll put a turnpike. Just use that to raise money. And they do it here. They do it here in the Western world. I can put a turnpike. If you drive past the turnpike, you pay this amount of money. That money.
You're not president now or leader. You're not even a political office. How can you do something like that?
If I'm a local government chairman, I can do that.
Local government chairman. Okay, yeah, okay. Now you
have their own taxes.
I thought you didn't want to get involved in politics.
What's that?
I thought you didn't want to get involved in politics.
No, we are. This is hypothetical situation, right? If I'm in position of power where I have this amount of money, that's what you said. What would I do? I mean, I'm saying I'm gonna have these programs to raise money. I can have taxation for rich people or landlords, what have you, right? I can have taxation program. Also, what I never mentioned is I'm gonna have like subsidized homes for poor people. I can create subsidized homes. You know, those why can't they do those type of stuff? You know, why can't they?
Yeah, one brain cell, 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell. It looks like he's taking one of my brain cells, and that's all is. See, the point is, we are going to be rounding up soon, so don't look at it like I'm trying to pick on you or anything. So we are going to be rounding up soon. Today, I'm a little bit out of it. Even if it's 5 hours, it looks like it's nothing compared to what we normally do. Things are going to get really heated in the coming years. Next year, oh my God, politics. The year after that. Pardon?
What do you mean things are going to be very heated?
Because the politics in the country will become more interesting, and I believe next year
the contest is going to be very. I don't think there will be contest.
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised, and then I also think that something's going to be happening with America. That's if it doesn't even happen this year. Something's going to be going on in America because Trump.
Have you ever thought about proposing this type of policies for local politicians in Nigeria? Writing to them. You know, people just write it to them and saying, "Hey, why don't you have this type of program? You know, we want to set up this type of program. If you do that, we will care."
I've never done it.
I work closely with at least 3 governments. Yes, they don't care.
They don't care.
You're not just a random person is not just calling and writing and saying. They're just gonna look at that shit and toss it in the fucking garbage. You think they don't have policy makers and advisors?
Mm-hmm.
They don't care.
But what if you get an access? What if you get access? You find someone that has access.
If you have access, and that's different. That's the situation where, for example, you're discussing how to man the borders, and then a few weeks later, you hear the chief of defense staff talking about the same proposals. So if you have access, that's cool. But outside of that, like the housing thing you were talking about, I've done that numerous times, maybe not on a large scale, but working with the government, and you can actually get loans. Yeah. These things are not hard. They're not hard. Like instead of saying, for example, what you're saying now, it's to me, it sounds like you don't even have a business plan, because forefathers actually ask you a very pertinent. Have you written out a business plan?
It's written down. I can send it to you if you have a phone number.
All right. So if you have a business proposal, you have a business plan, then getting,
Not a business plan. It's a plan, but it's not a business.
Okay. Well, you need a business plan. And then when you have a business plan, then you can start making these proposals. Once you have a good ideas, the ideas are nice, but ideas without action just remain fantasies.
It's written down.
And
it's called ACE Academy.
Right. Yeah. So where I disagree with them, for example, is saying you have to do it large scale. It doesn't matter. You don't have to do it large scale. Yeah. You can actually have 1, 2 people, 3, even 1. And if you just have to play the role of a mentor based on the funds available to you, that would be good too. And then you can grow that way. You can actually use that person as a stepping stone to learn your mistakes, see your advantages, see where you can improve in the future. With
I did a feeding program for 1 month for a school in Lagos. It cost me 140,000 naira. It was breakfast program for 20 kids. So I've done that, and I've learned from it, right? And I use that to kind of improve my.
I don't think we said you should not do it on a lower scale. What we said was that the context that we're discussing most of our conversations here is on a macro level that we are all technically doing it on a lower scale, you know, already. So I'm not discouraged. I wouldn't discourage anybody that wants to help people in the country.
Have you ever tried to get in contact with a state government or a local, well, forget the local government, the state government, and find out if they need some of the expertise that you're proposing? If they're in need of it, have you ever contacted anybody?
I have not. I have not.
Then maybe you need to start from there.
And I need
Start from
contact.
there, find out. I mean, just you can always try.
Yeah, true.
You have to try. Put your best foot forward. Try, seek out the emails. Try to see who you have. It's going to be hard. It's Nigeria, you know what I mean?
Trust me, if you know the state, you can even go.
Yeah, you know the state, and especially the smaller the state, the more they will need an expertise like yours. I mean, it'll be different if you. I mean, compare you saying you're telling the Zamfara state government, for example, I can do this, compared to I'm going to Lagos and saying I can do this. They have 1,001 billion people with the same ideas.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Or with the same access to funds. So maybe you just want to seek out the smaller states. So you'll be shocked. Go to Yobe, go to Zamfara, go to, I don't know, whatever southern state. I think the southern state might be more difficult, but depending on how well you know them, you know, sometimes it's a man knows, well, most times it's man knows man in Nigeria.
That is
but
Nigeria.
sometimes,
that is
but
Nigeria.
sometimes your idea will slip through and hit the right ears. There's times like that. It's hard, but
you have to know somebody that knows somebody.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. It's not like absolute. There's always that 0.1% chance someone will listen to you and say,
I don't understand nuances. When he say this is a guy that said all politicians are the same. So
you say what?
I said,
and then look into
all politicians are the same. We spend ages trying to tell you that
the United
politicians are the same.
Exactly.
You don't believe that?
So places
they are the same on some level, but on other levels they are different too.
No, it's just their nomenclature. Politicians are the same.
Right. Eccentric has also look into bodies like the United Nations. They have certain agencies within them that will be interested in things like this. ECOWAS, AU, regional bodies, sub-regional bodies. You know, again, like I said, I've never tried to get involved in something like you're proposing, but there's always steps and there's always funds allocated by various countries, various
it seems quite passionate.
Regional entities.
Thank you for the encouragement.
Let me add something.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Okay, go ahead.
One day you will actually realize politicians are the same. You see on this platform, hold on, let me say hold on. The only reason you hear some people argue on this platform is because of Peter Obi. When you say that they think you're going after Peter Obi, no, politicians are the same. It doesn't even matter Peter Obi or whoever. It's just like
so if you become a politician now, you and them are the same, man.
Wait, that is why I'm self-aware. So I know how to beat that. It's just like
but if some other person comes back and say you are all the same, would you be happy?
No, wait, let me explain it to you. The person would be right. But let me explain it to you. The person would be right? So it's just like a woman tried to pet. Let's say you have 10 women, they try to pet their nails. They are going to use the same thing. It's just the color that is different, but they're actually the same. What they used to pay their nails.
Yeah, but you see, you know what you did.
Like that.
Hold on, AY. You know what you did? You contextualized it. That is the area you are missing. You said not the color, but based on the content, the paint, whatever makes a paint a nail.
I also said their nomenclature is different, but politicians are the same. So they behave the same way when somebody say, for example, it's just like politicians, they all want to win the election at all costs. All of them are like that. Trust me, even if you give them freedom, they will rig the election. It doesn't matter who the person is.
Yeah, but you see, but what you just said now, you added nuances, you added that caveat to it. The nomenclature is different, but something
But
else.
it doesn't mean they are not the same. It's just like you're talking of organic chemistry. It's organic chemistry, but the nomenclature is different.
Yeah, well, okay, I agree with you. You see, I think we are in agreement. I understand what you are saying. I understand what you are saying, but I'm trying to tell you that the way you are communicating it by saying they are all the same, you're not adding that extra layer to let people know precisely what you're talking about. Because otherwise, they will lump you and the corrupt politicians together.
Okay, maybe you have a point, but one day you will realize, but maybe it's
I already realized that. I agree with you on that. Politicians, they will do anything to win office. They can be manipulative. They can do all kinds. They can lie. It's often a requirement to lie or meet information.
Yeah,
I agree with you on that.
Trust me, when I say to people, like, that's why even when people criticize government, I criticize government too. But when I see you doing good, I will praise you, because I know it's not really easy to sit on that office and doing stuff, giving result to people. It's not easy, but somebody might just commonize it, say, oh, what is it doing? No, it's not easy. Leadership is difficult. So, but when politicians, the problem with politicians, they overpromise. When they are talking, you think they are going to do whatever, they're going to change the whole country to America or to heaven. They don't tell you the difficulty. So I know I'm going to face this. I will try to. So somebody like me, if I'm going to office, I know the kind of challenges I'm going to meet. I know I'm going to meet challenges from the get-go. I know I'm not going there to sleep. So you go there with the mind that I'm going there to solve problems. I'm going there to work for the people. So that's the
thing about politics is that many times the politicians, especially given that democracies allow any and any person to run, you don't have to have communication in anything really. You just have to tell people that I'm going to do this for you. So it means those people will say something that maybe they don't even know they can fulfill. They cannot fulfill. They will say this, and then somebody will come and ask them, "Oh, are you going to be able to do this?" Even some of them, they will know they cannot do it, but if they also know if they told the truth, all the other good that they wanted to do, they will lose it.
Exactly.
So, because
human beings want to be lied to.
Politics requires you to lie. It's so weird.
Human beings want to be lied to. How many people, even take this show, for example. If you tell the truth on this show, because most people are followers and sheep, they're going to jump on you.
They hate you.
If you have just 10 people, one person takes a different position and people listening can tell that, okay, that position is the truth. Not even an idea like Eccentric Cast is proposing. It is the truth, because as we're speaking, there's people on the computers fact checking. They know it's the truth. There's certain people on there that also know you're telling the truth. But because of this human nature for egos to get involved and for people to be followers, they're going to jump on you. There was an experiment that was conducted, I think it was a few years ago. And what they did was they took a sheet of paper and they drew 3 lines on it. And they said, if we show you on the video what line it is, you have to mark it on the paper, right? So there was about 8 people, including the instructor, but there was one person, he didn't know everybody was linked, and they were all actors, right? So they were changing people and bringing in more people. On purpose, the actors will choose the wrong answer. And at first, the non-actor was like, that's not right. And he would insist on his position. But when the rest would pick their own answer and stand up, because they all have to stand up, and then they started looking at him weird, guess what? He started picking the wrong answers too. because everybody else was picking the wrong answer, and everybody else that came into was piggybacking on every other person, and they were like, okay, everybody's standing up, so they'll pick the wrong answer. So that's just human beings. You know, most human beings are sheep. They're followers. Most people don't think independently. If you
It's one of those features that made us humans, because it's very important for us to be able to borrow knowledge from each other. That is what the person is doing there. He's trying to borrow knowledge from the majority, which is the right thing to do in normal circumstances. He didn't know that it was spiked. You see what I mean? Otherwise,
but it's not right. You have to always stand on your square. Always. Especially if you know
square, you might end up getting eaten by the lion.
But I guess that's a sacrifice you have to take. You know what I mean? But if you stand on your square,
if 10 people are running this way, telling that a lion is coming, maybe you shouldn't wait to see the lion.
Oh, that was another experiment. That was another experiment. People just take off and start running. Yes. And then you see nobody knows why they're running, and everybody just runs after them.
Yes. Yeah. But it's the right thing to do in the real world. If you don't do that, okay, sometimes it's the right thing to do, but in other areas where you have time to question, the moment you have time to question, you should question.
Yeah, like the test thing. You have to act independently.
You do have time to question. You do have time to question, though.
Because if something is blatantly wrong and false, just because you want to please other people, right?
Yeah, group think.
Yeah. The pressure is real, which it shouldn't be. You're supposed to stand and you believe this, and you know.
I don't even know how I'm going to react. Do you know how you're going to react if that happened to you?
If what happened to me?
If that experiment was done on you, in sense that other people are rigged against you, would you change your position based on the results?
No, I'm too independent minded. I'm too stubborn. I'm too independent minded to fall for that.
You guys know what a worker co-op is? Have you guys looked into that?
I'm not too sure where I'm going to go, because I'll be like, this one, everybody.
I'm too stubborn. I'm too independent. I'm too hard-headed for that.
But I'm quite stubborn too.
I'm not stubborn I'm not just stubborn like, I'm not saying stubborn like, I'm very open to ideas, and I'm very open to when I'm wrong. But I'm also, one quality of mind that I know I have is I check and recheck and recheck and recheck and recheck and make sure I'm right, and then I'm never going to waver. Like, this is right. I know because I've checked multiple sources.
I'm probably not going to waver.
I'm not going to waver.
I'm probably not going to waver because a long time ago I've decided that I have to know what I know until something is proven otherwise, empirically proven otherwise, not just somebody telling me. You have to show me why that is.
You don't necessarily have to show me. I don't necessarily need evidence. I just need you to be for something I don't know at all, and I have no idea. It just has to be logical.
Oh yeah, if I don't know
once it's logical, then I can always go verify if there's time to. But I don't have to. You don't have to show me practically everything before I believe that you're right. No,
that's true. That's true.
On a subject I know nothing about, all I can do is listen to your positions and everything you are saying. Then I will try to use my own common sense to just weigh it, because most subject matters is common sense about it. But then you just leave it at that.
But what is common sense? A lot of people don't have common sense. Most people, 100%. Most people don't have common sense. If most people had common sense, the world would not be as it is today. Most people don't have common sense. If you left most people to their devices, they will put food in their ears and walk on their heads and run into the streets while it's green lights. Most people can bear.
Yeah, that's true.
Most people don't have common sense. Look at Nigeria, for example. Look at Nigeria, for example. There's a video going around on the internet right now in Abuja, and on the highway, people were doing U-turns. People were coming out of the exits. People were stopping in the middle of the road. This is a highway that you ordinarily doing like 80, 90 miles per hour. That is a society that most people don't have common sense.
It was like that in European countries and developed countries until they create laws for it. You know, Nigeria doesn't have laws, traffic laws.
I mean, it's 2025. Come on, and that, but that also goes to the laws. Exactly. So that also goes to the lack of common sense.
Yeah,
it's 2025. You would think they had enough common sense to at least be able to enforce traffic laws. They can't. That's a lot.
Anyway, were you the one I played that Swiss video about?
I mean, they can go ahead.
Underground of the Swiss. Oh my God, man, we have a big problem on our hand here, you know, because maybe we can fix it. You know, all we need is one good politician in office. Because
they can enforce. They don't need politicians. They can enforce traffic laws
to fix. Let me see, Switzerland.
They can fix traffic laws by using surveillance systems. You know, if like here there are surveillance systems, and anywhere there's light, right? If you go through a red light, you see camera flashes and it takes a picture of your driver's.
If they take a picture of Nigerian cars and they send them the pictures, they're gonna go to the motor vehicles and start begging. They start begging, okay, I beg now. And then you see a group like, come on now. You want to take his license for just 25,000 traffic violations? Oh, everybody does it. Other people have done it. So why? Because he killed 2 people while doing 80 and 20 mile per hour. Forgive him.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? So
the inconvenience is not. No one wants that inconvenience, right? Of police sending you letters and summoning you to a court when you're supposed to be going to work. In order to avoid that inconvenience, you do the right thing. It's
but then the bottom line I'm still saying is Nigerians hate law and enforcing the law.
Yeah,
you can enact all the laws.
America was like that. America was like that.
Well, America is not like that now.
Recycling. Look at recycling. How many people recycle here? People don't recycle
because people enforce the law. They don't like enforcement.
It takes a while for people.
How many times have you seen someone arrested by the police, and instead of the police to follow the law or the judge, they go and start begging and kneeling down and saying, well, it's not him. It's not, come on, he's not the first person. And then the next thing, if you decide to enforce the law, guess what? It's because it's Christian. It's because it's Muslim. It's because it's from the north. It's because it's from the south. You know what I mean? So it's like.
But they do enforce laws, though, in Nigeria. They do enforce some laws.
Yes, some laws, not good enough because the society is lawless. The society on the scale of
people have to
on the scale of 1 to 10,
right?
What would you say Nigerians? How lawful is Nigerian society on the scale of 1 to 10?
Well, okay, lawful. Hold on, it sounds
1 being very bad, 1 being good, and 10 being horrible.
It depends, man. It depends on what aspect of the law. It depends on what aspect of the law. It's not
in general, linear. Bro. In general,
it's not linear like that. It's not linear.
It is linear. In Nigeria, would we agree that Nigeria is a lawless society?
Somewhat a lawless society, yeah.
All right, good. Since you don't agree,
it's not
on the scale. It's not on the scale. Oh, it's not. But they're blowing up people. All right, and they're kidnapping people. All right. So on the scale of 1 to yeah. People are also dying in Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10,
people dying in America.
Yeah, but at least if you die in America, you're gonna go to jail. You're gonna go to jail.
Okay,
we're gonna come kick down your door and we're gonna lock you up and you're gonna go to jail.
How many school shootings happen in America every year? How many people die of school shooting in America? What's the number? You give a number. You can look it up.
Well, the statistics are there for everybody to see. But the point is, even though people are getting killed, there are measures put in place to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
There's no measure put anywhere.
To make sure, yes, they are. And all measures are put in place to mitigate those circumstances, at least the people that suffer any kind of or any kind of anybody that has any kind of suffering out of that is somehow compensated by the law.
What is the government doing about gun violence? How many people die of gun violence?
Well, now we're deviating, but let's get back to
I'm saying lawlessness.
Now we're deviating. So on a scale of 1 to 10, on a scale of 1 to 10,
people have to buy in. Go ahead.
I think that we are even talking of sending tickets to those people who default. You ask yourself, in Nigeria, does the postal agency work? Who is going to send tickets? There is a systemic problem.
The country's in shambles, bro. What are you talking about?
I was driving in Benin. The bus ahead of me broke the light. They will not pursue the bus. But if a private person broke the light, they will pursue you and stop you. And I wait and I say, come. I call them and say, come, my guy. That bus driver passed the light. Why need to stop him? He look at me like a stranger. As in, what am I talking about?
That's why you use technology to enforce.
The drivers are called commercial vehicle. Traffic does not hold them. They don't even have brakes.
That's why you enforce them. Enforce the laws with technology. You don't have to arrest anyone.
You can't enforce laws.
You are going to send a ticket to them at home to pay to go and pay in the bank. Who, Nigerian?
Let me explain something to you, Eccentric, right?
It's the longest on the planet.
Fofa will explain something.
A few months ago, I asked the people who run Switzerland's trains if they would let me spend a week doing nothing but living on their trains, so I could stress test this world-famous system to see how hard I could push its limits. And they gave me free rein. They gave me a ticket that allows me to go on any train, even first class, which I didn't really discover until halfway through my trip. And in this moment, I'm in the middle of a race to see if I can step foot on all 26 Swiss regions, or cantons, in under 24 hours, but only using public transportation. And let's go.
How you doing today?
And along the way, locals who responded to my call for stories on our community-driven journalism platform are going to help me on this challenge.
We have a new plan.
I'm an American who doesn't really understand trains, I'm embarrassed to say. My country is a country that loves cars. So I'm here to try to understand what they've built, how it works, how it's designed. What are the crazy engineering feats that they've done to make this system work? And most importantly, what can we outside of this country learn from it all? Before my big speed run through the country, my first item of business is to see if Swiss engineering is as extreme and rugged as I've heard. And to do that, I'll be starting the morning down here in the lowest part of the country to discover if I can travel from these sunny lakes and palm trees all the way up to these massive peaks and glaciers by lunch. And to do that only using public transportation. Let's see if I can do this. First, I'm going to jump in the water. The journey starts with one of these yellow buses that takes me to the closest train hub. I then ride the train through this dramatic ravine while working on the maps for this video. Currently drowning in incredible old maps of Switzerland. This pops me into Italy for a moment, where I'm going to switch trains. I have just enough time to grab an espresso. The clocks are different. Come on, train's here. Boom. And suddenly, I'm headed towards a wall of mountains. Suddenly, we're going very fast in a straight line, and my ears are popping. There's a whole mountain on top of us right now. I've just left a valley of Italian speakers, and a few minutes later, I pop into this valley of French speakers, but not for long. Boom! We're in another tunnel, barreling straight forward again. Goes. Oh yeah, we got mountains. Mountains are growing. And just like that, I'm in another valley, another train station, and my mind is more blown than ever after visualizing those mountains. Again, it's also quiet. No one announcing that, hey, we're under the Alps right now. It just happens. It's smooth. It's quiet. And then you just arrive. I'm off to a good start. I'm here at the foot of the Alps, but I haven't gained much elevation. That's what I'll need to do next. Start moving up. But first, after going under these mountains, you can't help but wonder why. What drove these people to dig these impossible tunnels for their trains? Switzerland's Alps divide this place into pieces that logically would never hold tightly together. You've got German speakers on one side, Italian speakers on another. You've got a French side over here, and people who speak an old language called Romanche. You've got Protestant versus Catholics, mountain people versus plains people. Lots of alliances and cooperation here, but it was never one thing. Then there was that one time when Napoleon was taking over Europe, and he drew a line around all these people, tried to get them to unify under one government, which they deeply resisted. The people here wanted to be neutral, but armed, independent, even from each other. Napoleon goes on to overstretch himself and lose all of this land, including Switzerland. So the empires get together and consider slicing this all up between them, but instead accept Switzerland's proposal. They like having this neutral political cushion between them, a buffer zone that would prevent them from going to war with each other. So the people here survive. They have these borders and a name, but now begins the impossible task of uniting this diverse mix of people and geography after centuries of fierce independence. Should they have a more powerful central government or stay really scattered? They fight a war about this, and the stronger central government people win, and they write a constitution for this new central government. Now, meanwhile, in the rest of Europe, trains are trending. But Switzerland is way behind on this. They only have 40 kilometers of railroad at this point. It's time for them to catch up. Look at how fast this is all happening. I mean, here's Europe in the 1880s. All these black lines are railroad tracks.
Just
and
imagine a time
when
when they
from British
transform their
planners
country.
and some serious fervor from private
Without as
companies
much
racing for
technology
business,
as they have
Switzerland suddenly has the densest rail system on the whole continent. This is 40 years after they established their new country. Now, to be clear, it's all pretty chaotic and unorganized, but generally it's going pretty well. But wait, why aren't they building any tracks over here? This small, poor, politically fragile nation just hit the Alps, and the private companies can't justify digging through all of this. So this is where it ends. They're not going to keep going, are they? Oh, yep, there they go. So they dig and dig and dig, and people die and lungs turn black, but they keep digging. So wait, why and how are they doing this? Well, what happened is that new central government stepped in. They had jurisdiction over public transportation according to the Constitution, and they didn't want this rail bonanza to end. So they decided to subsidize these companies to start digging into the Alps to secure their place in Europe. If they could dig a hole through the Alps, it would be a game changer for trade in Europe, especially between these two big empires. And, they hoped, instead of becoming a forgotten, inaccessible mountain kingdom, they could position themselves as the neutral trade hub, capable of connecting Europe despite this huge wall of mountains. They get Italy and Germany on board, both spiritually and financially, allowing them to do this very costly thing. So it's the 1800s, and this poor cow farming country is learning to dig into the dark, solid wall of granite, hoping that they won't hit an underground lake, and trusting in math, praying that this digging experiment will work to get them in on Europe's rail economy and turn their geography into diplomacy. And it works. Scarcely 40 years after becoming an independent country, the workers emerge, having dug the longest tunnel on Earth, their own Alpine Suez Canal. 15 kilometers, 227 million francs, 441 million man-hours, and dozens of lives. Frankfurt to Milan goes from days to hours. Trade skyrockets. The empires are loving this. And Switzerland just discovered their thing. Posters are made glorifying this tunnel as the connector of Europe. The government rail company is finding its voice, designing some pretty sick logos in the process, and digging.
I guess the case that I wanted to make, that is what is possible. The point was you were talking about transportation in Nigeria. I forgot who mentioned that. I think it was Two Nigerians, One Brain Cell, about transportation, how we don't like to follow rules. These are people within 40 years, they transformed their nation. It's just the reason why I played it is just to show you what is possible. And they had all the odds against them. All the odds. They are not the same people. They are a new nation. They are poor. Everything was against them. They were behind everybody else. And somehow they got all those things to be done. Now they are one of the richest countries in the world. So it just shows you that all you need is a people that's a good leader that comes with people that believe in what they believe. And you'll be surprised. Nigerians, and if Nigeria changes, a lot of African countries will follow suit.
Believe it or not, Nigeria is on the same trajectory.
It's on the same trajectory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're not gonna find out until these dark ages have passed, and maybe we would have been long gone, and then our generation are gonna look back and say, "Hey, 100 years ago or 200 years ago, this was what Nigeria went through." Now Nigeria could make greater strides. I think this is my grouse with Nigeria. Greater strides can be made. We don't need to be crawling even if the country is only 65 years old. We could actually be jogging, if not running right now, But the problem is Nigeria is not even crawling yet. But you have to look, the Nigeria of 50 years ago, at least if we look at archives and we look at newspaper editorials and pictures, thank God we have the internet now. It's not the same developmentally. At least in a place like Lagos.
How you look at this thing is comparatively. Because in the end, you're competing against your fellow human beings. So if you're running a 100-meter race, you have to compete against the people you're running with, not the way it was before.
Right.
So right now, we are falling very behind compared to where we were before. We're closer to the rest of the world before.
I don't think we were any closer than we are now.
Well, we're more advanced than many East Asian nations.
That could also be arguable.
We were even at the same level, actually. We were not close, we were even at the same level.
Probably at the same level, yes. So
and now look at where they are.
Then that argument, I guess, yes. So that argument can be made that they've surpassed Nigeria. But in my defense, I'll say I'm not looking at competition. I'm looking at our own pace, which is
Obey is cashing out.
How fast could we possibly
I just
move?
arrived home, man.
You are back home?
I don't close.
I thought you do it all night.
No, I didn't do night today.
Oh, okay.
So even if we're not.
The next governor after Okpebholo might be that.
If I become all of them will die now.
So even if we're not where we're supposed to be, it's sad, right? But if you look in the whole scheme of things, then I think Nigeria will do better once we get rid of this crop of politicians, and if more people from the diaspora are willing to go home and lend their experience and their expertise, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is lacking because the people lack exposure to a large extent. That is just the truth. They lack exposure in different aspects: technology, judiciary, the economy, No, even, so governance as a whole. So we need more people to go home and share their experience and share their wealth of knowledge, and this will change. But I really think Nigeria will improve. We're fighting a lot of battles at the same time. And I don't mean battles like Boko Haram or IPOB or kidnapping or things like that. No, I mean like just as a society.
I really envy your optimism, but I don't have much of a reason to share it, because
I think it'll change.
The runes on the ground indicates that the advancement of the rest of the world to the south is still going on. Then Nigeria had not put itself in a position whereby you can even venture to say we are sovereign. We can't. If you are not sovereign, how can you possibly then? Our emergence has to be at the mercy of some of them. I don't see that happening.
But at this point, it'll be hard for at least sub-Saharan Africa to be quote-unquote sovereign. It'll be hard. Just because the dynamic of the geopolitics on the ground. For example, the West. If you try to ride, they're trying to bring you down. Burkina Faso is a case in point, whereby now we're having brothers about to go at it on behalf of Europe or influential parties in Europe. You get what I'm saying? So. But this phase, like everything else, is always going to pass. And in a place like Nigeria, I just think we're too intelligent for it to stay like this forever.
But why give me the idea that it's going to pass? Given what has happened to the Indians in America and many continents around the world, why do we?
What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
Can I ask the question?
Let me just ask him, then you ask your question. Why do you think it's going to pass? Is there any evidence to say that we are not heading the way of the Indians sooner or later, or the Aboriginals or any other group that they've come and dominated over? Is there anything that I would like to hear some of the things that makes our
in what way? I don't understand. I don't understand the comparison.
What is the way?
The comparison is that the Indians were once 100% on their land, and now they are 3% or so, if they even make that amount. And the same pattern seems to replace it.
You mean in America?
The Native Americans, yeah, the Native Americans. So, and they were basically decimated. The same thing with Australia,
the Aborigines.
New Zealand. The New Zealand too happened to. And the pattern remains the same.
Are you saying
you have to look at the bigger stream of what is happening?
Okay, so this what I'm trying to understand. Are you saying there's groups, racial groups that are on track right now to inhabit Nigeria and take it over, namely white people or Arabs? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there's a trend that is coming south. And it's not something that started today. It started thousands.
Okay, so which people in particular? This is before.
Okay, in our own case, right now we are looking at the lion, which is the West. They are the ones on our back. But
so you think the West? Come on, for father. Do you think Caucasians are going to come into Nigeria and take it over, displace Nigerians, and start living on the land? Is that your word?
They may not need us here, and they may not need the land that to live here themselves. They may need it for other reasons. The point is that if they don't want you here, they can decide that you shouldn't be here. That is the problem.
Right. And they can actually do that for any country on the planet because they have the military might. But in terms of Nigeria, are we saying, is this a fear? Well, if your fear is that the West, white people, are going to take over Nigeria and displace the people, I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
Let me try to highlight what I'm saying here. It's not necessarily just white people, because when this phase we are going through now is pre-Berlin conference phase, whereby powers are jostling for authority, trying to win shares. Basically, they are trying to win shares in Africa the way it happened pre-Berlin conference. We like to think that things are different. It's not that different from the lens of
okay, so we don't misunderstand each other.
And tomorrow, my point is that tomorrow they may settle, just like they settled amongst themselves with the Europeans. They may settle themselves with the Chinese, the Russians, and the
let's focus on Nigeria. Let's focus on Nigeria. All right, but this is what I'm trying to understand. If you say, because you've made that pronouncement a lot of times for weeks now, and I've been trying to understand what you mean by they're coming south. This is why I wanted to know which racial body or which ethnicity are you talking about? If you had said it was the Arabs, then I would have said, okay, maybe because of the problems in the Sahel with the Fulanis and Boko Haram, then my argument would have been different. But if you say the West, meaning white people, Caucasians, which is what you said, the West, I don't think they're going to leave Europe or the comfort of North America to come to West Africa and die of malaria.
Whether it's Arab, whether it's Chinese, it doesn't matter whether it's Europeans. The point is that if you look at the trend that just happened in the last 2 years or so, if you are judging based on that, you say Europeans moved into Israel and the Arabs are pushing Africans further south from Sudan. That is how this is manifests themselves. They seem like single conflicts.
I think okay. So you're I would respectfully.
Let me ask you. Give me one conflict that resulted in black people being lost. Give me one.
All right. So let's not conflict issues. So let's stick to the argument on the ground, right? Or the discussion on the ground. So I think you're conflating. I think you're making a mistake. And this is where I think you're making a mistake. The Europeans moving into Europe wasn't because they went there to pretend to, or to still say we're Europeans. It was to pretend that they were not Europeans and to take that land pretending they were indigenous to that section of the Middle East. That is completely different to people coming down southwards into sub-Saharan Africa. It is a completely different thing. Now, you did mention Sudan, and again, conflicting issues, because the Sudanese, if you want to call them Arabs, they really are not. They're Afro-Arabs, are actually different from the Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews that took over Palestine. So these are two different groups. So you're conflating the issue.
What I'm describing.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. So the way you're looking at this issue, if we look at Sudan, for example, Sudan is not an expansionist. It's not an expansionist. There's no expansionist reasoning behind it, at least not outside of Sudanese territory. So it's same Sudan, different ethnicities, Afro-Sudanese and the Arab Sudanese, or the Arabized Sudanese, because they're not Arabs, they're Arabized, going at it in a conflict. That is completely different from them moving southwards. Now, if we speak about the Fulanis and the Boko Haram, then again, that is a completely different topic, because we can always, if that's your position, then I can give.
But they are the same events that are happening. Have you noticed that even in India, the darker ones are moving south? Everywhere, in America, the darker ones are moving south. The pattern is
where in America are the darker ones moving south?
The Americas, not in the US, Americas.
Okay, Americas. So, like, for example,
it's a global event.
No, the examples of the Americas.
Yes.
Which ones are moving south?
The natives there. They are mostly based in the south.
Like what country?
Hold on, I'm giving you an example now. Like in America right now, the population of the natives there are less compared to the population of the natives in the south of America. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Have you noticed that pattern?
No, I haven't noticed a pattern.
Hold on. Don't talk about this one. Don't talk about this one.
I'm not talking over it. I'm quiet. I'm sitting down. I didn't say anything.
Are you trying to tell me in the southern part of America, the natives are not in higher proportion?
Forefathers, okay. So just give me 1 second to answer. When we discuss like this, let's first of all not strawman it, and let's stop. And again, I'm not trying to diss you, but let's not move goalposts. So when I said America, was it America? Because I thought you said America. You said no. You're talking about the Americas.
Yes.
So I said, oh, okay, fine. So which country, which society are you talking about? You said, oh, just the Americas. Then now you've come back to America, and now you talk about the black people, and you're talking about the natives. You know, so
I think you are misunderstanding.
The topic is all over the place. It's like
you are struggling to understand what I'm describing now. I'm not even describing a bordered event. I'm describing a flow.
Okay.
If you want to call it a genetic flow, I'm describing a flow. And if you look at it, even in the Americas, the lighter skin tend to be more concentrated in the northern part, and while the darker ones are pushed this further south.
And I said, give us examples, or at least help me. Give me an example. Give me examples.
The examples are right there in the nature of the nations themselves.
Like, in where do we have this influx or this displacement of lighter skinned people versus darker skinned Latino Americans or Hispanic Americans?
In the case of America, when they flowed into
it's only here now.
They basically got rid of them there.
Where?
And then the United States itself, basically got rid of them. And the same thing in Canada too. They got rid of them there. In Mexico, less. And the further start you go, less. The less you start, apart from maybe Argentina, and but even the Argentina, they blend with the natives quite a lot compared to America. They blended with the natives quite a lot even in Argentina. So, but if you go to Brazil, you see that they blend, and people like nations like Peru and those ones, the natives are basically the dominant groups in those this. So the southern countries have more remnants of the natives there. You understand the pattern I'm drawing now? That
but how does that point? I struggle to.
Okay, you're struggling to see it.
No. I struggle to understand. Okay, so because I do know, for example, that there are certain circumstances on the ground that lead to these events occurring. For example, the situation in America can only be likened to what happened in Argentina, in terms of trying to cleanse the nation of the identity of the people, skin-wise, racial-wise, right? Similar. But it's not the same as Brazil, for example. But then you cannot make a blanket statement, I would argue, that, well, now see what happened in Argentina and what happened in Canada and what happened in the United States, as opposed to what happened in Mexico, and which you said Peru avoided. Oh, now that means there's an influx of people moving northwards towards the south. I don't think that argument can be made. This is not like an ice age event happening, or a meteoric catastrophe. These are like political issues happening in different parts of the world. Does not point to just a gang up of, we're going to move people from the north to the south. You get what I'm saying? So I think that argument really can't be made.
Okay. So I'll try to check this information out. See, because the information is right there, is out there already. It's not me that's making it up. So people can think this way because it's not subject that people like to investigate even. So why would I expect anybody to understand what I'm talking about? Somebody saying I'm talking total BS. But the point is that I cannot say total BS. But it is true. But the point is that it is actually true. There is a flow. If you want to call it gene flow or whatever you want to call it, there's a flow from the north to the south. At a matter of fact, maybe 800 years ago, there were barely any light-skinned Europeans in the other southern hemisphere. They're barely there. Today, they are everywhere. Then you are also seeing, even within the African continent, you can see the pattern in the African continent itself. There was a time the darker skinned people were even in the Sahara, but they were pushed further south because of the Sahara itself. But the Sahara too is also necessitating the push of the Fulanis. Now the Fulanis are being pressured, and they too are pushing the other further south. In Sudan, you can see if it has stopped, maybe that I wouldn't have noticed it. But the point is that it's literally happening in Sudan. The people that you call Afro-Arabs, they are pushing African Muslims down.
I don't think they're down. No, well, okay.
They are expelling them. They are running to Chad.
Right. I agree, but what I'm saying is, I don't think when you make that argument, right, of trying to link, because in essence, what you're trying to do is link different political events with different actually even socio-economic events on other continents. So we cannot take what is happening in Sudan, for example, which is basically ethnic cleansing at this point, right? And say, well, see, this lends credence to my position that the West is coming downwards past the Sahel. I don't think they're not the same issue.
Not only the West. I don't know why you keep putting.
No, because you mentioned the West when I asked you to
also said the same pattern is in India too. The same pattern is there in India too. It's everywhere. You tend to, everywhere you go, you tend to see the darker people. Yes, maybe they should be in the south of the country, but they are being pressured further down and further down. And then that pattern seems to be consistent. I'm not sure it's consistent everywhere, but it just appears to be that way.
All right, so maybe my question then would be, why do you think this is so? What do you think the benefit or the advantages the pushers are looking at the lands that they intend to inhabit are? And why do you think those people are not fighting back? And that's the lesser question. But why do you think this is so? Why do you think these lighter skinned people are pushing these people downwards, the darker skinned people? Why would you say that is so? And is there a coordinated effort? Because you have to also have this linkage where there is a coordinated effort to say, we intentionally are going to push these people downwards, displace them from their ancestral homes, and take it over because we have XYZ to benefit from pushing them away, and this is what we intend to gain from living on their lands.
I don't think that's how it necessarily works, but the reason why it happened, obviously, because they were militarily superior and technologically more advanced, and they use that advantage to take over a lot of areas in the world. And when they do that, people that have affinity towards them in terms of phenotypically closer to them, they tend to favor them more. And those people tend to gain favor because they will say, oh, they look like the people that have been dominating us, and they are closer to the gods. Some people consider them as gods, name them, whatever you like. So generally, those people get more power from them. Hence, they gain, the people that are lighter skin gain more power. This is why even in our societies, we admire people that have this lighter skin. And there was a time in Nigeria when if you have colored eyes, it's a very, very bad thing. But now the mentality has changed. That I know, I live to see that happen. So that won't happen. So you can see when you are successful, when you are the power, when you are the standard, generally people that are like you tend to be the ones that gain favor. It's just human nature. And maybe that is informing why generally they are doing better in each nation. Even in nations where maybe you can say even Europeans are not even present. You know, I cannot even say Europeans are present in India today, but the status quo in India has always favored the lighter skin. But you see, now what you see in India is something that started a long time ago. Europeans too were replaced. You know that the European males were replaced by the Yamnaya from the steppes. The European males were replaced by them. And those same groups were the ones that advanced south towards India and they created the India that you see today in terms of they push the Dravidians further south. So these are the Dravidians were pushed south. The patterns remain the same. These are very, very dominant groups that came about.
Now you're going like 40,000 years back.
No, but my point is, 50,000 years. You see, somebody has to look through time. If you are thinking that these things have stopped, the moment they had contact with us, you saw what happened. They have a propensity for expansion, and whatever nature has done seems to favor them. You favor them in that way. And if you cannot recognize it and say, okay, maybe I might be mistaken, I might be off my head what I'm saying. Yeah.
I think you are. Because if you look at
what I'm saying is that pattern exists. You can't say, okay, it didn't exist even existed in Europe. They supplanted the people in Europe before they did it in Australia, in Australia or America. It happened in Europe first.
Yeah, but I'm still trying to find a connection between.
I just explained the connection.
Right, but I'm still trying to find a connection between local skirmishes within a national geographic area, in this place, India, right, where we know they have a caste system.
Mm-hmm.
They have a caste system. So I don't think it's a matter of, the Davidians or the Denivosians, prehistoric humans, and how they move. I mean, that's like anthropology. That's another completely different beast we're going to be discussing if we had to get into that. But if we're saying in 2025, I believe if we were to go back 100 years, maybe 150 years, we will be able to find a root cause and say, well, this is why it is happening. So it is that why I'm trying to get out of you, like,
I just told
why?
You that it was technology and their war.
Technology on whose part?
Their technology on the part of Europeans. That's what made all the difference.
No, I thought we were talking about, I thought we were talking about India. So pardon me. So the technology.
India is the same thing too in India, to be fair. They were more advanced in their war because they are pastoralists compared to the hunter-gatherers of this in India. So they were more organized. I think they already started farming and rearing animals when they came from the steppes to that this area. There was two ways.
I think we're mistaken and stuff. So wouldn't those Indians be considered the victims? They're still Indians, right? Are they still Indians still today?
Yeah, they're still Indians.
Today. So So you're saying they lived in the north of India?
They are mostly in the northern part of India. That's why the northern part of India is lighter, yeah.
All right, so they got pushed downwards, right?
They pushed the Dravidians further down, yeah.
So meaning they still live in India?
Yes.
So there's no concerted effort of moving out of India into, for example, sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh, you mean those ones there? Why would they do that?
Yeah.
They are occupying that area.
So that's what I'm saying. So.
Okay, hold on. Have you noticed that even in the Arab world, the original Arabs are said to be the Yemenis that are generally darker skinned, but the ones that are associated with Arabs right now are the lighter skinned one. Do you think that's by coincidence? But maybe you think that's by coincidence. The point is that some of all these people that you are seeing in the Arab world today, maybe they were not light skinned before now. They acquired some of all those things from movement further south. You might not believe it. Maybe it's the Ottoman Empire that moved south. Maybe I don't know which one, but they are moving south. Even in today, as we are talking, it's happening.
All right, so let me explain.
It's still happening.
No. I'm trying to understand you. I'm not discounting anything you're saying. I'm just trying to get where you're coming from. Okay, so with regards to the Arabs were not one monolith group. They're not. They were made up of different tribes. There were some that were very dark skinned. There were some that were red. There were some that they looked Aryan, like the Persians. They looked white.
If I ask you, Egypt was Egypt this light skin in the past?
Well, due to migration, I mean, Egypt is in Africa, so it'll be impossible.
No, if you are going to answer, you are going to okay.
No, let me answer. No, I'm not. It's my bed.
I thought I knew your answer, but clearly I don't.
Oh, yes. So obviously it is in North Africa. And we know, I mean, this is the problem. How far back are we willing?
As they are now.
But I will have to explain so I don't make a nuanced statement. So the listeners can understand and you can understand my position. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you say now, this is what I'm saying. So obviously Egypt is in North Africa.
Yes.
Humanity, as we know, as far as anthropology has told us, started in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning even DNA genetic results today tell us that the original human is the unmixed African. Mr. Melanin. So we know that. Along the way, we spread out. Humanity spread out. This is why I said I wanted to be sure before I say, yes, they were in light, or no, they were light. So you don't say, well, they were used to be black.
So I will start from 3,000 years ago instead of beginning of humanity. 3,000 years ago, were the Egyptians this same color that they are now?
It will depend because I don't want to be taken out of context. So when did the Greeks invade? When did the Romans conquer them? So those
around 500 BC or so, so it's less than 3,000 years ago.
Well, if you were 500 BC, then I would argue that they would have been darker skinned. So it depends because the Egyptians.
What you have done is confirm my point.
No, I haven't confirmed your point. You interrupted me. So
change from darker to lighter skin.
I mean, it will mean, this is why I said we have to, I wanted to know what you mean by back then. If we mean, if you said back, so if you said back then, 500 years ago, then we can say when did the Greeks invade them? And when did the Roman conquest happen, right? But if we say 10,000 years ago, or 20,000, or 30,000 years ago, I would argue, or my position would be, well, they would have to have been darker skinned people because of their relationship with Kush, Nubia, and Carthage, and every other part of Africa. It's just like, for example, Carthage that I just mentioned.
But the premise of the discussion was that there is a flow of the lighter ones dark to the darker areas, not the other way around. Yes, Africans went to Europe first, but since then they've been just relentlessly becoming further and further, not only in Africa, other parts of the world, because of their superiority in military technology and now scientific advancement too. And if that wasn't happening, you should be surprised even. That is what you should expect.
But forefathers, situations on the ground 20,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago, or even 500,000 years ago, are vastly different from they are now. Even the political situation on the ground.
You see, because you are not connecting the dots, it's happening now. I've not seen any nation where any time in recent history where the black nation flowed up.
All right, so let me ask you. So I guess we're having a disconnect. When you say now, give me a date range of what you call now.
I'm saying now, as we are talking about it, like in the last century to now, like the events that you see going on in Israel is part of it. Europeans were not there once. Remember? Okay, yeah, Caesar came, and Romans did their thing. They left, but it was mostly Middle Eastern people that were there. Now,
yeah, but that's only one situation you keep bringing up.
No, that's true. But you are looking at that one. You are not looking, like I also mentioned the Saudi Arabians now that are associated to be in Saudi Arabia. They are the lighter ones now. And
yeah, but those ones have been there for thousands of years.
At the same time, the last 100 years, the Egyptian one had already happened, so they have been Arabized already. As a matter of fact, when they became Arabized, it wasn't as long ago as we like to think. I think it's not even up to 100 years when they became Arabized. So you can see the pattern is, so if even Egypt became Arabized not that long ago, that will tell you that there's a change going on. They are now part of the Middle East.
So, all right. So this is why I say you're conflating issues, right? If we're to use Egypt as the standard now, and you use the term Arabized, right, to justify your position.
They use it, not me.
Hold on. And then you're saying that, well, the fact that the Egyptians have been Arabized for about 100 years, according to you, I think they've been Arabized longer. Yeah. Right, but you say, okay, so let's even give you not even up to. So let's even say how many years? 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years?
Yeah, let me get the precise lines.
All right, but my bottom line is being Arabized does not change their racial composition. It might affect their culture, but the racial composition is where you are hinging your arguments on. This is why I say we need to. You get what I'm saying? So you're saying it's the racial composition, the racial component. But if you say they're being Arabized, hasn't even been that long, I would say, well, it has nothing to do with color. If you're arguing about their culture being taken over by foreign bodies, in this case, the Arabs, then yeah, you might have a point. But Arabized based on color, I would say that admixture has been going on far longer than the last century.
Yeah, I think the modern one in the 19th and 20th century as part of a broader Pan-African Arab movement, that's the one that occurred. I think the Arabization started almost immediately that they got there. The Arabization started, but when they became properly Pan-Arab was the last century. They became, from what I can see here anyway. So it's based on racial. Some people said, most people argue that many people that are in Egypt are descendants of the Ottomans, the Greeks, and they can tell you, and many of them know where they came from.
The Ottomans were not a monolith. It was a group of Muslim countries.
I mentioned the Greeks, Arabs, different groups have come into.
Well, in that region. Yeah, but I did tell you that. So a lot of Saudis, believe it or not, a lot of Arabs today are actually Jews.
So where are the darker ones then? Where did the darker ones go?
I don't know. Where did the darker Europeans go? Where did the darker Asians disappear to? So how far back are you willing to
read the history of Egypt? You find that especially the last pharaoh of Egypt, he moved further south. The pharaohs of Egypt tend to run further south whenever they are conquered by outsiders.
Further south in Egypt, moving towards Nubia and Kush, which is where their kingdoms actually started.
But the premise of the conversation is that they are moving further south. That's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, but again, forefathers, now you're bringing a pharaoh into the conversation. This is why I said, when we have wait. When we have this kind of discussions, right? For us not to misunderstand each other, and which might now make, depending on who you're discussing with, If it's a typical Nigerian, tempers start to flare because now everybody's misunderstanding each other. So this is why I always ask for certain parameters have to be put in place, meaning we have to know the rules of the game. It's not the game, but so this is why I ask for certain things like what dates are you primarily trying to discuss? This is why I ask for dates and ask for them, because if we're talking about but 1 second ago we were
right as we speak.
Right,
I'm using any war where this no because
well, let me just land and ask my question. So this is why I asked that. Are we speaking about how far back? You said, well, the Arabization happened less than a century ago, right? And you almost housed it. Fine. But then you now took it again and started talking about the last pharaoh, which was about how many thousands of years ago?
Yes, because I'm trying to paint one picture that the pattern remains the same from before and now. As before, so is now. And like I even tell people that, when they talk about the boundary expansion south, I said, I'm not sure that boundary expansion has stopped, that Nigerians are still finding out from that area. Sometimes what we think is historical may still be occurring right before our eyes and we'll not notice it, because when it's happening historically, that's when it can be noticed. But when it's happening individually, because it's a short time frame, you don't notice the trends are still occurring. And why would it change? History shows that on a macro level, things seems to flow in a pattern. Once it's flowing, it's not, this one does this one. No, it tends to flow in a pattern. If there is a momentum flowing south, before it starts flowing north again, people in the south have to make it happen. If they don't make it happen, then it washes through. That's how it behaves. Momentum is on the side of the ones flowing south. Maybe it's slowing down a little bit because of the rise of China. China is giving them a bit of chance to push back, but it's not. Nothing has changed. My point is that because this convention started from the, whether Nigeria has a chance, because you said it was optimistic situation.
I think things are going to get
my point of view was that when I look at it from that lens, I don't see anything we've done to just even stop the wave, from rolling us over. We've not done anything. And even the pattern, see, when you have studied some of all these things and seen so many different things, data points, like in Europe, when they moved into Europe, at first, that the Yamnaya, not these Europeans now, a different group moved into Europe, the Yamnaya, that's the previous European inhabitants, they were holdouts. They were holdouts that lasted over 1,000 years before they too were taken out. So the pattern repeats itself, and those holdouts, we are not even in that position. We don't have any reason to believe that we can hold out at all.
I think I'll disagree. First of all, the West has nothing to gain outside of plundering Africa to move into Africa. Now, if Africa was like, if their own home was destroyed, maybe eventually when they destroy each other with nuclear weapons, and then now they say, well, our homes are uninhabitable and we need new pastures and we need new ground to live in, then I can see that. In fact, I would...
Don't worry too much about it. Maybe worry about China and India. Those ones need space.
Right, China doesn't really need space. They have a large land. They have large habitable lands.
Not when they have.
Yeah, they're very, very habitable. I think I would argue more that Europe and the West are actually probably going to get overrun by Africans and Asians in the soonest future.
Maybe
so I think that is
I don't know. All this is conjecture. Maybe you're right. I hope you are right.
I think
and we are able to survive this, because I don't see any reason why we can't.
I think
African Americans are our only hope. Nothing else.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think when I say that, I don't mean that they're going to get overrun in a malicious way. I think I'm saying that in terms of the data and the situation on the ground, which is actually making them panic and making them spread all of this anti-immigration rhetoric
Let me ask my question.
and making them spread this
You've got him into trouble now. I can see that somebody's looking at me with a very, very funny eye. It's like, hey, you, I know, I will show you.
Oh, look, P, what's up, man? I ain't never seen you.
Support the Asmara.
They just bonus, though. They just bonus. They just discuss. They be like,
oh my God!
It be like saying
I ain't never seen Local P was good, man.
It be like 2-man panel, right? Now do well, oh. I wanted to ask,
oh my God! Look at this space. Look at this space is $1 billion. Yes.
I wanted to ask, bring it back again, back home. We will do some African analysis and understand. I said, was there any time, those that have been long in America, was there any time in this system where these institutions were not working, where like somebody will flat a ticket and will not pay and will leave normal and will be able to drive, you know? Was there any time in this society where it was a typical Nigerian setting where things were not working? Is there anything like that? Does it ever happen?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The time of
so how was the transformation?
Well, I'll speak from the
So they went to war.
What you say? No. We're speaking on a local level. So I'll give you an example. You in Staten Island.
Yeah.
Right across the water, Staten Island used to be a big enclave for members of the Gambino family. To a little bit of Colombo. Right across the water in Manhattan, the fashion district, meatpacking district, the diamond district, the mob basically ran everything.
Okay.
They ran everything: construction, the clothes, the ports. They ran everything.
Yeah.
The shops, everybody extorted everybody. Right? And it happened it'd been happening for over 100 years. But then one day, this guy from the Southern District of New York, an aspiring U.S. attorney named Rudy Giuliani, an Italian himself, decided that the crime in New York City was endemic. And he put his foot down, his life on the line, and he went to work. Started busting everybody, giving them long sentences, not cutting plea deals. And if you was going to cut plea deals, if you were arrested, you had to become a stool pigeon, you have to become a CI, just in order to bring down those 5 families in New York. You couldn't go to Times Square before. It was a den of prostitutes and drug dealers. Brooklyn the New York City was a basket case.
Gangster.
It was a basket case.
Yeah.
Okay, so he went to work, cleaned up the NYPD, cleaned up the corruption in the NYPD, cleaned up the corruption in the Eastern and Southern District of New York, cleaned up, because back then they would bribe police, judges were getting bribed, people were getting killed, no investigations, evidence were getting destroyed. But he had the political will. I mean, he might have been looking in the future to say, I want to run for mayor of New York, which he eventually did, right? But he cleaned it up. So New York was it was pretty bad, and if you have the political will, you want to enforce law and order, you will have the New York we have today, not the New York we had in the 70s. So yes, there was a time it was a lawless society. That's why they called it Gotham City. That's why they called it the Rotten Apple.
All right, thank you. I know that America, there was a time the mafia was, doing a lot of stuff.
All over.
How have you been? It looks like you just came back. Nice to see you, and hope you're happy. And what do you make of what you've been hearing? I know the conversation is not conventional conversation that we've been having. So
you guys have been talking rubbish now. I understand.
I tell you,
but he was even hurting me. Like I just have to mute. Talking rubbish.
The Gobi was just looking at us like, what is wrong with the people?
We're talking rubbish, outright rubbish. What will not even take Nigeria from A to B?
I don't know, man. Sometimes you have to, examine some of all these things. It's not. You got to look up.
See my problem. Yeah, my problem is this. These people that you are analyzing their situation, do any of their demographics, whether old, young, middle age, do they do this for us? They don't.
They do. Yeah. Actually, they do. They study us in detail. They literally want our data now.
They don't. The only data they want from you, not to do anything, to know how many you are, so they can kill you when they're ready to kill you.
Also, and you say we should not talk about it.
There's too much emphasis on them, right?
No. See, look. Let me tell you for others here.
We've been talking about ourselves for a while now. And they are more consequential, let's face it.
Listen to me, say, Nigerians, the Nigerian issue is supposed to be like the state it is right now. It's supposed to be like talk for infinity till you get it right. As in, it's just like you have an issue in your household, your wife, your children, you can't communicate with everybody. Would you tell me you have a time just to talk about your neighbor's problem when you know you have enormous problem facing your family? At that time, hold on now. At that time, you like them, everybody, man, to help everybody. Let me take care of my house first before talking about others. That's what you be focused on. Because the situation you have in your house is dire. Your children are going haywire, your wife is not respecting you, your children are cursing you out, you can't seem to have anything, you can't pay your rent or you can't pay your bills, you don't have lights, you can't even provide food for your family, like clothing, school, you can't even do that, as in, you're not having the respect for yourself, no peace of mind in your own house, your own mental sanity is not even stable. Will you have time to go and be like, what is that guy? Is that guy? Have they eaten? Did they sweep their compound? How did you know? You have time for those ones.
No, I think the context we're having the conversation, if I insert into your own analogy, is equivalent of having problems with your wife, your children, and you are all arguing, and let's say a hurricane is on the way. If a hurricane is on the way, then you have to prioritize the hurricane.
I agree. If there's natural disaster that will affect everybody collectively,
and that's what we're talking about.
No, you are talking about your neighbor that got his ass right.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about my neighbor. I'm talking about something that wash us away from the face of the earth. That's what I'm talking about.
See, look at your stupid minister of communication. They ask a simple question: how come the bandits? They don't know if you track bandits with phone call because of NIN register to SIM card. He's talking about bounce back in communication. It's like, damn it. I was working there. I was holding the
That's a minister. That's a minister.
Minister. When I saw the interview, I just first threw the instrument. I just dropped the instrument like.
But Local P, what did you disagree about that?
Sorry?
What did you disagree with?
His answer.
Yeah, which part?
The one they said, but what they ask you, like they ask simple question. In today's Nigeria, there's a law. If you don't, your SIM card is not what's it called?
Registered.
Synchronized, registered. It's not even registered. So with your NIN.
Yes. Linked
with the NIN. It's linked with the NIN.
Yeah.
Your NIN is your national identity right now.
Those people don't have NIN, huh?
That's fine.
How did they get number?
Then how is that their SIM card working?
Correct.
No, they are, no. They can't. They don't use
Shut up.
You started now.
Listen to me. They don't use.
Hey,
mobile
wait,
phone.
I
They don't
man.
use- They don't use mobile phone. It thinks they are be.
Yeah, they don't use. That's what I'm asking them. That's what I'm asking them.
Satellite phones or something else.
Normal common.
Let me lecture you, my friend.
Hold on now. Keep quiet now. Normal common. Every day on the street. If you flag your plate number, yeah, you don't know now. They flag your plate number, and the police car is just driving past you. Your number will just come up on their system like, hey, something's happening. I speak to right or wrong.
You don't do police work before.
Shut up your mouth, you mugu.
What do you mean?
Your number will just flag on their system. You understand? To your plate number flag on their system. Same technology they use if you are driving past any road and they snap you speed past any whatever, and the camera just flashes because there's your speed or just your movement past the camera.
Okay.
It flashes your plate number and get whatever. Same technology. Yeah? So what I'm asking, what I'm saying is like in Nigeria, if there's a line in different kind of telecommunication, any communication system, telecom provider, once your line is ringing, it's supposed to have a where it's flash on their data board or whatever, apparently like, yeah, this line is not registered as an NIN. So
it's not supposed to go through.
Even activating that number will not even automatically.
Yeah, I think that's normally the case. It is disabled if you don't.
But okay. Look, wait, let me start one second.
Oh, see, I'll take a big. I know, I've been obvious. Maybe. So hold on now. I'll go back to the question you asked. So I'm going to be ideally the way IT is supposed to work, because it's a system is written, mathematics is written. You understand? This is written. You read the program is there. If you dial a number, as far as that number is not synchronized with any NIN, it automatically deactivates. The number will not even go through. The number will not even work.
In Nigeria, that's how it is.
You understand? Okay, now they ask you a simple question: how come that this number that is working, that is supposed to be linked with NIN? You understand? It's not linked with NIN and it's still working for long. Then this idiot, they tell me, say, they have a device, not to jam the network, not jam the network, the device that bounce back the what there was the exact word used. I'm trying to remember. That bounce back, whatever. Like, what do you mean? Even Shehu said the people the first was kind of question. That's why I don't like the way you interview people. Because you know people by their job go like, yes, my friend, you don't come and tell us nonsense, bamboozle because you think you are appointed.
But he may be making a valid point though.
Yes, but I'm waiting for him to finish. Exactly.
So let me even say this.
Look, see, it's only when you are tracking. Yeah, if you are tracking the geolocation of where the place is calling from, it takes seconds. You understand? If the person that is calling is smart, and it's not even the phone call that's even jamming. As you are calling, yeah, there's somebody else with you there that is ready to like jam the network, obviously, in case they are tracking you. I mean, we don't watch MI5 now, we don't watch this in the documentaries, the television now.
Well, those documentaries are usually
bullshit. They're trying to track your level. Another IT guru is with you there in the forest. That's even trying to like, as in this track that who is tracking your number and jam that network instantly. But what he's telling me now, I say some people we carry car to Marudas, we carry car to this sleep beside bush, wake up beside bush, no one get house. Now you can decide to come go school, come know how to jam network according to your whatever and bamboozle, and you with they pay money and you see, and the idiot call himself saying that IT guru. This stupid IT guru where somebody pay 100 naira.
How can you be that 100% certain?
No, hold on. Somebody paid 100 naira to get the ID details, the data details online. So and they send and give them. Say you call yourself your IT whatever computer. I bought your details online for 100 naira. They post and give them. They ask them. They deny. It's not fixed. What do you mean?
Yeah. So you were like this.
They should have
Oh my God. What is all this now? These are two of you are just going at it. What's going on?
You sure say you well, sir.
I don't blame it now. Like, what is this now?
How you gonna shut down local position like that?
It never makes sense. It's only one
the way he's taking this serious. See, a lot of these bandits, these terrorists, they don't use cell phones. They actually use what is it called?
Like satellite phones, walkie-talkies, two-way phones.
Do you think? Do you think they are not gonna use cell phone?
And let me even say something. Let me even say something. Local people, 1 second. Just 1 second. One second. Let me just add. Let me add something else. Based on that number showing thing, what if they're using a device or they figured out how to make a real number show on, even though they're not calling from that number, but that'll make the call go through?
My brother, see, hold on.
You get what I'm saying?
See, you know my problem is this.
Mm-hmm.
If a mast is not close to where you are, a telecom mast is not close to where you are, that phone, that number that you dial will not connect. A network provider.
Not really.
No, but
not really.
Look, this.
You're not telling me. I explained it earlier. You're not telling me.
Frequencies. There's a reason they put a mast in a place.
It doesn't have to be near to you. This is my point.
Not near. Let's say near now. Close. Whereby
you said near. Close is near.
It's not like 100 feet. 50 meters. Like close to you.
Right.
When I mean just that area. That's why you call it geolocation.
All right, but what about if the mast? I explained this on the Dr. Damages show. You can go back and watch it. The investigatory.
Now listen. See, my brother. Even if you use satellite phone, you understand that number that you are communicating with. Yeah, the what's it called? The network provider of that number that you communicate with has a mast close to where you are. As in that,
if you use a satellite phone, it's being directed by the satellite in the orbit. That's what it's called.
If it's older now, this thing, my brother, look, like so, look, we never used satellite phone before. You this one I say walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie, they get a number what you call. Is it GSM operated? You probably talking walkie-talkie. Is walkie-talkie GSM operated? When I talk that, it's only if it's only satellite phone that you can use that anywhere, whatever. Because but my question to you is this: the satellite phone that we are using. Even if by now,
walkie-talkie, what does he use?
Shut up, walkie-talkie, not use. You not get GSM facility you're there. What
does he use?
It's frequency. Frequency.
Yes. So how do you?
Oh God, fuck it, man.
See, let other people speak, please.
No, I don't know. The only person that permitted to speak here is
listen. When I heard every Nigerian bash that dude, and once I heard it, I understood right away what he was talking about. And this is why the government is encouraging.
See, look. He did not explain anything. You know what he said?
To your understanding.
Oh, shit, man. Look.
I heard the same thing.
My brother, that's what I look.
And that was why I came on the show in the morning.
Hold on. Tell me exactly the words he used. Or not exactly. Just paraphrase something close to what he used. His response. Tell me his response.
Well, his response basically was that when the phones, at least one of it, was that when they connect to the mast, the signals are so far away that they cannot pinpoint where the people are. This is why, as I understood it, this is why, there were two different people that actually spoke on that issue. So this is why the government is encouraging the telecoms to increase their building of communications masts.
Mass installation.
Starlink. Starlink is Sambisa Forest. Is that
if you watch the interview, you will see what I'm saying. The word he used is bounce back. Bounce back calls. That's what the word he used. He said they have. He said they have something that they use to for. He didn't say device. He said they have something that they use to bounce back calls. So hence you can't know, you can't pinpoint where they're calling from. That was the exact word you used. Bounce. What do you mean?
Bounce back. No, I remember the mass issue. This is where
it could be that they have a way of dialing through
play and back
in a different location.
Yeah, I don't understand what that. I don't understand what that means. But
I'm telling you the exact word you use. Bounce back. Both bounce back or bounce back. I don't understand. A call that's connected. People are communicating with you. You're saying bounce back. I don't understand.
No, see, there are ways that you can make a call, and the actual phone that will be calling will be in a different location, while the one that is actually the person is calling from is in a totally different area too. So there are mechanisms you can put together.
Before you see your problem is you are looking at number that is displayed, not number that is displaying. You see frequency. Yeah, frequency is like currents. It's like wire that's invisible. You understand? That's why you see like satellites, or if you see where they install dish in your house, you see that a dish is facing this particular direction, but tilt that dish away from that direction, which we just a minimum of 5 degrees out of that direction. No signal.
Well, yes, but listen.
The dish. Hold on now. Take the dish. You see, no, this
is what we're trying to say. This is what I would assume. I would assume this is what forefathers trying to say. Okay. Do you know there's a way to communicate by phone? Let's say I'm the starting user, right? And AY is the end receiver, right? So I'm the caller, AY is the receiver, and that call can actually bounce from here in the United States to forefathers in London, to you in Sweden, to OB in Japan before it goes to AY in the United States. So you know that's possible.
Hold on. You say, what do you mean say bounce? Like you're not dialing.
It will just go all over the place just to confuse where the call was coming from. And then but the call is going to end up with AY. And you can actually connect to the internet like that. I don't know if that's what he means, but I'm saying that's something like that. But you can listen to me. I don't know if that's what he means. I don't know. I'm just saying that's a way to evade.
Stop talking something to overcome like you maybe not you're talking. If not, what do you make Puff Daddy?
If I know what.
Wait first. See, Puff Daddy, listen to me. Puff Daddy is inside prison. Yeah. He used a mobile phone to make a call to somebody. Even did it 3-way or whatever. Do you think if that's what you are saying is so easy to do or possible, whatever, Puff Daddy not go down? That will trace everybody.
I don't get what you're saying. Wait. Let's slow down. You said Puffy is in jail because
Puffy is in jail. Yeah.
We need to round this up in a few minutes. So
one of you Islam against him for whatever trying to use against him was the phone call he made. You understand? He only made a three-way phone call
while he was free.
Sorry?
While he was a free man.
No, he's in jail. He was still in captivity now.
He was in jail. No. I'm saying, this scenario you're giving us, was he in jail or was he a free man?
No, jail.
Okay.
You understand? He was having a mobile phone. He didn't use the prison phone to make a mobile phone.
Okay.
And he did a three-way call. You also did a three-way call for 3 people to like be talking together. You understand? So that they will not know who's dialing. You understand? Good. Three-way call. So now, what you are saying now, if what you are saying is so technical that nobody can track, that you can jam different people, like, you understand? How come he didn't do that? That ordinary three-way call?
Because Puff Daddy, first of all, he was incarcerated. Second of all, he's not a terrorist. He doesn't need to go that route. And what difference is it gonna? He doesn't need to go that route. It's not that serious.
Okay. So hold on now. So according to you now, it's that Fulani guy that don't have a house to sleep in. That is just.
See, this is the mistake. I think a lot of you people underestimate the dynamism of. Well, hold on. You underestimate the lengths that criminals are willing to go, or the knowledge that they have at their disposal. This is how people would call the Iraqis and the Afghan sheep herders or goat herders or ragheads or tower heads until they started showing you the sophistication and the kind of weapons that they had. You keep saying no.
No. Let me tell you what I said. Let me tell you what I said no. Hold on. Let me tell you what I said no.
Are we seriously going to argue over a dialing method?
Let me tell you what I said.
How many minutes?
Hold on. See, let me tell you what I said no. Let me tell you what I said no. First, this is easy. Yeah. When ordinary rumored coup that wanted to happen in Benin Republic, yeah, you see the swift response. Nigerian soldiers, idiot, stupid, mumu, coward soldiers went to that place to go and solve a problem that is not their business. Yeah, see how swift, even airplane, all both land and sea, they were moving. You understand? But in Nigeria's case, have you ever seen them make one tenth of that kind of move? 1/10 of that kind of move. Have you ever seen them make that swift 1/10 that kind of move? No, because our people are so docile, stupid, coward. Relax, sit back, laid back, don't want to do anything because of profit. We're now thinking, oh, these guys are so super intelligent that we cannot catch them. Because of these guys, they refuse to do something. We are now thinking, oh, they are doing something special. But these guys.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's options on the ground for them. I don't know what method they're using. I'm just saying based on what that guy said, I understood what he was saying, at least with relation to tracking the suspects based on the mask, based on the signals, the pings, the connection of the device they're using to the cell towers. To that extent, I understood what he was saying, but everything else, I'm just supposing, so.
All right, thank you. I just want to share this before we go, and just so as a kind of something that we don't normally talk about weird stuff or scientific stuff that is going on out there. So there is this comet that came towards the solar system. This is a comet that came towards the sun from outside the solar system. It's not very common. I didn't know that it was just only 3.
What the 3 AI?
Yeah, this is 3 AI Atlas. So there were 2 of them earlier on that has come in and gone. The other 2, it was on their way out. They discovered them. Now this one just came in relatively quickly, and they were tracking it all the way. Now it's on its way out, and it's going to be in its closest position to Earth, not very close to Earth, on the 19th of December. Funny enough, that date is not one of the deadlines that Trump gave somebody, 19th of December too. So a lot of people are wondering what this object is, because it seems to be acting slightly weird. So let me just play this this stuff, what this lady says, so you can understand what I'm saying. This is interesting because we don't normally talk about comets and astronomical stuff.
And we are documenting all these anomalies, and we're at 15 at least right now. And NASA is silent. This is what I don't understand. Why don't they address these obvious anomalies? Math doesn't lie, guys. So they're still saying nothing to see here. This is a normal comet. Yeah, maybe it is, but why don't you talk to people about the anomalies that Harvard professor Avi Loeb has listed, that are really well explained and documented and visible in the images? So wouldn't that be good to excite people? I mean, people are excited about 3i Atlas. Why not talk to them and raise the interest in science, so that maybe kids say, wow, this was fascinating. Now I want to study astronomy. Or whatever, guys. I don't understand the silence. And of course, this is suspicious for many people. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just documenting what people and scientists find about 3i Atlas, and I have to scratch my head. You can't just plain say this is just a comet. You have no experience with this. And Avi Loeb also says the arrogance of many scientists and the unwillingness to look what it could be. But let's discuss in this videos, are these two things related, that 3i Atlas came almost from the same direction as a very unusual gamma ray burst? I'll explain this in detail. Don't be scared of these scientific descriptions. I'll break it down for you so that we really will understand what is happening. So are these two things related? Let's slow this down a little bit, guys. What is 3I Atlas? We know it's an interstellar object. It's already an alien coming from another star system outside our solar system. This is important to say. So it's not from the sun, not from the planets, not from deep space between stars. Officially, it was discovered this year, July 2025. Astronomers describe directions in the sky in a very, very certain way. So they're using coordinates as well, like longitude and latitude that we're using here on Earth, but they just call it different. So in space, it's called the right ascension and the declination. So 3I Atlas, it's important that we know from which direction it came. It came from a direction that is called RA272, right ascension 272 degrees, DEC minus 19 degrees, declination minus 19 degrees. This is the direction where 3I Atlas came from. And guys, I have something to ask you just a little bit. Click the hype button and the like button early in this video. You help my channel grow with this and support my channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you for clicking and hyping and maybe commenting and liking and sharing and subscribing and all the other stuff. You know it. So what is a gamma ray burst? That is important to know if we say it's coming from the same direction. Basically, guys, a gamma ray burst is the most powerful explosion that you can imagine in the universe. And it releases more energy in just seconds or hours than the sun will release in its entire lifetime. So usually these gamma ray bursts, they come from, and that's sad, they come from dying stars or like when black holes are being formed. So most gamma ray bursts, they don't last long. They only last like a few seconds to a few minutes. But there's one specific gamma ray burst that was different. And that's the one that we're trying to see, is that related to 3I Atlas? The burst was called GRB250702b. And it has lasted 25,000 seconds. Guys, this is almost 7 hours. This is really, really long. This makes it the longest gamma ray burst that has ever been recorded. And guess when this was discovered? It was discovered on July 2nd, 2025. One day after they discovered interstellar object / comet / spaceship / space junk / whatever the heck it is, how I always say. One day after they discovered 3I Atlas. So the timing is already like something where we look at, let's dive deeper into this. And it came from a sky direction of RA 285 degrees, DEC minus 8 degrees. So both things appeared in roughly the same part of the sky. Not exactly the same line, but the same part of the sky. The angular separation between them was 17 degrees. So is that meaningful? Let's look into this. It's important to understand that as well before we can maybe come to a conclusion. So what does 17 degrees actually mean out there in space? If you stretch your arm out, your clenched fist covers about 10 degrees off the sky. So basically, this is less than 2 fists apart, right? 1.5, something like this. It's not much. It sounds close, right? So, and here is the interesting part statistically. I like my statistics. Statistically, this gives a chance probability of 0.02. That means 2%. At first glance, that sounds rare, a 2% chance, right? Here's the key point. The date basically doesn't matter. 3I Atlas did not suddenly appear on July 1st, right? It was always there. We just discovered it. 3I Atlas had been traveling through the outer solar system, through the Oort cloud for about 8,000 years. We just happened to discover it now, and the date was July 1st. But now another important fact. There are several hundred gamma ray bursts every year. They are spread.
Did she just say the stuff was traveling through the Oort cloud for 8,000 years? Oh my God. That is part of our solar system. That is crazy. Solar system is massive. Jesus Christ. Space is big.
It depends on the speed now.
Space is big. I think it's traveling about 140 something kilometers per hour. 40 something thousand kilometers per hour. 140 something thousand kilometers per hour. That is a lot of speed, but still 8,000 years. Man, space is massive, man.
Jeez.
Across the entire sky. So that means basically the sky is constantly lighting up with these events. So if you wait long enough, coincidence will happen, right? So over 8,000 years, a 2% alignment is not surprising at all. Even though this burst was unusually long gamma ray bursts do happen occasionally. And we already know another one. In December 2011, a gamma ray burst called GRB 111-209A lasted for 4 to 7 hours, so very similar duration. That burst was later confirmed to be caused actually by a supernova, like a massive star exploded. And that happened, and these numbers are crazy, guys, right? 13.7 billion light years away. So that proves on this one side, let's talk about this first. These long bursts are normal cosmic explosions.
You know what bothers me about this? How can you see something that is 13 billion light years away, but you can't see precisely this comet that is within our solar system in more detail? I don't understand that. Somebody needs to answer that question, because and they just put this James Webb telescope in the space recently, and that one cannot capture any sharper image. Most of the image that we are getting is from amateurs. This is amateur astronomers. What is that all about? What if this stuff, because some people felt like, okay, she didn't talk about it enough. Some people feel like this stuff is very, very unusual, which is behavior. That there are a lot of acceleration, deceleration, glows, rotation, X-rays, cyanide, so many things that is not usual. And to be fair, it's just three that we've seen. So how can they possibly know how these objects behave? They've been this stuff has been trying for 8,000 years, for crying out loud. So how can you be sure how it's supposed to behave? So I'm not sure how. Some people are suspecting that this stuff is a bit weird. It's not normal. That is behaving as if it's being controlled. But other people are like, maybe that's how this is. I just know three of them.
Not nearby events, like not local, not connected to objects in our solar system. Because from past data, we know this. An ultra long gamma ray burst happens about once every 14 years, a very long one, right? And during those 14 years, there are about 4,000 total gamma ray bursts of all types. And based on that math, a 7-hour gamma ray burst should line up within 17 degrees of 3I Atlas. Here comes the interesting part. Roughly once every 670 years. I'll repeat that. A 7-hour gamma ray burst, like we have observed just a day after 3I Atlas was discovered, should line up with that 17 degrees of 3I Atlas once every 670 years. So now remember, 3I Atlas has been inside our solar system for 8,000 years. So that means we would expect about a dozen such coincidences during that time. And it seems this year just happens to be one of them. And I have to say, now it gets even less impressive, guys. In 2025 alone, there were already about 6 normal gamma ray bursts that also lined up within 17 degrees of the direction that 3i atlas came from. So no one has noticed those because they were not unusually long. So what is the conclusion that we can draw from this, guys? There is no physical connection. There's no signal. There's no interaction. There's no shared origin. It's just statistics, right? So if you watch the sky long enough, rare things will eventually line up, and that does not mean they are related, right? We've seen this with earthquakes, with tsunamis, where people say this and that has caused this earthquake. Well, if you wait long enough, right, something will happen and things will line up. So it looks interesting that there might be a connection between 3i atlas and these gamma rays, but it means nothing. It's a coincidence we should expect when dealing with thousands of cosmic explosions and an object that has been passing through our neighborhood for thousands of years. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm sorry that in this video I can present you another anomaly, although we're all longing for them. But guys, you have to subscribe because my next video will blow your mind again, because there is something else that has been discovered with 3i atlas, guys. It does not cease to amaze us. So thank you for liking, hyping. If you want to support the channel, link is in the description. You can buy me a coffee. Thank you for YouTubers. Thanks for your nice comments and for being here.
Why I play this all the way to the end, and unfortunately she didn't share any new information other than just these conjectures, is because what they said was that to detect a comet like this, they don't have a lot of time. It doesn't give them a lot of warning. That they can just detect it and the stuff could be close to the Earth, very, very short window of time. So that makes it, I thought they have figured this one out, that they can detect these things months, years in advance. But it turns out that this stuff could be heading straight for Earth and we will not see it on time. Because the last two that showed up, they didn't even see that all until it was leaving. So if it was coming towards the Earth, they would not know, would have had days. So, and because they travel relatively faster than the planetary, the solar system, comets. So they travel relatively fast. So that is what I found a little bit alarming. Okay, if that's the case, then they should have a way of detecting this comet, because from what I gather, they are traveling faster and they can show up anytime. So maybe this is not a comet that wiped out the dinosaurs, for all we know, not the type that you can see coming. And so, and there's also the issue of what they call it, governments. What if they know something is coming towards us and they can't do anything about it? Would they tell you? They will tell you that we'll just be here talking garbage while they are already preparing their own countermeasures. So these are the kind of questions that arises when you watch some of this thing, because a lot of people are complaining, like, why is NASA not giving us good images? Why is NASA showing grainy images compared to what amateur astronomers can produce? Why are they not giving us answers to why this stuff is behaving strangely? Why is this stuff remaining bright after days of, leaving the vicinity of the sun? So there are so many anomalies. I think they counted about 15 anomalies that the NASA scientists have not responded to. So that is why a lot of people are feeling like, okay, this is not right, and they should be communicating more with people. And well, we'll see anyway. Maybe they felt like all these people are just hyping it, but there are physicists. It's not all these people. These are physicists, academic professors. Like this lady said, professors. I say this stuff is not normal. It's not behaving the way a normal comet should behave. But the establishment just remained quiet. Even the Chinese, they said they took a picture, and when the Chinese presented the picture to the public, they reduced the resolution. So it's just so many things coming together, and people are just feeling like this is not right. The way this stuff is happening, and why are they not telling us? Is that something that they know already that they don't want to share with people? Maybe we are not on that threat, but maybe there's something about that thing that they already know that they don't want to share with people. What do you make of it? Have you heard about it, AY?
No, I'm just seeing it, to be honest.
I would have thought you would have heard of something like this. So if there was a comet coming to the planet to wipe us out, you hear it on the news when CNN announces it. when everybody else knows. You want to be one of the first to know that when the scientists are busy buzzing in the background, complaining, and a lot of people are having some weird conversations about this. Some people strongly believe that that's not natural. They actually believe it's not natural because of the fact that they've seen enough to
if you wipe everybody out, are you afraid of dying? It's better now.
It's not coming for us. It's not coming for us. And you know, one of the things people are suspecting because of the angle it came into the solar system. That's one of the first. They said the probability of doing that is very, very low. The angle, it came as if like a spacecraft that come into the solar system. Then the way it went around the sun, it accelerated. They said normally comets do that. Some of them do that. It accelerated around the sun. Then precisely is lining itself up to go towards Jupiter. So the people are suspecting that before now, when the object may have been coming towards the planet, that's the solar system, that Jupiter was going to be the fascinating object. You know, the Earth, they don't care about the Earth. So Jupiter is big, and maybe they want to check it out. So this stuff went around the sun and heading towards Jupiter, and it's going to use Jupiter to sling itself out of the solar system, never to return again because of the angle it is leaving the solar system. So it's never to return again. The scientists felt like for it to do all those maneuver, that the probability is relatively low for it to do that kind of maneuver. But other scientists say it's normal. It's comments with their own comments. So I don't know who to believe. So it's a bit of a weird thing because if it's unusual, I don't think the government will tell you. Is it? They're not going to tell you that that comment is alien. Especially if the comment is not coming again. They're not going to tell you. They'll keep quiet about it. And,
they will.
It's sad though. It's sad.
I will read more about it though.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. The guy that has been following this stuff has been like, the guy was like, this thing is not behaving normal.
When was the last time you heard it was close to Earth?
No, it hardly close to Earth. No, it's not even close to Earth.
Right, it's like 180 million miles away. Like,
yes.
Yeah, it's so
I
far
think what
away.
people are worried about is that, no, I wouldn't say worry because it's not coming to Earth. But if there is control on it, it could decide to turn direction. It could turn any moment and you don't have the time to react. So that's the problem. So people feel like that's why they are watching out for it on the 19th of December, because it's going to be at this closest point to the Earth then. So just in case it was supposed to be heading for Jupiter, I just said, you know what? I like this place. Let me turn around. The comet is as large as Manhattan. This is what we're talking about here. The size of Manhattan. So that's a massive comet that if it comes down here, nobody's going to survive it. Or if it's some kind of weird ship that people are using, then forget it, man. We are not in the same ballpark of civilization that we are talking about here. So it's just a fascinating subject matter, something coming from outside the solar system. Only 3 scientists have seen till date. This is the first one they fully observed. So maybe that's how it's supposed to be. What else do you expect? It's coming from the outside the solar system. It's probably been traveling for, some people say, billions of years. So if it is traveling for billions of years, how do you expect it to behave normal? It's not going to behave normal. Like I don't know. Scientists sometimes they can be a little bit weird to themselves. Some of them are saying it's unnatural. Some people say it's natural. I don't know. It's confusing. Let me see if I can find somebody can explain it better, because a lot of people have talked about this quite a lot, but the original person
but the point is nobody knows. I've been hearing about it since like July. Last I heard about it was around, that was when I paid in March, July.
Oh, you heard about it, eh?
Of course.
Yeah, I think I heard about it about a month ago, and the scientist was just like saying that this thing is not following the right direction. No, maybe you are thinking about Moa. Moa is the first.
Moa was there too. Moa.
That one left. That one, by the time we spotted it, it was already on its way out. The one that is giving, a lot of people are covering this one. And because a professor is putting his reputation at stake, complaining about this thing, like this thing is not right, this thing is not behaving normal, and a lot of people are following him and thinking, okay, maybe there's something here, and amateur science, this is astronomers are picking up on it. I'm feeling like this is
even
not
professional ones, even using Hubble and Webb, they're not really picking up anything.
James, and that's another thing. How can James Webb not pick up? James Webb can. It's supposed to be very, very powerful telescope.
Hubble and Webb is not really picking up anything.
Why not? Though? It's not in the solar system. It's really odd.
So, except I don't know if it's maybe me. I would like it to be controlled. I'd like to see if it's controlled. Let it come land on Earth. Let's see what's up. Let's land in the ocean somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah,
if it's not a meteor,
yeah, this is the Avi Lobes guy that is far more massive than expected. Let me see. I want to find where he actually. I don't even know what his channel is. Even Avi Lobe, the scientist, it would have been good to highlight him because he's the main person that has been going on about this. He's been putting it. People are going to insult him if this turns out to just be a normal asteroid. Yeah, because he's been going on about it like this is not normal. What is going on with this thing? Maybe he's just trying to distract people from something else. Who knows?
Maybe he's seen the pattern. I mean, he's obviously watching for the patterns.
Yeah, a lot of people just scientists are worried. Science from
why do you think we're the only intelligent species in the whole universe?
So far, that's all we know.
Intelligent species. Do you think not what you know? We all know we're the only ones for now. That's what we know. Do you think we're the only intelligent species on the planet in the universe?
I don't think
or
so.
Do you think we're the only? Yeah, it would be impossible.
I don't think so. The odds of us not, except there's something I don't know because some people say that there is a bottleneck in the way we evolved, that most living beings will find it hard to for it to occur again is very, very hard for it to occur. But I still don't like that. That's I think it has something to do with our cells, living cells, the mitochondria.
Oh, so that's what you believe in like, we got created by the Big Bang and all that nice white
stuff. No. I don't believe in that. They are just saying that for us to evolve, that the odds of that happening is very, very slim. It doesn't mean it cannot happen. It's like a lottery. And then after it crosses that, because of it will wipe out a lot of potential life in other planets just because of the difficulty of that system occurring.
Let me ask you a controversial subject question. And local people will be able to come into this because his hometown is full of voodoo and witches, right? So
idiot, monkey.
So local people. That's okay. Do you think we are the only species living right now, whether seen, unseen, whatever? Do you think we're the only creation, at least on Earth, right now?
Yes. Yes.
You think we're the only creation?
Yes.
So you don't believe like there's beings that we can't see?
Then if you are believing things you cannot see, that means
no, but there's evidence that they exist.
No, there's no evidence anyway.
No, I'm saying no. For you, there's no evidence. I'm saying like, if you're saying, just because you can't see them, but I'm saying, but you can actually.
That's what I'm saying. See, there's no evidence for me. There's no evidence. Where's the evidence for you? Where's the evidence? Not documentary, whatever. Where's the evidence that this is a picture of it? I can go there tomorrow.
You can't see a picture, but you can see things happen, and you can say, well, there's something else. But this I'll end it. Let me just. If you believe we're the only beings, that's fine. I'm not going to discount that.
No,
if you believe that.
I'm not. It's not argument. Like, okay,
yes, no, not at all.
If you do this, or go here, you will see it. You will feel it. Okay, not seeing, you will feel it. If you that, you will feel it. Because hold on, look, there's some things That you just can't argue. Even if you believe it, whatever, yeah, is there, maybe I'm sure at least, but this is there's no proof. Scientific wise or written wise or academic wise, it's not there to prove it otherwise. You understand? Because although just like I always tell people to study sociology and psychology, human behavior, whatever, how the brain works, just how the brain thinks, how the brain function. Because I can tell you, everybody is made by what they hear and what they see. Everybody in this world is made by what they hear and what they see.
Not this anyway.
No, hold on now. Hold on. That's why, hold on. It's simple. If you train a boy or a girl in a certain particular way, if you train them apart all through their life, no matter what, before they see other things, it will be difficult. Before they will change or see, they might always see, even if they see itself, to change or adapt to what they will say is even hard because you've trained them in a particular way for a long distance. That's why there's this parable: don't use old age, learn how to use left hand. It's not possible because you've been.
So let me ask you, Lokopi. So do you believe, for example, that there's a God?
First and first, the word God is a German word. So what do you mean, God?
No. Okay. Do you believe there's a supreme being, there's a creator?
Yeah, there's a creator, but if you use the word being like as if it's like a human being, like whatever.
No, not human being. You get what I'm saying? Way beyond the realm, beyond time, beyond sustenance, beyond the limitations of a human being. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so a supreme, that's why I use the word
there's a creator.
So you believe there is a being that we cannot see, but it exists.
Okay. Like I said, if you use the word being, you get it wrong. No. If you say being, because you don't know if there's a being, but there's a creator. If you say
no,
being,
why I ask? Who's that? Is that the northern brother that came earlier? Assalamu alaikum, brother. So why I said that was, if you don't believe that there's can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. If you don't believe that there are individual beings on our level, maybe not technically on our level, but like, to the best description I can give, like us, right? But you believe there is a creator, that means you do agree that there's a being existing, a superior being to us, way superior, that we cannot see.
You're still using the word being.
Okay, so what do you want me to use? What would make you comfortable?
Hold on. Now, if you say there's a creator, that means the creator, hold on, the creator still creates. For there to be a creator, that means the creator still creates.
Okay, so who is the creator? Is where I'm trying to get to.
So for me, there was a creator. Not that the creator
there was, so the creator is done.
Yeah, it's done creating. It's not creating anymore.
So the creator is dead.
No, it's done. It's done creating.
Forget about what it's creating, whether it's creating or not. Is there a supreme being, a creator?
There's a creator.
A supreme being. Is it on your level?
I told you there's a creator. Why are you saying you told me there's a creator?
No, hold up. No. Hold on. Just calm down. If there's a creator, is he superior to you?
To me?
That's what I'm sure we've been going around the ring for.
Direct your question well. Direct the question.
If there's a creator, remember my question was, this is how I started. Do you think there are other beings like us?
I said no.
Right. So I'm saying, are there, if you say there's none, because I said, so you don't believe there's like, even if they're sentient, we can't see them, right? You said no. All right, fair enough. We're not going to argue that. So do you believe, because forefathers was talking about how we came into being, right? So I said, do you believe in the Big Bang? He said no. So I put that to the side. So now I came to you. I said, okay, so do you believe that do you believe in in a God? You said, well, God is a German word. So I said, okay, let me rephrase that. Do you believe in a creator?
No, you say supreme being.
Yeah, supreme being. Right, I was going to get to that. So, so it goes back to my position. If you believe there's a creator, I agree that he's done creating, or either he's done creating or she's done creating, whatever. Now, do you believe that that being is superior to you?
Yes, it's the word being again.
That creator, it's a being, whether it's sin or sin, it's a being. It's a being, whether it's sin or sin, it's a being. So this creator, do you believe that it is superior to you?
For anything to create me is automatically superior to me now.
All right. So this being or this creator,
and hold on, and let me add to that. If you say superior to me, it's like you're comparing everything that is me and that thing. Like, okay, my father is superior to me because he's bigger, he's older, he's wiser, he's powerful. He has seen more than me. So I can say yes because we have the same dick, the same head, the same teeth, the same face, the same number of hands, the same whatever. So features are alike. So you can compare. But when you say a creator that doesn't have the same features, like for like, do you think it will fail?
Well, I'm getting there. 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 So this creator, right? We both agree now that it is superior to you in terms of human limitations.
Okay, yeah, because he created me, so of course.
Right, right. Does this creator then, since you mentioned all these physical aspects of a human being, does it have these attributes, an arm, a leg, eyes, head, legs?
Human being can only imagine with their own limit of imagination.
All right, so if you so let me
hold on, let me finish now.
I just want to move it fast. I want to move it fast.
It's not the one. Of course, you know, you and I there's no yes or no answer. You understand? Because
right.
We don't have forever now. We have to try to move it along.
So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you say he has nose, eyes, whatever, you can say yes because that's where your imagination can take you to bed.
Okay, so forget. So this is what I'm saying. So that you've never seen this thing, so you've never seen it in the physical. You can only imagine it, but you know, or at least you believe it exists.
Because that's what I was grown to thought. That was what I was taught. Yeah.
So that means you do believe that there commonsensically have to be beings that exist outside of our power to visualize them.
If you say okay,
it will only make common sense.
If you say maybe an entity, yeah. If you say maybe entity might be like air, breeze, move, frequency.
You just call it an entity, that way you will accept it.
Yeah, maybe entity, like maybe frequency, like it goes like move, things, breeze, like yeah. Okay, fine. Shadow, move. Yeah, okay. Something like that. Yeah, they can be. But to give you the
shadow
picture,
like what?
No, I say shadow, like shadow goes
your own shadow. No, remember my point is, are there other beings outside in the universe? Then I brought it to Earth. Are there beings on here outside of our physicality that could possibly exist? And my position is yes, and your position is no. This is why I'm asking you about the subject of God.
If you say entity, yes, definitely entity, of course.
What do you call an entity? It's still a being. Okay, let's say this entity. You make a big deal about words. So let's say this entity. Is it like? Do they exist outside
this is not getting anywhere now.
Well, it's going to get somewhere. It's going to get somewhere. And I know the Northern brother understands where I'm going. So, yeah, because he says entity and he fights over words. Okay, so this entity.
About 2 minutes at most.
For example, let's say this entity,
I
do they have
actually
like?
came in because of this discussion. I have.
I knew that was why you came. So this entity, do they have like? Is it possible for them to have males, females,
No.
schools?
Never,
No,
ever. Never.
So
ever.
you just think like just the wind, just the wind.
Entity, like I said, entity.
An entity means a being. An entity means a being.
It's not a being. You can't describe how it looks. It's like it doesn't have a shape or form or.
Right. So do they exist? Okay. And I know why the brother came. And I know you wanted to talk about like the jinns, for example.
Hey, am I on?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start from this idea because I overheard forefathers saying he was talking purely on bioastrology and the fact that
he was
actually
talking about NASA bullshit. NASA
yeah, it's actually improbable that with the vastness of space and a lot of exoplanets that are rocky exoplanets, and are living in the and are around the habitable zone of their host star, then if you do the math and run the probability, then it's more likely than there is life rather than there is no life. Well, first of all, I am Muslim and I believe that there are a lot of different forms of life, that exist within this universe. However, God, for me as a Muslim, is clear. And what you fundamentally get wrong when you engage in this discussion from an atheistic point of view is the fact that even as believers, we do not believe that we do not see God as something to be compared with a human being, or when you are using these words that as being and being that God is a sui generis entity. What a sui generis entity is the fact that something that is not comprehensible by the human mind. Now I could ask you, what is infinity?
Exactly.
You don't know what is infinity. Your brain does not have the capacity
to check exactly.
Contextualize infinity. God is sui generis. That is the beginning of the discussion. Now, of course, there are other different life forms that we can, and we have is it six senses that we say we have as human beings: touch, smell, and science. In every science is just geared towards amplifying those senses and then making meaning out of them. The theories we make, things like that. But there is a lot more that is going on. Even on this earth, you find organisms that do not rely on our kind of senses, but they thrive and exist. Echolocation with whales and dolphins, bats who do not actually really see very well, but they have a way to understand what is going on. And we don't know how they do it, but we understand, at least in principle, that they are thriving too. So, yes, there are other life forms. Yeah, there are other life forms, and God is true. God exists.
I think it's obvious that God exists because just like object permanence is true, you can also deduce that we exist. The fact that we exist indicates that something is responsible for us being here, no matter what that thing is, can be described as the creator. And sometimes people get, hang up with the details, whether it looks like a man with a lightning or whether it looks like, whatever. The point is that we are here, we know not how, and for that reason alone, it's clear there is evidence, ample evidence that there is a creator. The question is, what is his will? And I think that is the part human beings, I feel, have taken a little bit of liberty to just describe whatever they like.
What do you think is his will?
His will is probably whatever is happening now. And there's also the question about whether our own creator is the creator of everything that exists. There's always a potential that there was a creation that created us. You can never overlook that, because we soon, if we become advanced enough, we may be able to create a creation too. So it's something, the way the universe works may be like a fractal, whereby things just repeat itself, just like we have children have children, and creations go on to create. Maybe that's how it does its own thing, and it manifests itself however way it is doing it. Maybe we're just not meant to know.
Creations don't create other creations, creators now. Well,
creations create other creators. No, because if we go on to have children, what do you think that is?
No. That's just one of the purposes of life, to breed and to multiply.
You can't even create a child just because you want.
I think that is it's your draw of the semantics. Is in a way it's semantics, because in reality it's replication, or it depends on how you describe it anyway. Because in the end it's a form of doing something that first person created. You went on, no matter what enabled it, because you didn't ask what enabled the creator to create it in the first place. Well, no matter what enabled you to replicate, you did it too. You see what I mean? Why don't you ask
what made the creator create? I believe you are right to some points, but not completely. What you are right about is the fact that yes, one can hypothesize that since we are creations, and then there's probably our creator, then if you go back, then you're going to eventually meet the creator. But that is a so open-ended part.
The fact that you don't know means
at the
you
end
have
of
to
the day,
accept that. No, sorry. The fact that you don't know that is an unknown, then you have to work with what is known.
Yes.
But the universe has a way of revealing itself.
The other hubris too, with us human beings, is assuming that we are so damn intelligent that we can decipher nature.
Thank you.
But we are so poor. We are just behind. Our brains are just adapted to live in the savannah and in caves and nothing more. The tools that we have are just for our own survival and replication. To somehow assume that we can decipher the laws of the universe and physics over again. We keep employing this.
But by the standard you are saying that there should be no religion, people should not be ascribing me and this in motives to a creator that they can that's unknowable.
No, not at all. Do you know the fundamental constants, the fundamental constants in physics? That is, why the world is the way it is and its function. Those core physical laws that when each one collapses, then reality cannot function and things will not. There won't be.
Yeah, but that is true, and that can
all right.
be
so
true.
if that is
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what it's like to exist without time?
No.
I think time is fundamentally a human. It is our brain. You see, for our brain to make sense of reality, that is why we have time. I think time exists
is real,
only in relation to us, because if you look at relativity, time do not actually really exist, because of course it exists for us as human beings as something that has to do with perception, because
actually it exists. Sorry, it exists in real terms, because if you let me put this forward. If you leave, because time is a measure of events, isn't it? If you leave an apple somewhere in the bush and you come back and after 5 days you send some other person there, you can predict what the state of that apple is likely to be, and it's going to decay because of time.
Let me get a little bit religious here. In the
Quran, which is what I was trying to avoid to make sense of it.
It will make sense eventually. I promise you. If it doesn't make sense for you, no problem. But let me just say what.
No, not me. It makes sense for me because
time will affect it. The apple will go bad. That's the whole point.
Hold on, this my friend. It won't. Look, it depends.
Okay. Science. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. We all
let
know.
Let the brother land.
Let me talk,
How do you think somebody know? How do you think the scientists know when somebody dies for 5 days?
Because see, there are factors to it. If you leave it in
God
the bush,
said,
one asset. The time will affect
what that means essentially is that God is saying, God is swearing
when you're saying go what God
with
said,
time.
you see that? It's not like you know what God is saying.
Yeah, because that's why he said he has to.
And understand
this is why I was trying to avoid that aspect, but he got where I was coming from.
Well, you can't say what God is saying because you don't know God.
You get it. Just give him a chance. Give him a chance.
No, I'm giving him a chance. But you can't say forefathers. Too smart. At the same time, you are trying to say what God said.
Yeah, because but it's a different aspect.
I believe in God. I believe in God, and I believe what He says.
So
if you don't believe in God,
sorry, if you say what God
says, I believe in God. I just feel like people don't.
If you say what God
people are
says,
just making stuff up about God.
Does it speak?
Okay, let me just make my point. Then you
let him make his point.
You can counter it or leave it. But just let me talk, please. Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
You take 1 minute or two. No. I was look at it. It's almost 8 hours now. I feel sorry for me a bit. Go ahead.
Okay. So time is the fourth dimension. Space, time, length, width. So what time is essentially only makes sense for the organism that exists within this three-dimensional space that we call home. And even because you believe in science, you should believe also that E equals to mc squared. When you run the equations and then you travel at the speed of light, time stops. So for some being that lives, say, in a four-dimensional world, then that being is out of time, and time only exists for us. So even people like Stephen Hawking, people like what's this guy's name? Even Einstein postulates that time is a continuous singular thing. The present, the future, and the past exist all at once. But from our own point of view as human beings, we can only go through for life to make sense. It has to be.
So you just said time exists. How can you say
for
time
us,
exists?
For human beings, for us.
Yeah, but you just said independent of us, it does exist. It's already existed.
Independent of us doesn't necessarily exist for a four-dimensional being. For a two-dimensional being, there's no way it's going to understand the concepts that me and you are discussing now.
You can't describe something and say you didn't describe it. You just described what Einstein said about how time is part of the universe from the beginning and end has already been laid out. That's why I'm telling you it does exist. The idea that time doesn't exist is not accurate. Yes, even if they are related to space-time,
it exists as a function to make for human beings to make sense of reality. If that makes sense to you,
that's what I'm saying. It does exist, and when it doesn't exist, I'm asking you because you have also admitted that there are things that exist outside time. And I asked you, do you know what it's like to exist outside time? Then if you know what it's like to exist outside time, then you start understanding what is possible outside time.
I can give you an example. using science of
Well,
what
ask
it would be like.
Continue. You wanted to say it, like say it.
Okay.
You're jumping to conclusion. What do you think he wants to say? How are you sure?
I know what he said it already.
Let him say it.
Okay. So, okay, we live in a three-dimensional space, right? We have depth perception. We can understand distances, length and breadth. Okay. So, imagine an organism that lives in a two-dimensional space. It has no understanding of, up and down. It only has an understanding of left and right. So there is no depth perception. Now, if we were to see that organism trying to navigate its way out of, say, a small box where it only goes left and right, doesn't understand that there is something it can jump over and escape where it is. So it goes only like this and like that. So for us, living in three-dimensional space, it's easy for us to see, why can't that organism just, jump over? So for a fourth-dimensional being, that is another step over us, living outside of time, he would look at us and seeing everything from that we call time and the future, now and the future, all existing at once. And then you'd be surprised how we cannot just affect our life with doing things. Yeah. So this is in theory what can be postulated. And
okay, now let me ask
in religion, we understand that there are angels and demons that actually live outside of this,
but not even necessarily demons, even good beings.
You see, now that's speculation, isn't it?
I don't think it's speculation.
No,
I think
speculation,
it's reality. You guys are just talking about aliens, and you didn't think extraterrestrials are just out of the loop. But when it's about religion, suddenly you want to make it.
I never said extraterrestrials were real. I just said
you did not say they are real, but at least you gave space for them to exist.
Yes, but that's exactly what I would like you to do instead of use this in describing.
But I have faith. I have faith.
By having faith, it means you don't know.
Oh,
I can tell you that.
Yes,
I can tell you that.
Technically, yes. Technically, that is true. But there's also one thing with faith.
Maybe because you haven't experienced it. You get what I'm saying? So you haven't experienced it.
Yes, I have experienced spiritual connection, but it's an individual thing.
Yes. So
again, spiritual is an unknown.
Oh,
we can go.
It's an event that you cannot fully understand why.
No. Let's not do that. See, this is the thing about
we have to know what we know and
right. But okay, have you ever been in space?
No.
But you know it exists.
Yes.
Because someone has described it to you.
Yes.
In fact, there are people on the planet that are saying all this so-called evidence that people have landed on the moon, which is the evidence you would use, are saying it is false. That it's a lie.
Yeah, the flat earthers and all that.
There are people that will say they work with NASA. In fact, what was the guy, not Yuri Gagarin, the American guy.
Buzz Aldrin?
Aldrin. I mean, you listen to his Buzz Aldrin, you listen to his interviews, right? And he'll tell you like, okay, XYZ was fake, XYZ was fake. They made this up.
But those were all debunked now, and most of them were taken out of context.
Right. A lot of them have been debunked. But you still believe space exists, right?
It does exist. How do you think me and you are communicating now?
Right. Well, I'm just saying there are
reason to believe why it exists, though.
I'm just saying there are contradictory positions
So that
to
one
it.
is based on evidence.
Yeah. So based on like what he's saying, I believe it too because I've seen it in action. I know it exists.
You say you've seen it. Can you demonstrate it when required?
Exactly. So this is the thing about it. No matter what evidence I give you, this is why I use the moon landing example. No matter what evidence I give you, which is where he went with faith, you're going to debunk it. You say no. No,
because
and even hold on. One second. And without trying to go too deep into this, and even if I gave you, and say, okay, do X, Y, Z, and you'll get your evidence. There's a possibility that even if you saw your evidence, you will still try to have an excuse based on your knowledge of science why that occurrence happened.
Yes.
You might say, well, they said when this happens, your brain wave goes like this, and the neurons and the protons and this and that. You probably would have an excuse why, even when you close your eyes, X, Y, Z happened to you. Even if you freak you the fuck out,
evidence. You think I would not like to believe something like is being described? If there is any entity out there that has agency that we don't have access to, and you have evidence of it, why would anybody not be fascinated and want to have believe in it? The problem is that if you don't have any way of demonstrating it, other than saying, "Oh, somebody had an experience," and another person have an experience, in this world that you live in, is based on evidence. As a matter of fact, I actually think that's one of the, if there is a purpose in this life, is that God has given us eyes and all these senses for the purpose to see and understand what is real from what is not. And if you abuse it and start using your brain to jump to conclusions, then you have misused your senses that was provided to you. And don't blame me for questioning things, because you have to provide evidence. And when I tell people here, sometimes they think I'm just being stubborn. I'm not being stubborn. Give me evidence.
Forefathers, do you believe in morality?
Yes.
How did you come to that conclusion that A is moral, B is immoral?
Exactly. Morality is based on your definition of what is often defined based on what is good for that society. All societies don't have the same morality.
They are fundamentals.
Some are fundamentals. It's true that because human is tied to life to an extent. So most society don't believe in killing people without due legal procedures, and all kinds of different. Stealing is often frowned upon by most societies. But there are a lot of areas that are not the same. Marriage. Different things.
Yeah.
Whether you are a warrior, whether you're not. So they have societies have different moralities.
So what do you think is the source of morality? Where did it come from?
The source of morality is necessitated by our need to survive and together in this world. That's where it comes from.
And I think the selfish gene, when you go down to explaining evolutionary biology, actually disputes that fact. It postulates that every organism is selfish to the detriment of, it's very selfish to want to protect itself, that there is no morality, and it's a very nihilistic way of looking at life. And
if that is the case, hold on, if the organisms are so selfish only to protect themselves, then why do people go and look for partners? And why do organisms do that?
Okay, you are misunderstanding me. What I'm trying to say is that look at the way everyone is living their lives. And if those fundamentals are not there socially, that society will crumble. First, let me just give you a hint. Let me finish. Justice, equity, fairness, truth, and community. You see, these fundamentals must exist for a species to thrive. But here we are as human beings, shedding a lot of blood, doing all sorts of things. And this has been with us for a long time. But most wars have moral reasons that are presented for the war, but there are actual reasons behind the scenes of human greed, human whatever, that actually push those things. Now, at the individual level, we are all guided by what we believe to be morally right and what is morally wrong. But we get that source through our socialization process. And what institution it's socially, go back to time immemorial, maybe to the first man. What institution shapes morality?
So the first man, his first concern is survival. I believe that's the first scientist.
The first institution, family.
If he's talking about the first man, if he's talking about the first man, then there's nobody else. So if there's nobody else,
it's religion, really. It's religion. Morality. It's religion.
So
that
why do you believe it's religion?
From the earliest human settlement.
You didn't want to hear what I said. See, if the first man existed in this world, his first duty is to be the closest thing he will describe is as a scientist. Whatever he does has to be factual and truthful, otherwise he will not survive. You understand that? The senses are provided for you to verify everything you eat, everywhere you step on, that it's actually real. Otherwise, you can walk off a cliff and die, and then you will not exist as a man anymore, or you can make mistakes. So you have to be precise about everything you do. So if you go to the first man, to the very fundamental of how our senses operate and how we relate to this world that we live in, it will tell you clearly that truth is not, and it's almost sacred to our survival in many ways. And maybe what scientists are doing is actually closer to our purpose in life than what many religious would like to think. God.
Yeah, you are half right, but truth is good, but I don't think our brains can handle the complete truth as it is. And if you and it's not even designed to.
Of course not.
Yeah. So what me and you are seeing is just a slither of reality. It's just like light, for example. Light is a spectrum. A lot of people don't understand. Light is a spectrum: radioactive, gamma, X-ray. But what we see is just a narrow band of what we see. Now, just because we see this narrow band, and that is what informs our decision to reach a conclusion, then we is it then right to assume that okay, that is all there is?
That exists? No.
No, of course not.
Then admit that we are as human beings very fallible. Our senses are fallible, and therefore we have to, be a little bit humble in understanding that yes, these things are beyond us.
You are the one that should be humble. I'm the one saying we have no clue. That's the whole point. That's it. You see, sometimes you roundabout go and conclude to what I originally said. I said you shouldn't be making assumptions about the creator. You don't know. The only thing we know is what is happening now, and his will is what is happening now. What we are doing now is what the creator intends. Just like we emerge and what we're doing now, that's what the creator intends.
I don't agree that I don't know. I agree that you
disagree too. I
don't agree that I don't know, because I
roundabout way coming to agree with what I said. You literally said we should think we know everything. I told you that's exactly what I told you at first. But you you arrogantly claim that you know the will of the creator. For me, even when I said those things that I said about science and everything, is based on conjecture. I don't truly know. How can you know the unknowable? You can't know it's people. Okay, yeah, you literally said you can't fathom what the creator is. At the same time, you know his will. How do you even marry both sides?
I don't think he said he knows his will.
What you are getting wrong.
No, because based on religion, religions believe that they know the will of God.
Okay, I get where you're coming from.
It's about morality.
Yeah, it was about morality you guys were talking about.
Guidance.
When in reality,
and believe you me, societies changes. Who kick out religion and live like that, they crumble from within. People lose purpose. People become suicidal. People do all sorts of heinous
decadence
crimes, deaths, killings, things like that. History is enough to. The very fact that even if you want to be literally very, say, you want to follow science and just be like, okay, I'm just going to follow science. The problem with that is that when you go to the archaeological evidence suggests that even the first human beings had, spirituality and religion, shrines. They worship God. So I am worshiping God through Islam.
Do you know that?
One is doing through
archaeology. He mentioned
for you
that.
to be mentally balanced, you need to have a sense of spirituality. For you to actually be rooted and grounded. If you abandon that, well, everyone for himself, but I don't think you get the full human experience.
I think
by losing that.
I think I hear what you are saying, the psychological aspect of believing that there is something greater than yourself. As a matter of fact, the understanding that there is a creator is this beginning. Like, I didn't dispute that because there is evidence for the creator. We exist. I didn't create, I cannot possibly create two Nigerians, one brain cell. It's impossible. Because there must be other alterations that would prefer to make. So, but point is that I didn't make myself. So there's a creator somewhere that is responsible for all this. So that is true. And there is evidence-based. But the one that you don't know, be careful. Because the will of the creator, you have to have a little bit of humility to try to really pierce and base it on the senses that he has provided you and guided you with it. That's a purpose to it. And I think religion you can see human beings corrupt everything. Religion as you know it gets corrupted. Because the first man had to rely on his senses, and when they experience the world, they start defining it, and the next person will come change it a little bit. Before you know it, it becomes something that it's not meant to be. And maybe science is in a way peeling back the onions to an extent. The science that we know now, maybe it's not sufficient, but it's peeling back some of the onions of what reality is supposed to be like. And look at how much they've discovered about the creator's handwork. That human beings are able to fly, are able to talk from remote locations to each other because somebody decides to use their senses in a disciplined and precise manner. Something that was always there. But sometimes, religions used to ban people from doing those things once. If you did that, they will punish you. Because they thought they already understood. They were not humble enough to learn new knowledge.
Which ban them from doing what?
You have to differentiate religion from priests.
I was about to say that. That was what I was asking the question.
Yes.
But they are the same. You see, they are not the same, but they are linked. Because
but you have to be specific the way you say things like that.
The religions themselves have their rules that you have to adhere to.
Why don't you want to?
If it's not based on
this thing that they call religion, yeah, is man-made, yeah, and I think it was done maybe probably for selfish reasons, for political reasons, yeah, for control, because you just want some people to live in a certain kind of way that pleases some certain kind of people. Hence, those people that started those laws became powerful and decide to call it religion and put spirituality into it, because they now discover that when you can connect to one spirituality, you've trapped them. You understand? As in remotely trapped them. You know, so because I don't like when people say religion and you start calling the creator's name God or Almighty, this and that. There are two different things. You understand? Because, like you said, the creator created and he left what he created to function itself. You understand?
Free will.
He didn't, free will. He didn't tell you, oh, okay, no, you must do, come and do this, come and serve this, come and worship like this, come and bend down to this, come and tie your hair, come and, he didn't know.
But I think he actually did.
That is a very dangerous way to look at
listen,
we never told you. He just said he did. Do you have evidence of that? You see, that's the thing. We can't just ascribe stuff to the creator.
Let me tell you what people don't know about spirituality. Yeah? Look,
right.
If you just close your mouth and pronounce a word, you understand? You will see your mouth not moving, but you will hear you pronounce the word. Do you get my point? Your mouth did not move. Look at a mirror, just look at write anything and pronounce it with your mouth not moving, but you know subconsciously that you just pronounce this word the way it's supposed to be pronounced. You understand? But your mouth did not move, but your ear heard something, not physically, but mentally, whatever, heard something from your mind. You get my point? So those are how this concept works. You understand? You can just be sitting there right now with you, and you like something just tell you move, as in I think something's about to happen. Just leave this place, like something about to, and you just move. You didn't even listen to the word like move. You're like, man, I know you just feel comfortable. I just want to move. You don't know why, but you just said to move for just no reason. You don't have a proof why you move, but you just move. Before you have it, just turn your back like, oh, that place that you left yesterday, you made you move. Look at what happened. Like, man, my instinct just told me. Thank God I follow my instinct. You understand? Why can't you say, okay, that your instinct is just your something that spoke to you and one entity that just told you, hey, my son, live there. Oh no, God, this is not meant for you. I don't want you to be hurt. Just live here. What is that thing? But what causes that is just a creator that created you for a whatever, and like, no, I just like you, don't leave this place. But instead, you say religion. Now, we've had different religion in this world now. Which proof do you have that one religion supersedes the other? You understand? Because everybody have a different way of life. And those way of life are being shaped by religion, by what they were told. Because I bet you, if you were born in Mexico or in Mexico in 1800s or whatever, maybe you wouldn't be a Muslim. You understand? If you were born in certain, maybe like in the remote part of maybe Auchi or Fofadas village, I don't think you'll be a Muslim. You understand? You wouldn't be born a Muslim. But because some point in time, somebody choose to live a particular way of life and decide to pass that way of life to the children and call it religion, tradition, way of life, you just want to put the creator into it so that it will become rigid and strong and believe, so you love move by it. Because on a very good, several times we've known that when we were young, there were certain strongly believe. As we're getting older, our eyes are beginning to open as we begin to hear things, sit and think for ourselves, and like, no, that's what we were told, but it's not correct. Even till today, some people are not even able to ask. Some will tell you, no, they don't ask God a question. Who tells you they don't ask God? Who tell you? Where did God sit with you and told you, oh no, if you ask me a question, I will slap you. Don't try it next time. Exactly. But human beings, till tomorrow, they believe that tomorrow. No, you don't question God. Don't question. Who tells you? Who tell you? Why? Where?
When human beings not telling you stop asking questions, they are basically saying don't question what is on
because
you. In a way, it's making you stupid to an extent. Actually,
you say what
you know there is a way you grow spiritually that you literally have like discussions with God.
Yeah.
See, hold
You
on. Let
go
me
like a dialogue.
You know, be careful. Be careful. Human beings can have that
You can never
conversation with
listen.
themselves.
Listen. You
Before
can
they
never.
You would
just
understand it now,
the
forefathers.
situations you
Beyond
do
you,
that
this one.
people
You
will
have to grow
misunderstand.
spiritually before you begin to dabble into these things.
The thing
Maybe
about, let me tell
from
you,
people who are
If
listening
there was
who understand
evidence, when you
spirituality,
say
they would know.
spiritual, sorry, loco, when you say spiritual, the moment you use that word, just swap it for unknown. Because you don't know the event.
Okay.
You don't
Now,
understand.
let me tell you something. Wait, brother, hold on. Let me tell you something. And let me just expand on what he's saying. We all have secrets and we all have things that we probably do that we might not want to say to the world, maybe out of shame, out of the fact that society might be like, whoa, what's wrong with you, right? But those aside, and without digging deep into your private life, just tell us 3 vices of yours that you wish you could get rid of. It could be picking your nose, picking your butt, lying, sneezing without covering your mouth, whatever. Tell us 3 vices you wish you could get rid of.
I really can't, in terms of vices, I don't know. There are quite a lot of them. The list is endless, really. Maybe I shouldn't be staying too long on the live stream. I need to round up now.
All right, so you know there are things, just this last one. So you know there are things that you shouldn't be doing, right?
Yes.
That will be a sin against man, if not for God, depending on your belief. What he's trying to say is, depending on how close you get to God, meaning you eschew a lot of the vices. For example, alcohol use. I use it socially. No promiscuity, no gambling, no lying, no backbiting. You live as pure and as close to perfect as a human can get. I promise you. Your life. That's the yardstick.
See,
I just named basic things.
No. Look, I need to round up. I think I've gone way over time.
We can continue tomorrow. We'll continue tomorrow.
We're going to carry on later. Thank you all gentlemen for coming. Look, let me now. I need to play the song for the Edo people now. We have to respect, man.
Hey, Loco's gonna start dancing. Loco's gonna start twerking. Loco, stand up, good time rapper.
Man, I'm really sorry. I cannot name everybody that is in the chat because I really ran a little late. Boom Boom Ray, Kemri Bar, Dan Azaya, I see you there. Tracy Jacobin, Jajon, I see you there too. A for Real Pansat. Thank you all for coming in. Like, share, and subscribe. And let me play and let me thank Niger is Valhalla. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. I hope you come back again so we can have. You didn't show up early today. That would have been good to have this conversation earlier. And but we are going to have time.
My time is kind of.
Yeah. We are going to have time to discuss some of all these things better. When we do philosophy session, where we discuss some of all these subjects. And Loco P, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate that you didn't get cross with me that much today. I thought Loco P was just looking at like, that's trouble. Thank you for joining us, Loco P. And to that, just one brain cell, that's me. He's taking one of my brain cells. That's all of him right now. And one of my brain cells is all of him. He's using it to operate. AY, thank you for joining us, AY, as always. I really appreciate you for coming in. And who else is remaining? Anthony, I didn't see Anthony there. Thank you all for joining us. Osal Delhen. You see, he decided to show up.
So when you joke about how to pronounce Nigerian names, I get close to all of you. Most of you give me any Nigerian name, any tribe, I pronounce it.
It's not even the big moderator. This is the marathon of a show. So they're calling me a big moderator. What is wrong with these people? Charlie, like, what are these people saying? The North is watching, the South is watching. Why are they saying all these things? What is wrong with these chat people? They are really crazy. All right, thank you all for joining us anyway. I really appreciate you guys there. And Jago, The reason why I couldn't bring you in, I know that if I bring you in, it's just going to go longer. We've already stayed way too long. This is today, and there's another show coming up this evening. So thank you for trying to join. And next time, obviously, you know, I'll let you in to come and join us. I do appreciate that. And now let me play our brothers in on the Edo week and the great people of Benin Kingdom and the Edo. Thank you all for joining us. Bye.
Bota,